What's good? What's good? What's good? Please like, sub, all that cool shit. I'd appreciate you. I would appreciate it. Hope you guys are doing awesome today. Today's gonna be an action-packed day. I will say that. At 4:15 we have GNS roundtable, I guess we'll call it. And then at 6 o'clock, we're actually going to be doing a full breakdown with the whole GNS team on a space call. As at the request of GNS themselves, which I think is even, like more spectacular. I'm excited.
So just a heads up, U.S. Defense Secretary Austin is currently speaking live. We've posted out the live stream video for you on the Financial News feed.
Oh. How are you guys doing? Doing good? Got your eyes on anything? Like potentially any miners now that we're going for a gold cross on the 1 minute? Bitcoin is all the way down to 29, just below 29.3. But like I said, it is coming up for that gold cross. The 48 is this pink line, and the 200 is this like orange or brown. So we are gonna come up. I'm wondering if any miners are gonna be the vibe. S-Stig has been moving probably the most. That or Wolf. They've been moving the most. I was hoping for more of a slump if Bitcoin came down, but not really getting that. I do also like Wolf a lot, but they jumped up from like I believe like almost, I think it was like $1 like last week or something like that. So like they're up quite substantially, and they might be a little bit hot. I mean, same thing with S-Stig though. So it's like, I wonder if Hive is the play, because Hive is also like they deal with crypto as well. I'm looking at like lower cap crypto companies or crypto miners rather than like Mara or like Riot. Like those ones usually have like a higher just a higher cap, so it takes more money for them to move. When somebody asks you how you are, it's kind of polite to say, how you doing. Any suggestions on what you guys want on chart? IoT finished up 3% yesterday, down 1% in after hours though, in pre-market. And MMT down another 1.7%. Jesus Christ, how far can, low can this thing go?
The Sweden's defense minister, just reiterating what Austin said, that hopeful to join, although we are hopeful to join NATO by the Vilnius summit.
Ooh, AI down. Where's the play at today, guys? You tell me.
So, reminder, as said before, the video is out on the Financial Newsfeed of the live stream of
Flex, what up?
US
Good morning,
Secretary
everyone.
Austin
Don't forget to
speaking
like and subscribe.
also
Good
the
morning, my
Swedish
dude.
Defense Minister.
Oh, by the way, guys, today there's no like major data. I already looked. Good morning, Doc. My bank players are doing nicely this morning, hoping for a strong end of the week with them. I hope so. Ooh, EVGO took back the top spot. I may or may not throw money at EVGO. I've not decided yet. I think that there's going to be really big money in like charging stations. I think all the charging stations are going to do well with these EVs coming out. Like it might be like a longer type trade, but like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, top 5. I mean, hell, these guys just bought Vanguard just bought more in February. BlackRock just bought more at the end of March, as did State Street and Geo. Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Doc. So next time EVGO is around 577. Okay. Thank you for that, brother. You just saved me a fill of probably like 30 cents. Thank you very much. Well, no, if not more than that. What, 45 cents? Yeah, I might want to take a look at it in case. I was hoping they announced some international relationship. They have a lot of relationships though. Like we could go check out their website in a second, and I'll show you the partnerships that they have. I'm sure that you're already aware of them, but like, not gonna lie, I kind of like this going up to cup out here. Oh, that's Bed Bath & Beyond. What the fuck am I looking at? EV go. Oh, can you tell I slipped in a little bit? Same thing though. Like I like them cupping up to what, $8 at least. They're gonna have to take out these highs though. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a minute since I played it. No. I bought it like at $6 or like 606, and then I wrote it up to like 650 or something, and then I dumped it there. So like I hit it for like a really quick like scalp or momentum play, and then yeah, it was just like a little like 1 day play, but other than that, I haven't been like I haven't been bagging them or anything. It's an easy chart to understand since it has slow, strong movements one way or the other. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's how I feel about. It's how I feel about AI. It's how I feel about Snapchat. It's how I feel about Coinbase. Like they all just move very, very in tune with the overall market. Like, do you see that as well, Doc, or am I like going crazy here? Like, I just feel like I don't know. C3 AI, Snap, and Coinbase specifically. Here's the 8 o'clock volatility candles. I feel like those specifically move with the like market probably more than most stickers. Mm. 100% they do. Gives me confidence in those plays because the blocks in those periods are mid to large. Yeah. Yup.
So good morning everyone, welcome to the US session now on Financial Juice. Just going to go over some of the headlines and sentiment in play ahead of today's session. The Treasuries flatten alongside bunds and gilts while the dollar rises as UK inflation shows less than expected in the year to March, fueling a surge in rate tightening bets. So the pound outperformed its G10 counterparts as well this morning. So a decline in US stock futures indicating a lower cash open. So looking to the docket for today's session then, 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time, just under 15 minutes time, you get the Canadian housing starts data for March. At the bottom of the hour, you get the Canadian PPI data for March as well.
Yeah.
10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, get the weekly EIA inventories data, headlining with crude oil inventories. And at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we have an auction with the US selling $12 billion in 20-year bonds. 2 p.m. Eastern Time to get the release of the Fed's beige book as well. So again, anecdotal evidence from each regional Fed bank regarding the economic situation.
I would love to see the San
Speakers for
Francisco one.
At 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time, comments from ECB's DeCoste. 12 p.m. Eastern Time, comments from ECB's Schnabel and SNB's Schlegel as well. And earnings today, so after the bell at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, you get Tesla reporting Q1 23 earnings.
Doc, go look at a Bitcoin 4-hour. Guys, peep this 4 hour. Ready? Can you say potential double bottom? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, but I think that you're absolutely right because of the whole Bitcoin situation. We are ripe for a reversal. It is approaching a bounce zone. Yep. Yes, sir, it is. Wow, Octo went down again after hours. Oh, there's a little bit of a gap here. Oh, no, never mind. I didn't see that wick. I was playing tricks on me early. DXY to 102.11 almost. Alright, this might be my entry on SINT. I'm not really that positive, but... I'm waiting for a little bit of a pullback. This might have to be it. Yo, Lion, what up, dog? I'm chilling, man. Chilling. I'm just honestly waiting for this rubber band to snap. Like, that's what a lot of my my dough is on right this second is waiting on TRKA, unfortunately. And I don't like to trade like that. But unfortunately, it is what it is.
In 10 minutes time now at 8:15 a.m. Eastern time, we do get the Canadian housing starts data annualized. Forecast 237.5k on the prior 244k, range of 260 to 200k.
I'm about to go ahead and just throw something in chat here. If you guys could go ahead and do me the favor of retweeting it, that would be absolutely fire. It's regarding GNS and the info that we're gonna be putting out later. Please retweet that. Oh, BBBY. I just... There's a slim margin where you could make a lot of money on this, but you could also lose a lot of money. It depends on if you know how to play options or not. That's the way I see it. Good morning, Mike. I gotta figure out how to shut off the fucking Facebook sounds. Is there, like, does anybody know how to do that on a computer? Because it's coming from my main computer. And I don't exactly know how to fuck with it. Hold on. I think I got it. Let's see. Oh, that one. Whoa, 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 whoa. BBBBY did? Wasn't that like their main moneymaker? Video includes 3-page letter to Congress regarding MMTLP. Yeah. Yeah, we were covering that yesterday as it was happening. 'Twas dope. I just wish that it was named. I wish that they named MMTLP. That's all. That's the only thing that I have to say about it. I'm just very happy that we're in front of the right people now, though. That is a bonus. Here she goes. Bye, baby. Announces enhancements to customer loved registry experience. Awesome. It's on PR Newswire. Thank you for sourcing it too. I hate like when people just throw out news and don't source it. That kind of like it makes me want to double check. But because you're sourcing it, it makes me feel a lot better. Thank you very much for like going through all that.
So in 5 minutes time now at 8:15 a.m. Eastern time, we get the Canadian housing starts annualized. Forecast 237.5k on the prior 244k, with a range of 260 to 200k expected.
Again, if you guys want any tickers up, just feel free to yell them. I just have GNS up because of, you know, obviously the call later. I have TRKA up because I have a lot of money in it, and I know that a lot of people in my community have a lot of money in it. Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't care. And Bitcoin kind of tells us which way the market's going. So, I mean, I basically, like, I could swap out GNS and Bed Bath & Beyond if necessary, but I kind of want to keep these just so I know which way the market is heading, and then which way one of my biggest holdings is going as well. So up to you guys what we do with the other two. I wish I could play music right now and I wouldn't get DMCA'd. Like, fuck. I know that there's that free music that they offer creators, but like, last time I did it, they still copyrighted me anyway. Go figure. Like, wait, hold on a second. I bet you I could show you guys. Hold on a second. Wait. But no, but this shit literally says it said that it was free for creators, but hold on. I don't know why my shit's taking forever. Let's see. It should say right here. Hold on. Look at that. And I played it right from their right from their list. I don't know. It was odd. Yo, Jimmy, thanks for starting off the morning right, brother. Let's get it. Thank you for starting off the morning right.
Canadian housing starts annualized out early, 213.865k, 213.865k. That's lower than the forecast of 237.5k.
Good morning, Steve. Right. If charge point goes down to 807, it has a double bottom, says Doc. Thank you very much, Doc. Oh shit! Hold on. Okay, I want to do this. I want to do this. Then I want to go to this. I want to go here. Let's see. Anyone have any requests? Anything? Because like I'm totally content, just just chilling with you guys and bullshitting until until open. But If you guys have any requests, that would be lit. I already kind of have like a packed like plate, I think, right now, just because of the whole GNS phone call this evening. So like, my dollar's stretched at the moment. But if you guys have any ideas, I'd love to talk about it. Just watching the action of BBBY. Okay, cool. So you're chilling.
We've posted out the Canadian housing starts March 2023 report on the feed for those interested.
Yeah. Check out GMPX. Sorry, I was kind of zoned out here. You still have a bunch of 50-cent 721s. Oh, on BBIG. Oh, jeez. I thought you were talking about on Booby.
The bottom of the hour, we do get the Canadian PPI data for the month of March. Canadian PPI month over month, forecast minus 0.3% on the prior minus 0.8%. The Canadian RMPI month over month, forecast minus 0.8%, prior minus 0.4%, and PPI year over year, prior read of 1.4%.
I mean, you're in a bull flag right now. Good morning, Hatter. Hit the like. Thank you. How can I fight naked shorts with that thing? I mean, Roger Hamilton seems to be like a, like a pretty straight shooter. But what do I know? You know what I mean? I did. And I like the idea. I don't know. Honestly, I'm such a believer in Roger Hamilton last night, or after the call the other night. I don't know why it's last night. After the call the other night, I'm just like, well, that's why I really believe in Roger Hamilton. I believe in companies with like solid fundamentals. The companies that are mid caps or small caps, but that have the fundamentals to not get shorted into the ground. And I'm personally looking for, I don't know, I'm looking for layups, like I always say. Chad, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I've been saying that. Thank you. It would make sense. Interactive TRKA borrow fee. Thank you. 500,000 shares available with a fee of 35.5% ish. Huh. As soon as I draw it, a line goes through it. That's funny. It didn't quite make it to VWAP, but it tried.
Five minutes away now to the bottom of the hour. We do get the Canadian PPI data for the month of March. Month over month, forecast minus 0.3%, on the prior minus 0.8%. RMPI month over month, forecast minus 0.8%, on the prior minus 0.4%. And PPI year over year to a prior read of 1.4%.
Let's get that lift. Come on, Bitcoin. Out of there. Out of the gutter. Guys, just remember one thing, okay? There's always another trade too. Right? That's one thing that I think a lot of people forget. That like, and I think that causes a lot of FOMO. Is that people think, oh, I have to get into this one. I have to get into that one. It's like, remember, there's always another one. All right? Only market rule is to remember to protect your capital. Don't gamble it away chasing. Exactly. I don't know. I might want to make some octo money. Some octo money.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the Canadian PPI month over month.
I think if you go anywhere near 6. Yeah, me too.
10 seconds. Zero spot 1%, 0.1% higher than forecast minus 0.3%. RMPI month over month of minus 1.7%, minus 1.7%, lower than forecast at minus 0.8%. PPI year over year at minus 1.8%, minus 1.8%.
Wrong mouse. I was saying I got something going on here. Okay, there we go. Bed Bath and Beyond down. A little bull flag action. Skirt. Go down to VWAP or no?
The Canadian PPI March 2023 report is now available on the feed for those interested.
Remember, guys, shout shit out if you guys want something on chart. I just have stuff up just because people have asked for it. The only thing that I really want up is Bitcoin and TRKA. I don't really care about these. Okay, that's just a barcode, though, isn't it? Oh, Ape ended up losing 7.3 yesterday. Ouch. Yeah, ape. Yeesh. Yeesh is fucking right. Which part? Lion, which part don't you think should have happened? Bed Bath & Beyond down to view up.
Commentary from Baker Hughes, who see oil supply and demand balance tightening this year.
Justin, Hong Kong court recognizes cryptocurrencies as property. Whoa. Okay, I see you.
Baker Hughes also comment that tighter oil markets on China economic recovery.
Oh, alright, creating a. No. Okay, so if the SEC was doing their job, right, Ape would have been like a 4D chess move. In my opinion, if they were like tracking the trades, if the SEC was doing their job correctly, but because the SEC wasn't doing their job correctly, like people who knew like how to take advantage of price arbitrage took advantage of the opportunity, including myself. Morning, Mom. Jumped in late, was trying to calm my friend down. He had a one night stand and thinks the girl's pregnant now. Oh. Yo, slip a Plan B pill in her Starbucks. Should be all right. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, wait. I don't want to. He did what? I was joking. You're saying he did? Slipping is what got him, and then did come in the first. This is a 27-year-old girl with a 5-year-old son. Doesn't work. She doesn't work. Her parents are okay. So he's got low standards, is what you're saying. Oh, unless it popped, she's trying to. Yeah, you know what she's trying to do. Oh God. Buy the value pack. Mom goes buy the value pack. Whew. That's good. Oh, oh wait, the best. You know the bullshit she gives him. She's a religious girl. Meanwhile, she with him the first night with him raw. I thought you said he wrapped it. Wait a minute, you said he wrapped it. Now you're saying he went raw. She sounds like Quit the Catch. You walked in on this guy who had a one night stand and might have knocked up this girl. Don't be a fool. Wrap your tool. No love, no glove. Holy shit. Start learning how to change diapers. He's about to have a nervous breakdown. I mean, I would too if she was kind of like, I don't know. She's just saying that just because he broke up with her. That's it. That's funny. The story on GNS is that at 4:15, we're gonna have Roger Hamilton on YouTube, and then at 6 o'clock, we're gonna have the official GNS team on a space call for Q&A and kind of like a breakdown of what was said on the phone call. That's the story. Yeah, until it gets DNS, what's it called? Until it gets DNA tested. Yeah, I think so too, Kev. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be fun. I need to learn how to turn off the messenger sound without screwing with my updates on my phone. And without screwing with the guy who gives us voice prompts. How do I do that on a computer? Wait, Steve's in here. Steve, Mr. Raven, Steve. Are you still here? I have a question for you. Settings, where are you? Settings and privacy, I'll take that. Um, I think that the only way for me to do it would be for me to mute the people, and I'm not gonna mute the people. Like, I'm sure that there's another way, and I'm sure that I'm just too stupid to figure it out. Oh, wait, what's this? Hold on a second. Wait a minute, hold on. No, it'll only let me do what's it called. It'll only let me like do it if I shut it up. If I shut off all of them. That's fucked up. Oh well. Booby off that double bottom off the VWAP. Bitcoin also trying off of a relative low. We have the 48 to get through. India either has or is on pace to surpass China in population. God damn. So in other words, they're pulling a Rocket Girl friend move over in India. They're raw dogging at an extremely high level. India's outproducing China in babies, basically. So I said that that like a lot of people in India must be doing what your friend is doing. No, and I really don't want to, Doc. I don't know. Heads off to them. With 5 last names, Patel being one of them. Yo, for real. Nobody caught my pun. God damn it. Patel means rich slash wealthy, so they change it to that when they move to the USA. Logical. No. Don't give anyone an idea or any ideas. I myself also know some Patels. Japan's population fell by millions in 2022. Yeah, aren't they going through population collapse? That was actually brought up by Elon like last year. Mom, don't change your name. I love your name. How well does our social security system hold up with population decline? Well, there'd be less people to pay into it and less people to pay out of it. That's the only way that I could think of it, Mike. Because, like, population is not increasing at the rate that it was. Yeah, collapse. Exactly. We need to come up with a new system. Well, some of our older like, you know, like fam members here are probably gonna like be able to like, you know, snag it. Oh yeah, the market's down a little bit. Nasdaq futures are down 0.85, S&P are down 0.62, and Dow's down 0.34%. Bitcoin's down to a 29,225. Yeah, BBBY's having a day. Oh, man. Again, if you guys want anything on the chart in specific, yell it out. I have no problem throwing it up. That's not a problem. I'm just kind of chilling here with you guys, you know what I mean, till open. We got about a half hour left. TBLT and LiDAR green? Yep, saw that. I'm liking TBLT at these prices, but I just don't... I have LiDAR in that portfolio that I don't even want to look at, with BBIG and muln and, like some other bags. I just... kind of like, just... I'll look at them when the market's, like, up. You know what I mean? But I would like to go ahead and I would like to... I'm considering making a TBLT position for, like, the long. I'll keep an eye on sends. Good morning, Jack. Big as a quarter. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Talal. Yeah, TRKA might go. Hold on. Guys, hold on. We have the 13 coming up on the 200 right now. Alright, I have a testicle tingle on Exela today. I woke up with it. No. Nothing here is advice. Nothing here is advice. Talal actually might have the jump on us. You know how he goes after retirees? It's so he doesn't have to deal with what your friend's dealing with. I don't know if Alan has returned from his time travel yet. He has yet to check in. That's called gonorrhea, Rocket Mom. Oh shit. No, we're talking about avoiding pregnancy.
And sources, Russia's oil exports from its western ports hits a 4-year record in April.
Good morning, Dana. Oh, that's what she said. No, it's a woman just out of menopause is where it's at. Just how can you tell? Is there a way to tell without asking? And I don't want the women to answer. I don't want the women to answer. I just want Talal to answer. Kevin says SINT. Oh my god. Talal, how do you properly identify which ones just got out of menopause?
Effective Fed's fund rate unchanged at 4.83% for April 18th.
He's sleeping with everybody's former or like boss. So like in essence, he has a little bit of pull on his job by who he's, having relations with. No, you didn't. Yo, what up, Cohen? Yeah. What is Ashley Madison? Can you tell us all? It's something a fat girl's clothing
Morgan
store.
Stanley CEO Gorman says, I don't expect any rate cuts to happen this year. It's possible that we'll see at least 2 more rate increases. So again, comments from Gorman there.
Oops. Good morning, Mr. Allen. How are you today, my friend?
So I'm looking for Buzz. Have I located him?
You are on the buzz line, my friend.
Good. I'm with the politically correct police department. We need to have a chat.
Uh-oh, what did I do?
If you don't know what you did, you have more problems than I can even explain to you.
Uh-oh. Ashley Madison. Dating site for married people. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about all kinds of cool stuff, dude. You're missing
I
out.
know. I've been hearing. I don't know that it's cool stuff. I've just been hearing your conversation with Mr. Talal this morning. Hence the reason I said I was calling from the politically correct police department.
Oh. Fucking Talal. I can't believe you signed up for that. Actually, you know what? I can.
Yeah, I was a little surprised when I
Logged on.
this morning. I'm surprised Mom didn't come on there and just beat you both to death.
Yeah. No. No. She's rolling. She's rolling with it.
Either that or she fell asleep.
No, she just commented. When we start the day like this, we usually have an amazing trading day, so keep it up, guys. Yeah, please. She said laugh out loud, Alan.
Awesome.
Yeah, how about C3AI is 33% short on threshold? Isn't that interesting? Like to me, that's like the daddiest of AI. Like call me Big Papa.
So, you want to hear something really funny? So, I talked to a guy last night, and I used to be a supervisor at a different company.
Okay.
And he was telling me about another guy I know that works in does my same job, but he works for another company. But he doesn't do roads. He does like.
Wait, hold on a second. Don't do that, because if Rocket Man catches you, you're in trouble.
Do it.
Don't do it.
Do it.
All right, go
What
ahead.
you gonna do? What am I getting myself into here?
She's talking about Googling Ashley Madison, which is dating for married people.
Oh, dude, you don't gotta Google it. Just go get an account. Have you seen Rocket Man? Like, come on.
Yo.
I'm kidding.
Yo. Let's slow down. That's my mother you're talking about. That's my mother you're talking about.
I know, but why can't I throw a couple shots out there? Come on now.
Okay, all right, go ahead. What were you saying about your friend?
So anyway, I don't know that I'd call him a friend. He's just a guy that used to work for me. And he's a nice enough guy. I used to shake my head at some of the stuff he'd say to me.
Uh-huh.
Like, did you really just say that out loud kind of shit?
Yeah.
But, no, he was a good dude, though. So he's telling me about, basically this guy that I know that works for a company that they pretty much do, like, private-owned subdivisions and parking lots.
Okay.
And they do them, for, like, the mall.
Okay.
And, like, big commercial employers and warehouse districts and stuff like that. And so he was telling me how this guy took my old job and how he ended up going to work at the company the guy came from. And I was like, that is just craziness how everybody shifted around.
Yeah.
And
the sideways shuffle.
Yeah, because this guy was just a driver.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's learning to be trained to do what I do. And it takes a really long time. So for a company to pick you up and say, hey, we want to train you, that means they see something in you.
Yeah.
That, is going to be there for a long time. So I was telling him, give him some little tips and tricks and stuff. And we were talking. And I found out, that this guy took my old job. And I was like, they tried to get that guy to go to work there for like 10 years. And they never could come up with a big enough salary to get him over there.
So what, they needed to get rid of you in order to...
No. Like, they couldn't pay the guy enough because of how much he made. Because he made, I think he was making north of like 55 an hour.
Okay.
And these parking lot companies don't pay what the roads pay.
Yeah.
That's just not a thing. And apparently they do now. And so good for my buddy Sean, because he got the number he wanted.
Not our Sean, right?
No.
Oh, you got me excited for a second. Oh.
And my buddy, hang on just a second.
Take your time. You bet. I better be on speakerphone.
What do you mean?
Because you're about to drive. I better be on speakerphone. Hands free. Hands free.
Hands free.
That okay? All right.
You know why it's hands free?
Because it's on speaker.
It's a DUI where I live.
They call it a DUI if you're on your phone.
Oh yeah, it's not. They call it a DUI. It's a driving under the influence -E.
That's kind of interesting.
You're driving under the influence of electronics.
Okay.
Because people texting while driving literally drive worse than drunk drivers, and they've proven this. They've hit more cones on the driving course than the drunk did.
I mean, I can believe it.
And they've done it on the results. So they simulated it 50 plus times. And the drunk driver always did better than the texter. Even the fallen down drunk driver did better than the guy texting.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So, yeah, but you know what? I haven't heard of, people being killed by texting drivers, so I don't know.
No, it happens.
But I'm sure it does. So, anyway, I was just, like I said, I got to hear that my buddy went to work for this other company, and the other companies, they're an all right place to work, nothing bad to say about them. They just don't do road work, and so, it's whatever. It's just a different animal, I guess. But he got them to pay him basically what I'm making now, or very close to it. He's probably within like $8 or $9 an hour of what I make.
Well, that's not that's not that close. I mean, it's better.
Well, it is when they're gonna work him like 120 hours a week.
As I said it, he goes, "Who's talking about Ashley Madison?"
Oh, wow.
He's 60 plus and he knows about it. I told him I have an account and he loves it. Holy God. So, you're my hero. You and Neil?
Wow.
You and Neil? No, Neil's my hero. But...
Wait. Isn't Neil married too?
But he's not on Ashley Madison.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you were implying.
No. Neil's just my hero for various reasons.
I wonder how many women get upset if they find out that, some girl they know is Ashley Madison. That just happens to be her name.
If I ever have a girl, maybe.
Oh, really? Wow.
All right, TMI, Doc. TMI.
Well, if I ever have any more kids,
Yeah.
which I'm pretty sure I'm not going to, and I'm pretty sure the doctors made it that way, but we'll see. But if I do, I'm going to name my next kid Phuckyou.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm
but you got to say it right. Fuck you.
on one today, letting everything fly. Today seems like one of those kind of days, bro.
I think today's going to be very telling of if somebody went back and made some phone calls and sent some emails.
Just remember T+2.
So I got to tell you, I was on the phone last night with the person I've been helping file FOIA requests.
Uh-huh.
And we filed a FOIA request for everything regarding specific tickers.
You hear that, guys?
And, well, I helped him file it. I'll say it that way. And we asked specifically for the data that gets put in the computer systems, that when it by itself isn't deemed that it can do anything because there's not enough information there.
Mm-hmm.
And they just put it off in their system. It's a way to blow off information if they're trying to
Subdue.
look out for somebody else.
Yeah, you have to try to like sweep
so
something.
They approved it.
Yeah. That's gonna be
All
fire.
the data that's in this system, of all the things they deemed that were not of great importance or weren't useful. And they flippin' approved it. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Like, it doesn't get any better than right there. Because let me tell you what, if you worked at, say, a hedge fund and you saw something funky and you turned it in and it was only one piece of the puzzle, that's where it goes. It goes in that system. Because you have to show the whole puzzle for them to be able to utilize it. So, being that is what it is, I think there could be a lot of information in that system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, QH just jumped 22%.
QH?
Yeah.
Being I'm not on the, being I'm driving and I can't look at anything.
It's on light volume. It's not. It doesn't seem.
Is there anything moving abnormally this morning? Since I can't look at stuff.
Abnormally.
Yeah, like yesterday we had things that were moving in weird ways. You see that today still?
Not on my watch list, but I'm sure that there's things that aren't moving. That.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I was just, wondering. And it's a raining this morning, which is going to be lots of fun.
That just means you get to stay in your truck more, right?
Do what?
That just means that you get to stay in your truck more, right? Ooh, Bed Bath and Beyond?
What's it doing?
It's trying up. It's trying to cup
Really?
it's trying to cup and handle right now outside of a descending bull channel.
That's cool.
I mean, we'll
Can't
see if it's
complain
cool.
about that, can you?
No, TRKA trying to get the gold cross, but we'll see if it carries. Bitcoin's also trying to 1348 to the upside, but the 200 is slightly above it.
Oh, why did I just hear that? Apparently, people can't drive again today.
Why? What do you mean?
There's 2 wrecks on where I gotta go.
Well, that just means that you get paid for sitting in traffic.
Yeah, but it means I might not be there when I need to be there now.
But then that means you get overtime, right?
No, it just means it's gonna take me longer to get there.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Because that means it's gonna take longer for everybody else to get there too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at least I know where it is. So, that's the important part. Oh. So, I guess we're going to see what happens in a little bit, aren't we?
I think so. I think it's going to be interesting. I'm really excited for the GNS call tonight. And that's kind of what I got going on.
Very cool.
You should look at V2 if you have V2, by the way.
Yeah, I will have to do that here in just a little bit. I got to get over to this other spot. But, so, I got to tell you, I looked at my truck this morning when I got out of my house and was just looking at my pickup. And it looks so bad when I put these summer tires on my truck.
So put the winter ones back on and say fuck it.
Do what?
So put the winter ones on and say fuck it. Or are they studded?
Oh, no.
Are they studded?
It's way too expensive.
Are they studded?
Are they studded? No.
Oh, okay. All right.
They're just 36s.
Woo!
So they don't do good for the gas mileage, especially when I've got to tow trailers hundreds of miles with cars on them.
Yeah.
Although the car's really light, it's a Honda CRX, but that's not the point. So my truck's not stock height, and I went and put like little pickup truck tires on it. And it looks really, really funny with these little tiny tires on it.
Can you send Mafia a picture?
No,
Please.
I'm not going to let myself be embarrassed any further than I already am, because I have to drive this. I almost thought about going and getting my windows limo tinted so nobody can see who's actually driving this thing.
Do people look at you and laugh?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure they laugh. I would laugh at them. So that's how I know they have to laugh.
Fair.
Because if I'm going to laugh, you know somebody else is going to laugh.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you something else that happened.
What happened?
I can't tell you everybody involved, but I'll tell you some of
All
them.
right, hurry up because the market's gonna open in 10 minutes.
Okay, so I was talking with somebody last night,
Huh?
and Syntax called me, and I was like, hey, let me answer this real quick. Hold on, I'll call you back. He's like, all right. And so she asked what I was doing.
Wait. Hold on a second. I gotta answer something super quick. You have to be a member on the second from the lowest tier on subscription, and it'll say V2 Mafia. That's the one that you have to be. It's just to prevent the whole mole situation. All right, go ahead.
So she asked me who I was talking with.
Uh-huh.
So I told her. And she was like, oh, that's my person. And I said, oh, yeah? She's like, oh, yeah. I go, well, I'm talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, well, that's not right. And I'm like, well, whatever, get over it. Like, too bad he's talking to me. She's like, I'll send him boob pics, and then he won't be talking to you. He'll be talking to me. I said, oh, yeah? Apparently my boob pics were better than yours because he's still talking to me. So then she hung up and started texting me. And so I put her on the call with him, and it was just hilarious to see some of the people, just talk and just be silly and act retarded sometimes, because it's just a way to have a little fun, But it was pretty awesome because I was trying to convince her that some guy liked my chest pics better than hers.
Thanks for the support, Tala. Love it. Love it.
What'd he say?
Now, he asked me how to get on V2, and he said, fuck that. I'm fine being a V1er.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm a little worried about Talal.
What?
Because he's got more AARP cards than Ari's got dollar bills, yo.
He's got what?
He has more AARP cards than Ari has dollar bills.
I know you do, Talal. I'm playing. Relax. Hold on. Hold your horses. I said hold your horses. You're here. You're here every day. That is support. I understand. Hold your horses.
No, he doesn't support it. Nope, sure doesn't. Let's push his buttons. Come on, Talal. What's up, man? Don't believe it.
And the only reason I had to do that, by the way, is just because of just because people said that there was a mole, and repeatedly over and over and over again, and I just kind of wanted some bit of privacy, I suppose, in my conversations.
You're putting them on YouTube. There is no privacy, yo.
No, the things that I'm not putting on YouTube though is in V2.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what about us that are putting those on?
Well, they should be in V2.
Yeah, but what if we put them on YouTube? How do you know I'm not going behind you and videotaping V2 and putting it on?
Because I'm like, I would see it.
Okay. I'm not actually that smart, so not with the computer. Oh. This is going to be a fun one this morning.
Every day is a fun one, Alan. Where have you been?
Yeah, it's just whenever there's wrecks on I-5, because people really can't drive in this state.
Is 5 the one that goes all the way up the coast?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So anytime there's accidents on that freeway, it's really, really not good.
Like, are we talking like multi-vehicle fucking like how many lanes
No,
is
we're
it?
talking like two cars that bump into each other on a lane.
Is like how many lanes is I-5 like where you are?
In some places it's like 7 lanes, 8 lanes.
That's insane.
Where I'm going today.
That's wild.
And it's going to be moving like 8 miles an hour now. Because everybody has to stop and look and stare and be like,
don't you
oh,
hate that?
It's like, okay, you know what? If you're in the lane next to them, cool. Slow down. That's awesome. But if you're not, there's no reason to back up 50 miles of traffic because you want to slow down to 3 miles an hour so you can look and be like, that's really cool, man.
For real.
Like, what the F is wrong with these people? That's my question.
Yeah, you're right.
Because it drives me crazy. It's like, there is absolutely no reason that you feel like it's okay to drive, 2 frickin' miles an hour. The other thing that we get up here, and thank God I don't have to drive any of the big trucks anymore, like the big trucks, is cars will go out and get in front of them and slow them down. Because the geniuses up here think that if you slow a semi-truck down, you're saving the planet. Because it's not using as much fuel, apparently. But what they don't realize is, do you know how much fuel it takes when you have to slow down and speed up and slow down and speed up and slow down and speed up a truck?
No, I understand that. Instead of just a constant
Instead of it just constantly rolling at a speed?
Yeah. It's a big difference.
It's like you just left this truck that was probably getting, 7 or 8 miles to the gallon, and now it's getting like 1 or 2. Congratulations, you just made its fuel consumption 7 times worse. And you just did the opposite of what you were trying to do.
Yep.
That blows me away.
We're about to get a gold cross on TRKA. Above VWAP.
No shit?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, it will be cool if it goes.
Yeah. Man, what a flippin' day. Well, Buzz, I gotta go. I'll see you guys. I'll be listening to you.
All right, buddy.
All right, later, bro.
Bye. See, like, you guys don't want to hear that beep all day. I just don't know how to get rid of it. All right. Last minute. You guys know I'm not a financial advisor. Let's get it. It's about time. Guys, remember with T+2 could get fucking crazy, though. 9:30, let's go, guys. Good luck to everyone. A quarter on BBIG. That's EVGO approaching that $6 level. Interesting. tblt to 105. Bitcoin to the 200. Guys, watch out on the miners if Bitcoin punches this. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. Disney plans to eliminate jobs as it pursues cost reduction. The company could eliminate 15% of all employees in the entertainment division. Okay. Thank you. Bitcoin trying the 200. Bitcoin. Run it, baby. GNS. %70 of Americans are feeling financially stressed, per CNBC. Toro again? Jesus Christ. Chad, are you in that right now? That's my boy. That's my boy. Bitcoin might push. All right, let's get it. Yeah, I see that. RSI on Bitcoin is a 74 though, so heads up on that. A little bit hot. He said Bitcoin might push. That's all. Bitcoin is trying. RSI is a 76. AKTX phase 3 results next week, just saying. Thank you, sir. Guys, if you guys are into pharmaceuticals, AKTX has phase 3 results next week. Bitcoin is testing 48 EMA resistance on a 5-minute. Thank you, sir. And we're about to get the 13 over the 200 as well, if it keeps pushing. Ooh. ENDP put out a press release yesterday. Its PAR sterile products business program has begun shipping. It's on the FDA essential medications list. And they're listed as a guaranteed supplier of it, which I think is pretty cool. Usually pumps till 2 days prior. Quick flip on AKTX. Thank you, Jimmy. Give me a push. Hello, money. Or no, not money. PTE. I have you. I have some of this just locked away because Neil said he liked it a long time ago. Halliburton price target change to $49. You hope Ion Q goes sub 6. Might take a position today. Man, Bitcoin. It's got to figure out what it wants to do here. GNS, what you doing at that VWAP, baby? What is it? Good morning, Tech. Or Devil. I thought GNS would run all the way until close to the news. Not quite yet. I think she's waiting on Bitcoin. Sens is up almost 9%. Great call out by Doc. It will last 30 minutes. That's what she said. Of trading. June 13th, endo price of bidders deadline. So June 13th is the ENDPQ deadline. My portfolio don't turn around within the next 30 minutes, I may have to go back to my part-time gigolo. Oh, shit. Well, Bitcoin is at the 200, so hopefully we get a reversal here soon. Bed Bath & Beyond? Guys, watch the IVs cooking up on what's it called? On like the 50-cent calls. Lunar W, who got a piece of that action? Wow. Okay, sorry. TRKA trying up a little bit. BBBY looking for a handle. Bitcoin is just eating supply in between the 200 and the 24. You bought more TRKA today? I'm very, very intrigued for any news that may or may not drop. Just like he's trying to be almost like Elon Musk. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Bitcoin lifting. Let's see if we can take this at right here. GNS trying as well. Do I have TRKA blocks on my block trade indicator? Hold on a second. I do. How come they're not showing any? That's so weird. Unfortunately, I don't think we hear anything about TRK on the call. Unfortunately, I think you might be right. However, that might make for a great day today, and then like a buy the rumor, sell the news type situation. TRKA. Trying here. Yo, shout it out if you guys see something crazy moving that you guys want to see.
There's some commentary from the S&P who say that the economic backdrop of high interest rates and potential recession requires UK insurers to rethink their approach to capital allocation.
Bitcoin up. Banks getting heavy volume. There's volume here. Okay. BBBY has heavy volume as well, but that's to be predicted with, you know, how much it's up. FRC's up 4%. I actually saw that. Thank you. Looking for a handle on TRKA. Dev, what's good, my dude? What is good? Is it really? Fucking A. The warrants are available on TRKA? That's weird. They weren't available, what, yesterday? On TD Ameritrade, they're available? Okay. Trying to get a lift. Let me edit something quick. The warrants on TRK are 8.5 cents. We have the 24 through the 200. We're gonna have the gold cross here on Bitcoin soon. As long as we keep this price action in force. GNS is in the green. Okay. Bitcoin trying to lift. News this morning said there have been more medical Mary Jane products than chocolate. Really? I mean, I can see it. Think about it by like gross weight. This is kind of just forming a really, really like small pennant. GNS up. I hated Netflix before, and now I hate them even more. Just, I still ain't touching them on me either. Not right now. Like, I have it, but I won't even look at it. That account gets no love. I haven't opened that account in like months. No, that's a lie. Probably like weeks. It was ugly. It was ugly. That's the one that I have muln and BBIG in. Along with LiDAR and some other things. GNS up. Bitcoin up. Going for the gold cross. No, that was more like a yellow pill. Or like the generic version. That was like the over-the-counter stuff that you get at the convenience store. What? Wait, Talal, of course you've tried it. Of course you have. If muln gets to 1 cent, I will double my shares. Bro, college orgies, laugh out loud, is a staple of my diet in university. I can't even say anything bad about it because, like, never mind. Never mind. I have too much. I don't want to go in depth. Bed Bath and Beyond up. I'm surprised that they were old enough for you. Or did you not discover your love for cougars later on? Or until later on? Fair enough. So those college things that you're talking about, you mean with the professors then? Oh god. All right, let's get serious. Let's stop talking about that. Let's get serious. We have Bed Bath and Beyond breaking out of my my drawing. Those 50-cent calls are probably going to be gaining IV, guys. I know I asked. It's really tempting. It's tempting to not ask you. Bitcoin trying again? Steve, can I talk briefly why I like TRKA so much? Bought some a couple weeks ago after listening to you, but sold last week on that little bump since didn't really know it seemed to be going anywhere. Yes. Fundamentals. The tweet from Roger, even though it was inadvertent.
Futures extend their losses with US crude down by around $2 a barrel.
All right. So, that inadvertent tweet by Roger made it so basically like it made it like the Twitter situation. You know how Twitter, like how Elon overpaid for Twitter, right? It might come down to the point where Roger has to overpay for TRKA. That's the way I feel. I believe that because of the offer, TRKA would then have to go ahead and have a fiduciary or duty in order to go ahead and either match the share price, sell it to them, or sell it to somebody else. Spy independent on the 3-minute. Let's go. Bitcoin's trying to bust. Wow, PTE, look at that price swing. That was just up 20%. Oh, yeah, and it has also picked up a lot of retail steam. That's right. Thank you, Devil. Can't forget about the community. If you go, can you take me? I have a passport. I am willing to do an AGFY movie at for real. Sweet. Bitcoin trying to get out of the Sonic R. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin's RSI is in 83 though. $84. Holy God. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Mom. Mom. I don't know. GNS going for another leg. Muln going to 9 cents. Watch out. I don't know. A big party for everyone. And what you wanted to do is a little bit wild, if I do say so myself. You're talking. You want to go parabolic. I'm gonna see if I can get GNS after this call. I want to see if they sell off on buy the rumor, sell the news. If I could buy them, we could get the Snoop plane to fly us over if it really got. Yo, I just watched that movie. Oh, what the hell was the name of that? Soul Plane, right? I just watched it on Netflix not too long ago. Booby trying. Booby trying. Those 50-cent calls, heads up. It's in that supply area. I've been to Singapore to visit my cousin. It is literally the most beautiful country in the world. It's so clean you can't even chew gum. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? They have a lot of like crazy laws though too. Like, don't you get like the death penalty or like life in prison if you get caught with drugs? Yeah, they do have the lowest crime. Yeah. You get fined for spitting on the ground? For real? Bitcoin trying? Bitcoin?
Hurting the euro dollar, reversing its drop as the dollar index pairs its decline.
Booby. Watch it doesn't test that and then come down a little bit. It might not though if Bitcoin pushes. That's a tough spot to be in if you have 50-cent calls. It's so expensive though. Really? You need $300,000 to have a car? What? You could buy a plane here and get your pilot's license for $300,000 in the States. To have a permit to have a car. Okay. That's why it's just so expensive all around. Rivals Qatar easily. Yo, can we talk about how everyone went to Qatar for the World Cup and they it was sponsored by what was it, Bud Light or whatever, or Coors Light, and they couldn't drink? Can you imagine paying thousands upon thousands of dollars? Do you guys imagine? Can you guys imagine spending thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars to go to the World Cup, and then not have any access to alcohol? And not knowing until after you got there, just assuming that you'd have alcohol because it was being promoted by an alcohol vendor. That pissed me off.
So imperial oil volumes are to grow 17% by 2027 versus 2017. That's imperial oil out of Canada.
No, I agree. I don't know. Everyone seemed drunker than me. Maybe. TRKA trying to get that 1348. Bitcoin trying to handle here. Just under a region of resistance support. And we're trying to avoid a head and shoulders on GNS. Nailed my exit on GNS. Bought at 129. Sold at 150. Bang. Just like that. Off to the day job. All right, Kev. See you later, buddy. Cosm's kind of just dragging me down right at the moment. Booby's still up about 37.5%. GNS 1348 on the 5. Thank you, Hatter. Ape is moving. Last 52-week low on muln was 8 whatever. 3 days later, it hit 15.51. It just made a new 52-week low today. Not financial advice. I just feel like we're about to get a run. U.S. stocks open lower as investors digest results from IBM, Morgan Stanley, and more. Thank you, Mom.
So in 10 minutes time now at 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time to get comments from ECB's DeCoste. There's Pablo DeCoste speaking in a Newswire Economy Gateway event in Europe.
PAC W moving up with the rest of regional banks. Thank you, Sam. Wow, mmat 4% down. Jesus Christ. That hurts. Hurts a wee bit. Bollinger Band's getting tighter here on TRKA. Oof, down $22 on AI. All right, MACD needs a spin on Bitcoin. RSI is now at 56. That was lame.
This place needs my protection. Who's in charge here?
It's that low? Jesus Christ.
Looking now to the Fear and Greed Index at 69 out of 100, equaling greed, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index 63 out of 100, also equaling greed.
I should have listened to you as soon as you fucking posted that. Oh well. EMA is getting tighter. Bollinger Band's tightening. GNS struggling right there. DXY flashing red. Love to hear it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to read candles. Super trend up. Immediately rejected. Not a full rejection, though. A little bit of indecision. Indecision on VWAP. On VWAP. I just hope it doesn't come down underneath that support line to eat supply in between the 200. I'd like to see some green right now. V-Ray, extremely oversold, below 10 on the RSI, volume coming in. Heads up on V-Ray from Sam. Watch Exela, I'm telling you.
At 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from ECB's because we also get the weekly EIA data, crude oil inventories forecast minus 0.25 million on the prior 0.597 million, with a range of 2.5 million to minus 4 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1.25 million, on the prior minus 0.331 million. Distiller inventories forecast minus 0.85 million, on the prior minus 0.606 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior minus 0.409 million. Bear in mind that yesterday's API data, crude oil stock change, came in at minus 2.675 million.
Your Zella is up to VWAP. You're just hanging, cool. BBIG just had a massive sell-off, but the turnover rate hasn't budged. I just bought BBIG. Probably gonna regret that. Bitcoin's RSI is 52 now. SPY needs to break 413 level above the 3-minute chart. VIX to a 1671 again.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's because we have put the live video on the feed for all those interested.
Bed Bath & Beyond trying out VWAP. Credit Suisse down to 90 cents.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast minus 0.25 million, on the prior 0.597 million, with a range of 2.5 million to minus 4 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1.25 million, on the prior minus 0.331 million. Distiller inventories forecast minus 0.85 million, on the prior minus 0.606 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior at minus 0.409 million.
Wolf down 7%. That just had one hell of a run, though, just saying. What's SINT? BBBY is about to break right now. Well, about to break a bull flag. Bitcoin's RSI is at 53.5. DXY to 101.80. Any data? No. There's no data today. Well, there's some data, but not US data, I should say. Hey, Neil, if you're in here, I don't know if you are or not. Figured I'd say hello. Oh.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
Watch out on Gush. What's up, James? Coming down to my drawing here on BBBBY.
Ten seconds. Minus 4.581 million, minus 4.581 million. A draw on the forecast of minus 0.25 million. Gasoline inventories 1.299 million, 1.299 million. A build on the forecast of minus 1.25 million. Distiller inventories minus 0.35 million, minus 0.355 million. A build on the forecast of minus 0.85 million. And crude Cushing inventories minus 1.088 million, minus 1.088 million.
Fucking cosm. That $3 level, I'm telling you. BBBBBBBBY, heads up. Right now, it looks that way. You're about to get a gold cross on the 4 hour. Just watch out because your RSI is 72.
Inventories of crude in U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve of 1.6 million barrels to 367.96 million, according to EIA.
Look at SINT.
ECB's DeCos says we're monitoring financial sector developments. ECB's DeCos says financial tensions are increasing uncertainty.
Uncertainty. Huh. SPY EMA is crossing up on a 3-minute. Market could be about to push. Thank you, sir. RSI on Bitcoin is 57. Looks like it's trying to cut the MACD right now. And that could be like a little cup and handle formation that they got going on too. Or if you want to call it an extended double bottom. Whatever.
US crude stocks in the SPR fell last week to the lowest since October 1983. ECB's DeCos says there's ground to cover on rates if March baseline holds.
If it breaks that 48 cent level, do you think it's gonna push? Yeah, it's like I have 48.5 cents, but yeah, I happen to second that. The play really would have been to sell your calls here and then buy $1 here if it does push. But that would have been like the ideal play. If it does break that 48 cent level. That would have been like the perfect way to play it. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin. Lift that whole market. Lift the entire market across the board. Let's go. Hey Dylan, what's good, brother? How you doing? Look how tight TRKA is. GNS just isn't moving. Bitcoin to the VWAP.
ECB's DeCos says the May rate move to be determined by incoming data.
No, you do that. I'm not going to be involved in that. I'm not going to be involved. No. Yeah, I just don't want to end up on Capitol Hill. Go. Right through VWAP. Right through VWAP, Bitcoin. CXAI. Oh, hello. Does this just like not want to go down at all? Like, what the fuck? That indeed. Bitcoin's RSI is 63. Bad been beyond looking for a handle.
ECB's DeCos says the effects of the rate hikes to date are still materializing.
Guys, give me 1 second. I have to look outside for a package. Nada. Okay. All right.
ECB's DeCos says we're watching data on inflation expectations, and the information on that from last week has been good.
Tomorrow's 420. Gotta be good, right? Just remember that a lot of people are expecting today to be really good for GNS, right? But remember that we have a T+2 settlement cycle. I don't want to be raining on anyone's parade. I just want to, I want you guys to have the most up-to-date information. And, like actual info. Like, today may very well be a great day. But just remember, T+2 is a son of a bitch.
ECB's DeCos says European banking capital liquidity is strong.
Can I explain more on T+2? Yeah, it's simple. So while your trade is like getting settled, you trade basically your trade doesn't settle. Like when you make a trade, it doesn't settle immediately. It takes 2 days. So then we don't see the information on the settled trades until after the 2-day period. So basically, the data that we see happened 2 days ago. Does that make sense? I think that's the best way that I could explain it. If not, I'd have to get Neil on. Yo, thanks, bro. But yeah, it just... we're not seeing current information. That's why, like for instance, I tweeted yesterday T+0 or T0, and like somebody said, "Wait, what do you mean?" Because they didn't understand it either. You know what I mean? So it's like a common thing that people don't understand, but it's just pretty simpler, or it's pretty simple. Excuse me. It like we should have that data immediately. We shouldn't have to wait 2 days in order to, then get details on it. Like even Ortex and like whatever data source like we're looking at, it's still going to be 2 days late, unfortunately.
ECB's DeCos says bank profitability has benefited from the rate rises. And ECB's DeCos says so far banks have been benefiting from our tightening of monetary policy, and profitability has increased to the highest level since 2014.
Gotta run to a VA appointment. I'll be back again. Thank you for your service. Good luck to you at your appointment. Oh, I see a message. GNS hard down below Sonic R. Just tie it off, devil. Turks are skipping banks and flocking to an ancient bazaar to dump their liras. What? I don't know what any of that means. Besides people from Turkey. Thank you for that, Greg. Bed Bath & Beyond handle or nah? Bitcoin's at the 48. 10 new electric cars with the longest range. Alright, let's see. The Lucid Air, starting at $87,000. Range of 520. Model S is number 2.
Because sees
405.
consensus of policy steps lasting.
The Tesla Model 3 is next. That has a range of 358. The Mercedes-Benz EQS is 350. The BMW i4 is 301. The i7 is 296. The Polestar is 270. The Chevy Bolt is 259. The Kia Niro is 253. The Chevy Bolt EUV is 247. Thank you. Ape up. I don't know why I don't have any EMAs on this chart. That's so weird how they're different. SDIG, another 6% up. I just want to say that I made a video about this in December when this was like 40 cents. Veery up another 12. As soon as I go to flip off Ape, it just gives me some green. We're consolidating right now in the Bitcoin 48. I'm holding it, but it's starting to piss me off, and I'm down on it. But I'm holding it because in my opinion, it's fundamentally sound. That's why I'm holding it. They're making acquisitions. They're fundamentally sound. That's why I'm holding it, even though I'm down on it. I'm just not going to sell it at this level. Yeah, his name's Frank. I think he is. But remember how I told you guys about Veery like a while ago, and it's had several green days in a row, or money several green days in a row. Those are his like the companies that he represents as well. We're just talking about cosm, COSM. Yeah. Yerp. Yerp. Yerp, 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 yerp. I mean, I feel like I'm dragging my nuts through glass being in it. Smelting glass as well. Not just regular glass. Hot smelting glass. Yes. I'm gonna send a tweet out. Anna just sent me something funny. No, I don't want to talk to some girl in a Hooter shirt. No, thank you. Alright, hold on a second. I gotta tweet GNS real quick. No, I hear that. Taking them right off my watch list. I don't want to look at them anymore. ALLR down 44%. Yeah. I mean, didn't they just like rip though, like a lot? Penny landed on heads. Try a quarter. What are you doing flipping pennies? You gotta do it right. Huh. No, I'm just kidding, dude. You do you. VIX to a 16.5? It's a wheat penny? Oh, that totally counts. Never mind. That's dope. Totally counts. Sorry. Alright. Back to work. Canaccord Genuity maintains buy of intuitive machines. Lowers price target to $20. Are Tesla earnings like right now? Oh, they're at 5:30. They're 5:30. They're at 5:30 this evening. Right before the space with GNS. Upwards trajectory. Yeah, lunar. Yeah. GNS trying up. Oh, Tesla. What am I doing? Okay. Hard down on Bitcoin.
According to Punchbowl News, McCarthy is to release the debt limit bill net text today. Just to repeat, McCarthy is to release the debt limit bill text today.
Yay. Higher lows. This thing might be a monster. Woo! Mmat has 21 cents again. Ooh, Coinbase just lost 65 bucks. That's a tough one because it just had upwards trajectory this entire time. That's a tough one, buddy. I think up. But I am a bull. Let's keep that in mind. I am bullish on the market. I think that it's going to come down a little bit, but then I think ultimately it's going to end up going up. But I also think that we're going to see companies, you know, become behemoths that are like we've never even heard of, like as at the moment. Of course, dude. I would say just watch overall market direction. And then I don't know. Remember though, sometimes, you know, like no play is the best play. I think a lot of us have to remember that. You know, sometimes the best play is no play. Come on. Oh god. Make Papa pitch a tent today. Talal went to the to the convenience store and everything. He is ready to go. TRKA has him rock solid. Hammer followed by an inverted hammer. TRKA. You think tents are your friend. You merely adopted tents. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see you pitch a tent until I was already a man. You just ripped out a Batman tweet or quote about fucking tents. You totally just Googled quotes about tents. Did you not? Tell me I'm wrong. Oh, okay. Chad GPT can predict the stock market and understand Fed statements, studies claim from Fox Business. Huh. Makes me really like AI companies. Chad, this does not want to give you an answer on if it's going to be a double top or if it's going to handle. It does not want to give you an answer at all. ADN is getting absolutely pounded. AMV Golden Cross. Okay. Is that my watch list, right? And that's the scene where he beats the fuck out of Batman. Oh, okay. Colorado governor signs bill allowing teens under 18 to come from other states to have... What? Alright, yo, fuck Colorado. Fuck Colorado. Bitcoin's about to move. See, guys, I just see these drawings before I draw them for you guys, and it just kind of... Sometimes I don't have enough time to draw them. This time I did. Look at all the indecision on TRKA as well. Booby. Whoo! Right back into that zone. Bitcoin is on a super trend up, trying to break the 48. Yeah, that a boy. Atta boy. POAI is green. Speaking of POAI, where's Jordan? Oh, there he is. Hey, Jordan. DXY creeping up. TRK8, TRK8, TRK8. Come on, baby. About to get at the 1348 here on Bitcoin. Pedro posted on Boyle. Well, which is nat gas. What does he think to the upside? Whoa, what happened to... What happened there? Oh, never mind. BBIG just, or not BBIG, TRKA just moved up like, you know, half a penny. So my P&L looks a lot better. Never mind. Bitcoin still looking for that 1348. Cool, calm, collected. Guys, we're just chilling. We're like they're biding time. That's it. They're biding time. If you guys see any snipes out there, let me know. I also predict news on TRKA. I agree with you, Jordan. Soon. I just don't know when. Yeah, but that was GNS, not TRKA. I'm down 420 today. That usually means my portfolio is at a bottom. Maybe they can plan to put a tweet with the news right after the market. Can you imagine? Yeah, Lunar got news a couple minutes ago. Did it move off that? Heads up. Watch out on Lunar warrants. Guys, watch out on Lunar W. Guys, what? They're 75 cents. Just watch out on them. If Lunar's gonna move, chances are Lunar W does as well. Wow, it's already up fucking 114% today. Wow. You know, so that could be consolidating. That could be consolidating in order to make it an easier acquisition target. That's my thought, Jordan. Interactive Brokers, PXMD. There were 7,000 shares available with a fee of 416%. Wow. What's up, Scott? How you doing, dog? Now it's back. That's very, very odd that they would do that. Yeah, I saw that. If Lunar goes to space, chances are the Lunar warrants will too. Cosm is just like really fucking like. Ugh. I have a lot of Cosm. So even though it's only down 1.26, it's still fucking like a thorn in my side. DXY to 101.90. CXAI up. The bull called it. Yep. Wow. What you're saying, muln? Wow. I wish I would have taken my profit history and ID, but I didn't know if I sold, if I would have gotten a good phase violation or not. Sorry to hear that. Oof. To the 2. Bitcoin just underneath the 48. TRKA about to blast. I fucking hope so, dude. I've been ready. I've been ready. Bitcoin. Mullen's trying to move. Trying to get off that 48 with Bitcoin. It's like a very choppy cup and handle forming out on the 4 hour. I see you. Mulling up. How tight this shit is. That's unsustainable. If anything, it might wait for the 48 to catch up, but not if Bitcoin lifts. Bitcoin down to 200. Watch for an extended double bottom here. On MPX. Ooh, my package might be here. Hold on. Yep, how's it going, buddy? My life is one big dub. I swear to God. Alright, 1 second. I clicked the wrong button. Alright, I'm gonna do some adult things. Give me a second. I'm still here with you guys. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, man. I'm more excited right now than, like, a kid who just filled his first Kleenex. Or who just filled his first Kleenex, I should say. Whew. I'll pull up AI in a second. Bitcoin fell off a little bit. Goev's moving nice. Okay. I'm a good boy. My headaches. Yeah, I'm not even gonna get into it. All right. But let's not talk about it. How about that? Buzz, you got Facebook? Can you pull up Lawrence Harge to see what he's been posting today? Ooh. What's his name? Lawrence Harge. Mullen, the Goliath of all EV companies, 1 hour ago. Whoo! I actually have to pee real quick. Give me a second. Alright. Alright, we back in the game. We back in the game. Alright, guys, stop talking about it, please. I mean, honestly, the play was selling 50-cent calls here and buying dollar calls either like right here or like right here. If this thing is gonna run. That would have been perfect execution on options. That volume is just insane. Yeah, it is. Hey Dylan, if you're in here, which I think you are, I think I want to work on my branding this weekend because I have some things like in the pipe that I'm gonna need to have completed branding for. So I think I'm gonna work on that heavy this weekend, just so you know. I got you. You just send a questionnaire to make it easier. Oh, okay. A questionnaire. That would make it a lot easier for me, but like that puts more work on you, so I don't want to stress you out. Cause like you're assisting me. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to become a burden, if that makes sense. Then I'll also tell you what I have going on. As to why, you know, I want to put a rush on it, like in after hours or something. You're the man, you know that? That's like a quick swing right there if you got in April 25th cent calls at 8 cents. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like BBBY to me is an options play all the way. Like I was saying, if I had 50-cent calls, I would have sold them in here. Here. Oh wait, I forgot. Wait. Look, see, I would have sold them in here at this resistance, right? I would have been patient, and I would have either rolled them right here to dollars, or I would have waited, and I would have seen the higher lows, right? And with the higher lows, that's when I would have went with the dollar. If I was playing it like that. Ooh, Canaccord is the one who sliced the what's it called? Canaccord Genuity is the one who sliced the lunar price target by $15. We could thank Sean for that, you know. Also, just for those who are wondering what V2 is like, we were actually talking about BBBY calls in V2. And they would have been perfectly executed too. Well, at least, yeah. Almost perfectly executed.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Schnabel.
Schnabel. That sounds like a cool ass name. Hey, yo, Schnabel. Let's pump the market. A lot of volume in IMPX today. Yeah. Still below average volume. More than 34,000 MMTLP letters have been sent to regulators. Holy God. That's what I'm talking about, fam. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, baby. That's what I'm talking about, though. 34,000 letters? I'm not hungry at the moment, but thank you. Hey, can you look at the, what's it called? Can you look into the sample stuff that you already went over? Can you find like the best companies and kind of send me like a link to their like their products? Please. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Mama. Bed Bath & Beyond is once again laying the groundwork for bankruptcy filing as its last-ditch efforts to raise cash come up short. Uh-oh. That could be a hit piece. Greg says hello, Anna, by the way. Didn't you do that this week? I thought that was going to be... I thought that... So you did the breakdown. I thought you were going to send me the companies. Bed Bath & Beyond have revived Chapter 11 bankruptcy preparations. Hello, Mrs. Buzz from Devil. Mama, you're getting all the love today. A former Meta recruiter says she was paid almost $200,000 per year to do nothing. I want to get paid that much to do nothing. I told you when we were on the phone to look into it, and you said you I thought that you had links. I thought you were gonna send me links, baby. Like that's where the disconnect happened. I guess I'll have to do it in myself. I was looking for the links that you got those numbers off of. No big deal. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I love you. I'll talk to you later. I have a very important space call at 6 o'clock, though, so it'll be like, probably like 2 hours after that.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from
Bitcoin
ECB's
trying trend.
Schlegel, as well as SNB's Schlegel.
All right. Later. Love you. Jordan, shut up. Jordan? Oh. Babe, nothing to worry about. I just took my medicine. That's all. I didn't do anything. Bed Bath & Beyond over 53 cents. And there it is. Don't say that. Fix that. Ape's 3% up. TRKA down to the Sonic R. Eating supply at VWAP and the 200. And CMI moving again as well. TRKA up.
According to Punchbowl News, Republicans are to offer a debt limit lift by $1.5 trillion or until March 31st. shortly expecting comments from ECB's Schnabel and SNB's Schlegel.
Sorry, we're having a Mafia 2 chat. It's regarding BBBY. That a boy, Sean. Fuck yeah. That a boy, Sean. 233, we'll take that. Just in, the House Republicans have proposed lifting the debt limit by 1.5 trillion or until March 31st of 2024.
ECB Schnabel says while headline inflation has started to decline, underlying inflation proves sticky. And ECB Schnabel says inflation momentum remains high for all components except for energy. ECB Schnabel says supply side shocks from
Sean, I feel
bottlenecks
you.
and energy prices continue to fade.
I feel you. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, alright. I'm gonna self-promote because this is my channel and I could do so, okay? On Mafia V2, there was a play that was made just because we were just bouncing ideas off of each other that, like, we're talking, like, you know, a couple 100% play where it would have paid for several months worth of V2 access just from one conversation. Just saying. Goev is such a nice chart. Yeah, I didn't get I missed my fill way down at the bottom. Oh yeah, this thing's ripping. Higher lows pretty much this entire time except for the see how it's wicking? It's wicking like that. It's just wicking down and eating supply within those zones. But other than that, it's just higher lows all the way. Discord is still free. You guys could still tag me in Mafia V1. But your boy needs to make a living in order to do this. If you guys want me to keep doing this, I need to do something. It's either this or I'm you know, I gotta go ahead and, you know, it will Dana, it depends on the what's it called. It depends on the circumstance. I'd have to see I'd have to know what chart you're looking at. And what timeline you're looking at as well. Yeah. But no, Jordan, the thing is like if I don't charge for something, right? I'm not going to be able to keep doing this. It wouldn't, I mean I could, but it wouldn't make sense for me to do it. But I am still keeping V1 and I am what's it called? I am still available to be tagged in both Discord and Mafia chat. So, it's not like I'm like cutting everybody off completely. Wow. Check out V2 again. Thank you, Sean. I'm in V2 and it's worth the extra. Yeah, so it's $9.99 a month. I'm in V2 and it's worth the extra $5. I love to hear it, Dana. Love to hear it. Also, the only difference is that it's the only chat that I'm looking that I'm looking at during, other than mods like that direct message me. It's the only like the only chat that I'm looking at throughout the day. That's kind of the only difference. I did sell my NVOS at a loss. I will say that. It was like a 1% loss or something like that. I just sold it because I didn't know if it was going to rip overnight, because we've seen that happen before. And it did break out of that 4-hour pennant. So I actually just bought BBIG. What is up with BBIG? I bought BBIG today again. Ah, failure to satisfy listing rule. Great. Woo. $321% cost to borrow average. Let's just go ahead and just let's let the Twitterverse know about this. What do we say? I feel good. I do what I want. So good. So good. FRC gearing up to retest a recent high where it double topped. Okay. Thank you, sir. Again, check V2 regarding mmat stuff. High risk, high reward, though. BBIG 1 hour chart. It could be a rug pull. Watch out on the option flow. Watch out on the option flow on BBBY. You're either gonna see an influx of probably $1 calls for next week, or you're gonna see a shit ton of 50% puts. That's how I would play it personally. So just like I would say watch out for those. SPX gap fill level on upside. Thank you. Yes, and not financial advice. Thank you. Thanks for that, Lion. AMC to 515. As another... Alan, give me 1 second. I wanted to say something. As another, what's it called? As another, self-promotion. The other day when AMC was above 550, I said, watch out if the market comes down, that AMC $5 puts don't pay. And that very day, I sent that message, I believe it was either at 11:58 or 12:58, but that very day, the price went from 550 something down to 497. So there's another example of why V2 is the shit. All right, go ahead, Alan. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Oh, dude, I'm happy today.
Happy? Good, good, good. Love to hear it. I'm happy too.
Yeah, I mean, about well, it was a little more than that probably. A little while ago, I saw that my puts that I had at 9.5 for Peloton, and I'm just rechecking it now. They're way down from where they were. They were way high this morning for a little while. And so I ended up taking something that I was severely underwater on. And I mean, you saw, some of my numbers yesterday. You were like, oof. And I took a $2 hit and put $57 back into my account.
Yo, how about I called out MDGS at 425, right? I even drew one of those, like risk reward things, right? 2 days late. 2 days later, so it was at 425. Currently trading at 512.
Nice.
Let's go. Like that just speaks towards obviously my credibility, and that's what I need.
Well, it's what you think you need. You just need to be you.
Well, yeah, no, but people.
I hear you.
I am being me, and in being me, I tend to be right, and that sounds really cocky, but it's kind of true. But I need people to see me being right, in order to gain, like confidence from others. Bitcoin is about to 1348 up. It is eating supply in
people
between.
see it already, bro.
Yeah,
You
but
see BBBY, it's about to go again.
yeah, but see, the whole thing is I know people see it, right? But at the same time, I like in order for me or in order for YouTube to be worth it, I need people to see it more, I guess. Does that make
That
sense?
just means you got to be right more often. You don't got to necessarily broadcast it, though. That's all I'm saying.
Well, but the whole thing about me broadcasting is then so people notice it.
Okay.
I think you and I.
Watching the channel notice a lot because we're doing pretty good. So.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean,
that's just my opinion. So I mean, hey, it's one guy's opinion.
Well, but see, I really respect your opinion. You know what I'm saying? So, I guess my only thing about it is for like the newer people that are in, I want them to understand, that.
So, do you know that when you were growing your account,
Uh-huh.
it wasn't so serious and it was just fun to be in here, and we still called out the stuff and we still did the DD stuff that we're doing and we still talk,
Yeah.
just like we do now. But it was kind of fun. You weren't so serious and you had explosive growth, like 4 months ago.
Do you want to know why though?
I think you need to get back to that.
Okay.
That's just my thoughts.
Okay, that's fair. But can I tell you what also helped me grow like that?
What?
You and MMTLP.
And that may be some of it, but I'm talking about before we were even really talking about that, your channel was exploding with growth.
Yeah.
And now it's just growing consistently, which isn't bad. It's just not growing at the rate it was growing.
No.
And I attribute that to, I think you were having more fun. And I think when you're having more fun, the people in here are having more fun.
Well, all right. So what I attribute it to is before I was chasing charts around because people, would just call shit out, right? And they would want it charted. So I would just go ahead and I would yank it up real quick, right? But my problem was when I was doing that, I would fuck up with my execution, right?
Okay.
So
you still have to execute, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me finish though. So my problem.
Seeing that the
Wait, hold on a
Nasdaq
second.
100 has turned positive for the first time on Wednesday.
All right. So basically, what happened was I focused more so on other people's charts, right, rather than my own. And with that being said, I think I lost a little bit of growth there. But what I want to do is I want to be a perfectionist at my tickers and the ones that I'm following, rather than just chasing random charts around. For me, it's about sniping, not pressing the hot button.
Okay. So I'm just saying, go back to where you're having fun and you're laughing half the day.
No, you're right. You're right.
That's just my thought.
No, you're right. You're right. And then after today, we're gonna start with the spaces during what's called during market hours. That way we could have a little bit more fun.
Whatever you think.
Well, I mean that I think that would be an interesting way to do things. I'm just gonna need a really fire co-host. Look at the cost of our average, almost 400%. Utilization 74.77 and 2.18% short on Buru. I'm just gonna need a fire co-host that could obviously limit people.
Right. I need to see goev launch, man.
goev was looking like it had a nice chart on it before when I was looking at it.
I mean, if goev and Blink would both go, I would be really happy.
I need cosm and trka to go before anything.
I mean, Blink's trying. It's trying hard. But it just seems to always jump up and then fall back right back to that 750 mark.
Here, wait, I want to ask everyone a question. Hey, everyone in chat, who can I rely on to be a really good Twitter co-host? that will be able to go ahead and shut people up. Like, if they're playing music, if they're cursing too
SMB
much.
Vice Chairman says Swiss inflation
Basically,
is
if
low
they're
in international
violating
comparison,
YouTube
but still too
terms
high.
of service. Is there anybody in here that would be willing to do that? I mean, you could start. TRKA trying. Bitcoin's trying as 200 as well. Oh, we might be mission critical here.
Blink's curling down, it looks like, for a second.
I violate terms of service too much to be no. Well, I think that you work. Well, I think that I would need somebody that's not working full time.
Yeah. Maybe Neil.
I wouldn't want to bother Neil with what's called. I wouldn't want to bother Neil with having to mute people and boot people and.
Swiss National Bank
Do all
Vice
this stuff.
Chairman says Swiss inflation is above the level we associate with price stability.
You know, I hear you.
The holders. I don't see the big three in here at all. But this
SMB
Anzu
Legal
Partners
says
owns
inflation is
53%.
at 2.9% is significantly above target.
Yeah, no, I would definitely need somebody that is just kind of just chilling, working from home or, trading full time, probably.
Right. So for this week, I gotta see BBBY, goev, and NAPA take a serious jump.
Yeah, but see, Al, can I tell you something without I don't want to be mean, but can I tell you something?
What's up?
You should have taken the 50 cents on BBBY, and you would have raked today.
I know. It's already up 300%, the calls I did take.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. See, like, the perfect play on BBBY, I don't know if you're not looking at my chart, but at, what would that be? I forget, you're 3 hours behind. At 10:10 was the perfect sell. Or 10:09, that would have been the perfect sell on the 50 centers, and then your perfect buy on the dollars would have been at 10:23 or about 11:25. Those would have been like those would have been the perfect dollar like rolls. If that makes sense.
Right. We just got to see BBBY get up to $1 today.
Well, but can I also say something? Yeah. You're in V2. You should have saw that.
Well, I can't be in V2 when I'm driving.
That's true. That's fair. That's respectable. Okay, fair enough. JWAC halted down.
BBBY has been on a solid climb for a while now. If it makes another jump like it already did today, I would be in really good shape.
I mean, we'll see. It's still above trend. It's well above trend, so like it could come down a little bit and it still be on trend. Bitcoin is just under the gold cross, and TRKA going for the 1348 above the 200.
SMB Schlegel says the SMB must react.
Cup and handle forming here on CXAI.
GoEV's doing pretty good.
Yeah. Well, GoEV was creating higher lows.
GoEV is like a rocket ship at the moment.
Kid. Yeah, I actually tweeted that about AI. They were also 33% short.
GoEV on this run alone went from like 63 to 75.
I just want to see Bitcoin eat this fucking gold cross right here.
SMB chairman says
potential double bottom.
Further interest rate hikes to bring inflation under control.
Printing some nice. Oh, sweet! I bought BBIG. Okay, cool. Bed Bath & Beyond might be forming a double bottom right there. I'm gonna switch off to BBIG just because he said that and because I bought some earlier. Okay.
Yeah, BBBY is getting ugly. Better stop that.
Well, the puts are about to be nasty on it, in my opinion. CXAI up. Like look at the order flow on options if you're playing BBBBY. That's essentially what I would do.
Yeah.
What is this? That a boy, Sean. That a boy. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry. I get excited for all my friends. Steve with 110% play. Let's go! Look at this. Sean just hit a contract from 6 cents to 19 cents. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Mafia V2, baby.
Hell yeah, bro.
I needed to do something in order to go ahead and generate, some kind of change. So if V2 is it, then so be it. I thought at first that it might go against my whole, my whole like, oh, I don't want to go ahead and like I don't want to charge anybody anything type situation. But in theory, Discord is still free, where anybody could tag me, and I could still be tagged in Mafia V1 as well. It's just throughout the day, if you want to get a hold of me, V2 is the only way. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm like, I guess, being like completely hypocritical. Because if I didn't do something, then I would have needed to change and not be on YouTube anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? Getter so
Yeah.
cute, round 2. Do it, FRC. What's V2? No, it's a what's it called? It's Facebook chat.
SMB Sheep
And
says the markets
It's
expect that
what's it called?
tightening
You go to
isn't
my
over.
membership tab, and it's the second level from the bottom. It'll say V2 Mafia.
Right.
No. Okay, so we talk through Messenger, but you pay through YouTube. And the only reason why I use why I use Messenger instead of Discord is just because Messenger pops up above everything else.
Right.
However, Discord's still badass because there's so many tools. So if you need me and you're not in V2, just tag me there, or whatever, or just direct message me. There you go, James. Watch out if SPX doesn't get that gap fill on a 3-minute chart. If volume doesn't follow, things could go south quick. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, Bitcoin's close to getting that gold cross. It's just eating supply still in between the 48 and the 200. Look how tight that is. AMC slowly climbing on the 5. Wait, I don't want to draw this. I want to draw this instead. Okay. Bitcoin trying to pop the 200. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on. I gotta catch up on V2. I agree with Sean with what he's saying. Thank you, Sean, for covering V2. QBTS is up another 5%. That was a call out from yesterday. We're going to be pushing the 200 here on Bitcoin again. So we still have to get through the Sonic R right here.
You know what I hate, like, a lot?
Ari?
I hate when Fidelity app just keeps locking up and it won't let me do what I want to do.
Yeah, it sucks.
Every time I go to make a fucking trade.
TRKA trying. Bed Bath & Beyond to the trend line.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I'll chat later.
All right. Bye, Alan. Thanks for checking in.
Later.
Sorry, I'm talking to V2. Watch out, that's not a double top on Bed Bath & Beyond. Yo, James, welcome to the fam. Do I have you on Facebook already? I don't think I... Okay, I just found you. It's the same profile picture, I assume. Oh. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What just happened? What just happened? Hold on. Oh, you need to make a Facebook, dude. That's what just happened. Ooh. Yeah, I created a new group by accident. He needs to make a Facebook. I tried to grab him and he's on Instagram. TRKA. I'm waiting on Bitcoin right here. TRKA, it's looking interesting. Just tightening up. I love how you say exactly what I just said. It's funny. Bitcoin trying, Sonic R. The 1 month on TRKA is so damn tight, it's crazy. Yeah, the The chart just looks like it wants to snap, doesn't it? GoEV's climbing nicely. Okay, you just asked to join Mafia. Hold on one second, let me let you in. Well, first I'm going to request you as a friend. Please accept that. Bitcoin up. AGFY had a little run yesterday. Hopefully, homie took the. Let's not even talk about that.
SMB Schlegel says, in the long run, Swiss mortgage rates are still low.
And BBBY going down, yeah. All right, James, you are now in V2, buddy. And thank you for joining. Go EV? Shit, he goes. Yeah, dude. Go EV was on a beautiful trend. We talked about this. Beautiful trend. Higher lows. Very strong chart. SPX has almost filled the gap. Thank you, Doc.
SMB Schlegel says the risk of a correction in the Swiss housing market exists.
It hurts to see how low it's gotten. That's how I feel about like BBIG and muln and things like that. But it's to the point where I just don't even like fathom it anymore. All right, you guys want to watch BBBY? I'm assuming by the looks of my view count.
SMB chairman says house prices in Switzerland have risen faster than fundamental factors like incomes.
Now, if you think that this is gonna push, dollar calls might be the vibe. But that's if you think it's gonna push. DXY, you're calling Buru for Buru move, okay? DXY 3-minute chart looks heavy. Good. Let DXY come down. Euro 3-minute chart. EMAs are crossing up. 21% brew naked short report. Okay. But what's the volume on it? Like, is it getting good volume? I mean, it's not getting any volume right now. This actually might be... Yeah, I like this call, actually. So far. Hold on, let me look at the... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. It's like catching a falling knife right now, though.
Fitch Ratings says barriers to bailing in EU banks, senior creditors are set to fall away under proposed reforms. SMB Schlegel sees potential for Swiss house price correction.
Sorry. V2 is important to me. I don't know if Buru's done falling yet, bud. Maybe. You might be actually perfectly timing the entry. Kid, I like it. Not financial advice, of course, but I like it.
SMB chairman says although we expect inflation to decline this year, it is too soon to sound the all clear.
I personally like it. They got picked by the DOD on April 5th for something, too. Reset that RSI, BBBY, and get another leg up. Yeah, well, that's kind of what it's doing. RSI... What the fuck is this? How do I get... Wait, I gotta get rid of this in the chart. There we go. Sorry. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. No, you're good. You're good. You're in chat though now, right? You should be. Okay. All right, cool. I just want to make sure you were straight. Their EBITDA margin percentage isn't really looking that pretty right this second. It's getting better, though. EBITDA margin percentage for quarter 4 was negative 887%. Not a fan of that. Bed Bath & Beyond stock surges. Meme traders are back by Sabrina Escobar. Uh-oh. So we're getting a lot of mixed reports. And that was reported at 12:25. Thank you. Hi, Bio. What is going on here? iBios just, steady gains. Dana, I know you could hear me. It was just a, what's it called? It was a, an article from Barron's. I bet. Bet. Watch for the gold cross here on Bitcoin. DXY flirting with a breakdown on a 3-minute. Momentous. What is Momentous doing? MNTS. Did we not talk about this being a potential buy yesterday before I even clicked the button? Okay, 6%. Alright. Alright. Good shit, Gina. Good shit. Veery up another 8.8. Bitcoin trying in the Sonic R. Watch it try to form a cup here. Potentially. SDIG is down even though Bitcoin's going for that gold cross. Keep in mind, this did just clear $1 like 2 days ago, though. It's been on fire. Let's see what AI looks like. As soon as I say AI, you said AI. That's funny. AI is pretty much unch. It is off the bottom, though. I'm already long AI, so everybody here knows that. If you've been here, you know that already. But I I am already long and strong. DXY below all EMAs on the 3-minute. Love it. Critical levels here for TRKA. It's trying to get over the Sonic R, but it's at VWAP and the 200. And then the 13 is right there, as well as the 48. So this is just all stacked up. Going for the gold cross on Bitcoin, underneath the 48 and the 200. You get price action back above. VRM is sub 90 cents.
We are now 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. US due to sell $12 billion in 20-year bonds. The prior bid to cover was seen at 2 to 53, with the prior high yield of 3.909%. So just looking at a preview ahead of this auction, as JP Morgan strategists see the auction as being digested smoothly, citing yields above the local lows reached a couple of weeks ago and improving liquidity. So against the curves, the 10s, 20s, 30s fly is slightly richer on the day, sitting at around 42 basis points near the middle of the 28 to 56.5 basis point yearly range. Also look into the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 113,000 bond futures contracts, a possible source of covering demand. So primary dealers' positions in coupons maturing in more than 11 years were net long $56.7 billion in the week ending April 5th, near the $46.1 billion average over the past year, if not slightly above.
Bitcoin trying. Again. FRC cup on the 3-minute. Laugh out loud. ID RSI is a 95 and it moved. It barely moved. The fuck? ID did? So ID's RSI is a 95 and it didn't move at all? Well, that tells me that it's probably about to. Yeah, you just gapped up. And now you just gap filled. Yeah, RSI is a 93. You too, James. FRC is about to go. Whoo, baby. Jordan, I like your. I kind of like it. Like, why did the RSI get that high? You know what I'm saying? And why did it gap up like that to then fill? SATX. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna leave ID up because I kind of want to see what happens with it. FRC is busting though. Mike says SATX, which is another company that I like.
5 minutes away from the.
Okay. Up 10%. All right, you want to look at Ortex on SHFS. Okay, SHFS.
Again, at the top of the hour, US selling $12 billion in 20-year bonds. Prior bid to cover was 2 to 53, with the prior high yield of 3.909%.
53% of the companies on float. Your cost to borrow is 268, utilization's just under 40, and you're 0.5% short. MMat all-time low. Whew. Just above 20 cents. Bear with me. Sorry, guys. It's not. Sorry. Tops has been quiet here lately. Yeah, they actually have been. Still going for that gold cross on Bitcoin. So I'm trying to do my Twitter stuff too. GNS did not open up my thing yet. I'm trying to get GNS to retweet my Twitter space that they had me set up. Can everybody actually do me a favor and share this tweet that I'm about to send you guys? Can you guys just retweet the hell out of this? Get ready. She's coming. Can you guys please retweet that? It's pinned to the top too. Is that the same one as Muds? Back in the I don't think so. I just remember tops being tops for quite some time.
20-year bond auction. The Treasury's when issued is due at the top of the hour. After this, I'll leave with the bid to cover.
TBLT hit all-time lows today. That's interesting. Wait, I just had a tweet from the White House. What is that? Because of a tuition-free childcare program made possible by the American Rescue Plan, whatever Rodriguez was able to get her degree. Who cares? They're just patting themselves on the back. It barely moved. What, TBLT? Or are you talking about ID? ID just doesn't have the volume right now. It's already at average volume. It's only 1 o'clock. It's 17,000 under average volume. Momentous is up 8.4. Who took Momentous yesterday when we talked about it?
So still no sign of the pre-sale Treasury when issued yield for this 20-year bond auction. 3.918% at the bid deadline. So the 20-year pre-sale when issued at 3.918%.
Wow, I just realized that I misspelled something. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Hold on. Ignore that tweet. Hold on a second. I screwed up. Sorry, I had a what's called. I had a grammar error, and that shit pisses me off. All right, so copy link. TRKA eating supply underneath. Momentous still on the way up. FRC about to blow out. You're saying okay. All right, that's what I need you guys to retweet. Sorry. That one right there. I fixed the grammar on it. My apologies.
So bid to cover 2 to 66, 2 to 66 with the high rate of 3.92%, 3.92%. The US there sold $12 billion in 20-year bonds, awarding 30.81% of bids at high. The primary dealers there taking 12.05% of the sale, direct at 19.24%, and indirect at 68.72%. Again, the yield there coming in at 3.92%. That's against the pre-sale when issued of 3.918%. So extremely close there.
Okay. I'm done with my phone, I think, for the time being. Okay. Sorry. I just had to handle some shit. FRC's up 8%. Jordan, let me know if this starts to clap. ID. Alright? Woo! FRC, baby. Good shit, Doc. Doc with the call out. Let's go. Bitcoin with the slide. We have support right here, though. Money, money, money. Money, money, money. He's not wrong. SINT to 210. Ooh, Bed Bath & Beyond. Those 50-cent puts. They paid. They paid at the top. FRC. Hello, Mr. Allen.
So I bought some 2-day UVXY puts at 350.
Oh, so you think that we're gonna get a market shove up, or is that your hedge?
No, I think we're going to get a market shove up.
Okay.
And they've already doubled in value. I'm up 85.36% right now on them.
Yeah, don't be afraid to take profit here and there, though, brother. You know the deal.
I can't. Single day trades
Oh.
are no bueno.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay. Okay.
But, you know.
I mean, if we continue to get a market push, I mean, that'll end up paying pretty well. The BBBY 50-cent puts definitely hit at the top there where I called for a potential double top. And now it's almost like the 50-cent calls might be in play on the way, like for a spin back, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's going to drop below 40 cents. And if it does drop below 40 cents, I'd probably want it in between 39 and 38. You know what I mean? Before I made a position.
Yeah, I just thought you'd get a kick out of that. That's all.
No, I honestly like the company here rather than me sitting here talking to myself. Spy flashing
Yeah,
green.
no worries. So hopefully everything goes the right direction in the next 2 days, and I'll be really happy.
I think we all will. Cosm down to 309. Cosm being at $3 makes me feel like the market's gonna move up. I don't know why, but it does.
Well, I've given up trying to figure out what the hell it's going to do.
Well, Cosm keeps going like from like 350, or from 3 to 350 and back and forth and back and forth, if that makes sense. From what I've been noticing. So now that it's back down at the $3 range, right? I'm thinking that we're getting ready for a push.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems logical, right?
I just want to see this stuff take off like it could,
I mean, I think that's the boat that we're all on, right?
But, as we know, the market kind of does what the hell the market wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be really, really nice. I mean, I woke up today and saw, something's way up, so I was not complaining.
Uh-huh.
So it is what it is.
FRC coming up to average volume. It's at 18.6. Average volume is 20.7. And SPX is confirming a push. Thank you, Doc. Sorry if I ever talk over you. I don't mean it in like a mean way or anything. Or,
no, you're good.
Or disrespectful. Well, I know, but like sometimes, it could come off as me being disrespectful, and I don't mean it to be disrespectful.
Yeah, so just so you know, First Republic Bank quickly extends gains up 11%.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now, actually. That's one of Doc's plays. He called it out right before it pushed.
It was just something that popped up. Oh, so I do have TRKA still in my other account. That's interesting.
TRKA is on a double bottom right now. Inside support. Inside support, it's in a double bottom.
It just needs to go.
Like, this right here, I'll show you guys.
Which I can't see.
Well, I know, but I'm showing everybody else on chat.
Not sure. Show them.
There's just a small range. There's a small range that I'm just extending, right? And it's basically like a supply zone for TRKA.
Right.
That I'm seeing at least.
Right. BBBY is starting to go.
Yeah.
Come on, baby, rip. Just tear a hole in the earth, rip. It'd be so awesome if BBBY tried to regain compliance.
Well, there was that article out before. I don't know if it was a hit piece. I don't know if it was accurate, but something about them kind of lining back up for potential Chapter 11.
Yeah.
BBBY, maybe.
Maybe. It's trying. It wants it. It says, I want to be at $1.50. That's what I want.
GNS just underneath the 200 in Sonic R.
Things could get really, really wild if the SEC says stop your screwing around to certain people.
Things could get really, really weird depending on what Roger comes out and says at 4:15. Let me just go and make sure that I don't have to register for that. I highly doubt that I do, but let me just go ahead and double check.
Oh, you're so screwed, dude.
No, I'm not screwed.
Seeing reports that Italy eyes a Taiwan chip deal ahead of the decision on the China Pact.
1.5 would be amazing, yeah. Wait, you think I do? Wait. You think I do what? I'm so sorry. I forget like half the shit I say these days. Oh, sign up. No, I think he's just doing it. He might just be doing it on his YouTube. If not, I'll just double check. Wait, why am I not subscribed to him? Oh, okay, well I am now.
Yeah, why are you not subscribed? What up, man? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, okay, here it is. Scheduled for, no, I found it. Scheduled for 4:15. And I will get notified. Oh,
Market's getting a push, it looks like.
good. Thank you. Because I'm typing in this thing.
Maybe not. Maybe so. I don't know. It's flopping around.
Okay, there we go.
So you
BBBY,
think
do or
there's
die
any
here.
chance we'll see BBBY up at like?
Ooh, TRKA hard down.
Yeah.
I'd be buying that.
You think there's any chance we'll see like BBBY up at like, I don't know, 75 cents, 80 cents?
I think that they're gonna play with it with the 50-cent options. And if they decide, if big money decides to, right, then they might want to start to play with the dollar options.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna disclose something from Mafia V2, just because you haven't had a chance to look at it.
Right.
The MMAT 50-cent calls for 2025 were only $10.
Yeah.
So Sean just wanted me to disclose that to you.
Yeah, I have some.
Okay.
So I can't
We're shortly
complain.
expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
Tell Sean I need some of those 500% wins he was seeing a while back.
Yeah, he could hear you.
Man, what a freaking day. I mean, I gained some ground today, so I can't complain.
I'm gonna judge the day based on how the phone call goes
110
tonight
counterparties take 2.29
and how after hours
billion
looks.
at the
To be
Federal
quite
Grocery
honest.
Corporation.
Octo. I do like Octo on like a swing play. I don't know if it's low enough to where I'd want it though, because I like the 220 level. I believe it was. Where was it? Here it is. This is where I liked it right here. Bang. That's where I got a fill at, right there. I sold that day though, or maybe I sold it now. I sold it for sticks, and then I did really well on sticks too. Look at TRKA.
Well, guys, I'm going to take off. You guys have a great day. I'm going to go back to just listening and enjoy your day.
Feel free to join me whenever you feel like it. Just saying.
I will.
All right.
Have a good one, man.
Later, buddy. FRC 3-minute pennant forming. Okay. Mm-hmm. 1 minute double bottom formed. Could you say that? Bitcoin trying to save itself. It has support still. See, what are we gonna do here on BBBY? I always throw an extra B in there by accident. I mean, we're talking options, though, most likely, rather than straight stock. You know? EVGO back to 635. Doc, did you snag any of those or no? C3AI trying to lift. Down to the 48. As soon as I say it lifts, or it's trying to lift to get the super trend down. Go figure. Bitcoin dropping. Notice how TRKA just got an up candle as Bitcoin just got a huge push down. Did you end up snagging EVGO around that $6 mark like we talked about? Bitcoin still has some support. It's on support right now. On an old trend line. Yep. Not yet. I'm waiting for that $6 flat. Word. Look at that flush on SPY. Hey, Neil, are you in here or no? SINT that's 4%. $48 EMA on 3-minute chart for SPX acting as support. Okay, hopefully it holds and Bitcoin could carry us back. GNS is just still eating supply on the Sonic R in between the 48 and the 200. If anybody has any questions regarding any indicators, let me know, and I'd be happy to explain them to you. Except for the Sonic R. I don't know exactly how that's derived, to be quite honest. I'd rather just be straight up with you guys than, you know, look like an idiot trying to explain it. I would have to look that one up for, like, this, like, precise definition. What does TRKA chart indicators look like? It looks like, all right, so I'm just on a 1 minute right here, right? But it looks like it's getting support off this nonsense that it did in pre-market trading. And post-market. So it's down on support right now, Barb. I didn't think it was going to drop down to here, which is why I drew this. I thought it was going to hang out in between this, like, this little tiny range. Obviously, it got a hard short, so that's why I redrew this. Because I would have probably, you know, rebought again then. If I, you know, was a little bit more liquid.
ECB Schnabel says, I can't say what we'll decide at the next meeting.
Indecision right there on that candle, and then green up on Bitcoin. Is it all crypto down today? XRP dropped 5% in 10 minutes. Bitcoin just had a hard drop down, as you can see here. But if I go like this, if I were to extend this line up, it would almost be a larger bull flag from the top. So just keep that in mind. Thanks. Frustrating to watch price action. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. And if you like play with charts like I do, then you could see like what they're doing too, which is even more frustrating. Ooh, Snapchat. Hello. I'm gonna go ahead and say that Snap has been one of my steadier like plays over the course of this year. Well, look at iBio. Snap News? Whoa, what was the Snap News? I thought you were just talking about the chart. Let's see. Paid subscribers. Okay. iBio to 16.6 up. SPY in top or on top of the 13 EMA on a 3-minute. Thank you, sir. Well, this will be nice for my Snap 12.5. Yeah, probably. I doubt that anybody's still in iBio, so I'm gonna pull it off here in a second. AMC down to the 200. Man, those AMC $5 puts would have paid. Cosm almost down 3%. Huh. That's funny. I just retweeted my girlfriend's like one of my girlfriend's things, and then GNS actually just retweeted it. That's funny. That's funny. goev sells 5.4 up. goev did pretty well since that original mention a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Nice print for BBBY. Thank you. SPY getting buying volume. Let's go. I'm ready for it. It looks prime for a MACD cross. All right, watch out on the BBBY chain then. You want to be paying attention to volume and open interest. Most likely. Starting to curl down. Oof. Wow. Cosm's really hurting my fucking account right now. QBTS, that was an excellent call by Mike. It is up 6.5%. Potential short and double bottom. Trying to come off support on Bitcoin. RSI is a 37.5. Bed Bath & Beyond. Someone just spent $160,000 on BBBY. Whoo! I literally just caught this now. Also, earning hour. Oh, earnings are after hours tomorrow on SIVB. That's interesting. Watch that, guys, right there. HYG. Someone just spent $13.5 million on HYG. Ah, high yield corporate bond ETF. Interesting. FRC up almost 10. Yeah, I'll pull up FRC. Sorry, I had to look at Credit Suisse for V2. Don't ETFs usually get big blocks anyways? Barking Spidey? He just really likes TRKA. I really like TRKA too. Including Pac W and Zion. You dial. Alright, so Mike doubled down on his INPX. And SBNY is at 9%. Thank you, sir. Pac W and Zion both up as well. Hard down on TRKA. Ouch. Down on Bitcoin. RSI is at 34. We could still catch it. Yeah, I was going to say we could still catch support. You're 6 minutes behind? Oh, Jesus. I don't want to talk negatively about him at all because he's my boy, via like Twitter Spaces at least. Him and I are kind of like leading the way on TRKA Spaces. I have nothing negative to say about the guy. We just both really like TRKA. Bitcoin sliding. It has a double bottom opportunity all the way down to 29,150 on my screen over here. So about $60 off that potential, what's it called? Double bottom. I don't like DXY creeping up though. Thank you, Hatter. By the way, 31 in stream. Hit that like button. Thank you very much, Lion. A little bit below average at this point in the day, but it's all good. It is all good. Bitcoin tried for the green, or for the third green area, or the third little soldier there and failed. Can't even fucking talk. Potential double bottom on TRKA. BBBY to the 48. FRC up. Bottom on Biddy is 20,070. I think it would get really ugly if it slid that far. By the way, when was the last time you looked into STD and its in SDC and its cost to borrow? A minute, because I've just been preoccupied with other plays. I'll look into it right now. Actually, I'll look at the data. Jordan, I sent you a PM, by the way, too. Your cap is Bitcoin up. Your cap is 59.2 mil. Your short is 21.5% short on 100% utilization. Cost to borrow average is 14.5%. And it's sitting at 46 cents. 93.24% of the companies for sale on float. ID moving weird? Okay. Nice print for the Qs. Okay. Someone has bought $95 million worth of the Qs. Bitcoin trying. Ooh, goev. It's like barely moving by the minute. I hate stocks that do. Yeah, I know. It just like, it's like watching a cosm chart. It's just painful. Yo, George, look at the rest of the message that I sent you. Just for context. Bitcoin to the 48. just tried to bust the 48 and rejected. Legit wish public would have gotten back to me yesterday and not wait till after the market closed to respond to me. Yeah, it sucks, dude. VIX to a 1644. Looking for a handle here on Bitcoin. Down on goev to the 48. Still overall a nice trend. Very nice trend. goev is going to try probably fill right there. Coinbase is under 65 bucks. Remember, CONL is the 1.5 times performance for Coinbase. If you are feeling it. Money is up 2.8. Cosm down 3.5. Of. Ooh, LiDAR is down 10. Man, that kills me. If you guys could retweet that the link at the top, that'd be fire. I'd be very, very appreciative. It's regarding GNS and the space call we have scheduled with them later. GNS, speaking of GNS, up to VWAP. I might go take a nap. The sideways market sucks. It's going to be sideways until it's not. And then you're going to be pissed that you missed the move. You know? That's usually how it works. At least for me.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, do you see the release of the Federal Reserve Beige Book?
Oh. ID hard down. Ouch. That honestly, then if they brought the RSI all the way up into the 90s, they might be trying to use that as like a ceiling, and they might be shorting it down from there. That's something that could be viable. FRC to 10%. Bitcoin trying to 48. RSI is now 14. No, I didn't. What am I looking at? Is there volume? Because I don't want to get DMCA'd if I click on it, Sean. New cars are selling below sticker price for the first time in 20 months. Okay. Farmer has ties to an old firm and had several failure to locate notices. He was. Oh, F him. Okay. F him. But he was able to get a new FINRA identifier somehow? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's wild. 310 on cosm? Again, guys, please retweet the link at the top of chat. It takes 2 seconds. Mr. Sean, how are you today?
Hey, I only got a second here. I have another phone call in a minute. Did you see all the stuff from Huck from this angel gentleman?
No, I did not. I did not. Can you give us a quick rundown? Just because I can't. Because I can't. If I click on that, I might get DMCA'd.
No, you're good. So that has some that link only has to do with Fromer. That's something totally different.
Okay.
However, if you guys didn't know, Anna Trades and several other community members, Syntax and a few others, were actually at the Gensler trial yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Anna ended up talking to Gensler for a few minutes afterwards.
I saw the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, but prior to them getting there on Monday, we got word that Congress was briefed, or Congress and the Senate actually, they were briefed by a gentleman named I forget his first name, but his last name is Angel.
Mm-hmm.
He claims to be a MMTLP holder. When you look into it, he is actually the patent creator for dark pools and payment for order flow.
What a scumbag.
He has a very high interest in it, and he's linked to Ari and all of them. So it looks like they saw that we were going to put and have people there.
5 minutes away from the
prior
so
to the
we do see the
meeting.
release of the Federal Reserve's beige book.
All right, sorry. It's 5-minute warning on the beige book.
Yeah. Prior to the meeting, they ended up being able to get this guy in, and because he's an expert witness and things like as such, was able to get some influence. So our guys were all over it. Syntax worked with Basile and Andrew last night to craft a letter that pretty much calls out this Angel dude and explains how how wrong it was that he was able to brief everybody even when he has a bias. And
he has an extreme bias in the in an illegal way too.
Credit Suisse.
Credit Suisse, okay.
So that's big right now. And then that's how Huckleberry ended up with that other information. He was doing research on one
says the
and
tightness of
ended
the
up
labour
finding
market
it
is a
was the
factor
research
behind
on
inflation.
Sean, can I say something without you getting mad at me?
What's up, homie?
Can you please take what I've been my suggestion regarding that whole situation? Can you guys please really take that seriously?
It was taken seriously.
I know.
And explained, homie.
I know. I know. But I know.
That's all.
But
it's all part. Listen to me. That's all part of the governance of the DAO. It is a political situation. That's why we have members at Congress right now. That's why you have people trying to ask for a lobbyist. It's not a left or a right issue. It's a bipartisan issue. It's not a matter of I support this person because they're a Democrat or I support this person because they're a Republican. It's a matter of you can't take politics out of it because in the end, those are the people that are going to end up making the change.
I just think that we're all gonna need lawyers, and I
For
think
what?
for some of these like class action lawsuits that we could form if we had money.
But that's the part of the DAO. So if there's retail investors that are lawyers that can, once you're part of the DAO, can be a team where it's free or accessible for a much, much cheaper price because it's a conglomerate of lawyers, then that's the ability. That's what it's there for.
Oh.
Or if you need a securities lawyer, portions of that money can be voted on and moved into a fund to do a securities lawyer.
Oh, okay. All right. So that I get it. You know, I'm outvoted there. That's fine. Okay. Can I ask you this though?
What's up?
What he had talked about different tiers, right? Of like your what is it, voting?
Okay.
Voting rights?
Yep.
What's the highest tier and how much is it?
There is no highest tier right now. That's going to be decided by the membership at some point. So the idea is,
on the Republicans' debt ceiling
like
bill. So,
right
2:20
now,
PM Eastern
myself,
Time, expecting a comment
Huckleberry,
from US House
and
Speaker
only a
Rob
few others
McCarthy.
are part of this DAO.
Well,
One of the,
throw me in it and I'll cash app you the money. See.
Once it's live, anybody can join.
What? Well, yeah, but like I want in on the ground floor. Whatever you guys paid, right? Just throw like I'll cash app you and you know and it is what it is.
So what I'm saying is, so I'm learning myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, of how this operates. But what happens is right now the settle, it looks like the base level will be $10. At $10 you get to join, and there, like, again, nothing is set in stone yet. But there's been talks about like a 2-week waiting period, like someone putting a proposal up of a 2-week waiting period before.
Can I tell you something that could fuck you guys up a lot? And the reason why I'm bringing up all these points is because I want this to succeed. So I always try to poke holes in things, right?
1 minute remaining to the top of the hour. We're going to get the Fed beige book.
So say that I wanted to go ahead and say that I was like a top tier member, right? And say I then went ahead and I wanted to go ahead and push for a vote for higher entrance fees in order to be a part of the DAO, right? Now, nobody's going to say no because they're already in the DAO, right?
That's not true.
Well,
there's no monetary gain from the DAO. So what the
levels but there could though.
No, there's not. From what?
From if you level up the price entry.
From what though? There's so the basic price entry is hold on.
Yeah, what did you guys decide on basic price entry?
As I said, as of right now, it's $10. That's what.
All right. Well, count me in for the $10. Count me in for the $10. I definitely. I want to be a part of the highest tier, to be quite honest.
Well, so right now, like I said, right now that is the only tier.
Right? And I know, but I'm just saying, count me in for it.
So the idea behind what Huck was talking about with the tiers is obviously if this grows, right, and the ground floor is $10.
Overall price levels rose moderately during.
Hold on, it's the beige book.
Although the rate of price increases appeared to be slowing. So the beige book says overall economic activity was little changed in the recent weeks.
Little change.
I like that.
Meme the banks.
U.S. economic activity again little changed in recent weeks, according to the Fed's beige book.
Credit Suisse, yeah.
SPY's taking a push. So what I was trying to say right now, there is no tiers.
It just seems to upside move at near some P500. A little bit of weakness in the dollar here as the Fed's beige book is released.
once it grows, right, and you have thousands of members,
Uh-huh.
and you have like you have the opportunity, to set a rank or a level, say, the next tier, basic membership and entry to be able to access the resources and all that is $10.
Mhm.
If you want for that can put proposals, we can put that at $30.
Okay.
And there's no like.
And we're gonna be able to vote
There's
on
no-
we're gonna be able to vote on those tiers, like those prices.
Correct. Yeah, that's all something
Okay.
that DAO's gonna set.
All right. Like,
Yeah, so,
listen, I didn't want
What I'm
I
saying is,
I didn't want you guys to think I was giving you guys a hard time at all, though. Like,
no, I know.
like,
So listen to what I'm saying. Though,
okay, all right.
Hold on. I just gotta make sure my boss isn't coming in and out.
No, you're good. You're straight.
So what the idea is, if it continues to grow, right, and say they do that, they say, all right, to be able, because right now, again, there's only 3 people in it, right?
Mhm.
So anybody can make a proposal. We
Yeah.
can make it so unless you've put in $50, then you can't make. Well, you can still vote on everything, but you can't draft a proposal.
Does somebody
Or-
get what's it called? Does somebody get more than one vote if they're a higher member?
No.
Okay, cool. All right. But they're just allowed to move on with proposals then, right?
Correct, and that's the
okay.
idea behind the governance. So,
Okay.
So and that's all hypothetical right now. As of right now, once you join the DAO, anybody can make a proposal.
Okay, all right. So to be quite honest with you, right? I know I was a little bit harsh on the
Ooh, snap hard down.
snap hard. Okay, I know I was a little bit harsh on the idea, right? But that's just because politics creates a natural divide, as Huck was saying, right?
Yeah, but it's
So-
a nonpartisan issue.
Correct. And exactly. It just worries me. You know what I mean? But if
The
we're
DAO is the only way
Huh?
that I have seen to truly make it a democratic vote,
And-
not a democratic republic or a republic like what we have here.
and that's
like
great.
A true,
And and what I'm trying to say though is, as long as I'm allowed to put forward votes, right? Then I'm okay. So I'll have to just join the higher tier. You know what I mean? Whatever that fee
Correct.
might end up being. But as long as I have the ability to go ahead and, for Retail United, go ahead and propose, this, or, put up for vote that, you know what I mean? Then I feel a lot more comfortable. If somebody told me that my money was going to Elizabeth Warren, I'd fucking piss myself.
correct. I understand that.
Yeah.
And so again, what you can do is say that proposal came up, a proposal that we donate X amount to Elizabeth Warren because she made this statement or she came out, and you didn't like that. You could then turn around and put a proposal that, we only use a section of this funding for a political campaign. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's all where there's going to be a structure set up from the Retail United founders that gives it a basic. Ooh, Spy didn't like the Fed book, I guess, after they read
No. FRC is in a big cup too. TRKA got super turned up.
the whole market broke down. So.
But I just wanted to let you know that, everything that I said, I didn't mean it in a harsh way. I meant it.
No.
I meant it in a. I'm a businessman, and
Sometimes you need to.
Tough love.
Sometimes you need to pump the brakes a little bit and let people speak. That's your only thing is.
I know I
the
do.
Same answers that we were trying to give you. You got to pump the brakes a little sometimes. That's all.
No, I know I do. I just.
I got this phone call. I didn't realize I was over.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Call me back later. Let's talk.
All right.
Big block buys on BBBY. All right, so. Okay. Inverted hammer. You guys are way too young and way too immature to be put in power position. I hear you guys want it. All right. See you guys. See you later, Toop. See you later. Jesus. Wow. Hammer on booby. Oop. Bitcoin trying to lift. Man. Down goes another one. FHN starting to push too with FRC. Got it. New congressional hearing right now? What is this one on? What's today? Today's the 19th. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Wow. There's a lot of hearings. Jesus. Housing. Ooh, House Financial Services. Ooh. How do I watch this one?
Win tails no bet. You can still list those bonds on the balance sheet at par, even though they aren't worth par. But if the bonds go up in value, the bank simply sells one group of bonds, replaces them with another group of bonds, and puts the gain right there on the balance sheet. Finally, we have a system where business development companies are unduly penalized by the SEC because those mutual funds that invest in BDCs are penalized by having to show a wrongful overstatement of their costs. And that's why, Madam Chairman, I'm glad you've included in the bills we're considering the bill I introduced along with Representative Izinga.
No, I found it. I found it.
Bias.
I went right to
So,
their website.
The other avenues for businesses to get capital are partially foreclosed by unjustified laws. So
House
businesses will
Financial
often turn to
Services
private
Subcommittee on
placements.
Capital Markets.
Critical to a private placement is the definition of accredited investor. I agree with the majority that our current definition is unfair and illogical. It should be replaced by a definition that does two things. First, don't allow a private placement in which any individual accredited investor is putting more than 5 or perhaps 10% of their net worth in any one offering, or more than 50% of their net worth in all private offerings. Second, make sure that that accredited investor has expertise or has truly independent advisors that have the expertise to evaluate the investment. I agree with the majority that simply saying somebody has $1 million in net worth, therefore they're accredited, is unfair to those who don't have $1 million in net worth and ridiculously complimentary to assume that anybody with $1 million is sophisticated and knowledgeable. Finally, in defining the difference between a public and a private company, Congress set the limit at a very generous 2,000 shareholders. But the SEC, in counting shareholders,
FRC up.
will uses a funny math in which you can have thousands and thousands of shareholders and still be under the 2,000 limit. And we'll explore that during my question time. I yield back.
Today, we welcome the testimony of Brandon Brooks. Mr. Brooks is a founding partner at Overlooked Ventures, a venture capital fund investing in historically overlooked founders. Additionally, he is the founder of Zinsu. I think I've got that right. Yes, Zinsu, a platform to increase efficiency in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Prior to Zinsu and Overlooked Ventures, he started the first Black-owned crowdfunding platform in the U.S., Inventrify. Next, we have Rodney Sampson. Mr. Sampson serves as the executive chairman and CEO of Opportunity Hub, which he founded in 2013 in Atlanta, Georgia. Today, Opportunity Hub is a business and foundation with an ecosystem building venture fund. It is a leading technology startup
They're
and
holding
venture
ID down.
ecosystem building platform created to ensure that everyone has equitable access to the future of work. Next, we have Joel Trotter. Mr. Trotter is the co-chairman of Latham & Watkins National Office, a central resource for clients and
Jordan, it looks like they're eating supply at these levels.
US securities laws. Mr. Trotter was a leading member of the IPO task force and served as a principal author of the IPO-related provisions of the Jobs
Here it comes.
Act in 2012.
To VWAP.
Next, we have Mr. Henry Ward. Mr. Ward is a co-founder and CEO of Carta, an organization that helps issuers, investors, and employees manage and value equity ownership from idea to IPO. Carta is trusted by more than 30,000 companies, over 5,000 investment funds, and 500,000 employees for cap table management, compensation management, liquidity venture capital solutions, and more. Carta's liquidity solutions have returned $13 billion to shareholders in secondary transactions. Last but not least, we have Melanie Center Lubin. Commissioner Lubin was appointed in 1998 by the Maryland Attorney General
Yes.
as the Maryland Securities
That's it, Sean.
Commissioner for
Yep.
the Securities Division. In September of 2021,
Before that, it says a roadmap for
her
growth,
one-year
but yeah.
term as the 104th president of the North American Securities Administrators Association, the oldest international organization
I can't
devoted
I
to
can't say
investor
anything
protection
TRKA.
and responsible capital formation. I want to thank each of you for taking the time to be here. Each of you will be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony.
I can't say anything about
But your
TRKA unless they bring it up
statements
first.
will be made part of the record. Mr. Brooks, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your oral remarks.
Yeah, I
Thank
know.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the House Financial Services Committee. I stand before you today as a representative of the voiceless and marginalized,
Watch
the
for a handle
overlooked,
right here.
and the underestimated. I stand before you to speak on behalf of the forgotten founders who were never given a chance to showcase their potential, and the hardworking people who are being shut out of investment opportunities because they don't belong to the elite class of the wealthy. Today, I bring a message of hope and a call to action. The time has come to break down the barriers that have held back our economy and empower the next wave of American innovation.
It's okay.
The
It's
time
okay.
has come
He's
to put
not.
the American dream back within reach of all those who seek it.
Toop, I'll do
Time
the
for
best I
IPO
can.
reform,
But I
support for
agreed.
overlooked founders,
I agreed to what I agreed to.
safer
But I'll do the
investment
best I can.
opportunities for non-wealthy investors.
I'll tell you that much. Okay?
And if you don't act now, the consequences will be dire. The American dream will become nothing but a distant memory, and the economic gap between the haves and the have-nots will grow wider than ever before.
MMTLP
together
space
we
bot
can make a change.
attack. Okay.
Together we can create a better future for all Americans. Thank you for your attention. According to a report by the National Venture Capital Association, the number of IPOs has declined by more than 38% since 2014.
Whoa.
This decline is troubling because IPOs provide a critical source of capital for companies to grow and expand. By going public, companies can access a larger pool of investors and raise the capital they need to expand into new products, hire more employees, and expand into new markets. But going public is
About to get the
daunting
gold cross
process
on
for many
Bitcoin.
companies, especially the smaller ones. It's expensive, time-consuming, and comes with a host of regulatory requirements that can be overwhelming. That's why we need to make it easier and more attractive for companies to go public. The reality is that many talented entrepreneurs don't have access to the resources and networks they need to start and grow successful companies. Women, Black founders, and people who exist outside the lines of the traditional startup ecosystem in particular face significant barriers when it comes to accessing capital and building the networks that are
So
necessary.
do
for
I. I have
success.
barriers.
To address this, we need to create more opportunities for
Wait,
overlooked
no,
founders to access
no,
capital and build networks.
no. Don't.
Finally, we need to make it easier for everyday Americans to invest in the future of our economy. The reality is that most Americans are excluded from investing in early stage companies because they simply don't have the financial resources to do so. To address this, we need to create more opportunities for non-wealthy investors to invest in early stage companies. In conclusion, we are at a crucial moment in our nation's history. The old rules no longer work, and the status quo is holding us back. But we have an opportunity to chart a new course.
GWH might be
One
getting
that
interesting.
empowers overlooked founders, opens up investment opportunities to all, and drives economic growth for all Americans. It won't be easy, and it won't happen overnight. But if we have the courage to act, we can create a future that is more just, more prosperous, and more equitable for all. Bless you, and thank you all.
Very kind of you, Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Mr. Sampson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to give your oral remarks.
Good afternoon. Chair Wagner, Ranking Member Sherman, and members of this subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm humbled to have my wife, Shantaria Austin Sampson, and our children here with us as well. Today, I am here as a pioneer and stakeholder in our nation's Black technology startup and venture ecosystem. An ecosystem that I have been a part of building from the ground up. As a
Yes,
founder,
I noticed
investor,
that.
and ecosystem builder for nearly 23 years. And in the last decade, as the co-founder, executive chairman, and CEO of Opportunity Hub, the nation's leading innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment ecosystem building organization created to ensure that everyone, everywhere, has equitable
TRKA
opportunities
tried?
in the fourth industrial revolution and beyond as a path to creating new multi-generational wealth with no reliance on pre-existing
Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at the MACDs here.
23 years ago, I co-founded my first technology startup company in Atlanta, Georgia. This is my first introduction to the venture capital and angel investing ecosystem. And I learned very fast that access to early stage private capital in America was not equal. In our era, there were only 3 Black technology founders that had raised millions in venture capital for their startup. Omar Wasso at blackplanet.com, Clarence Wooten at imagecafe.com, and myself at Multicast Media Technologies and streamingfaith.com. As a note of outcome, all 3 of our companies were successfully acquired. In 2021, Harlem Capital reported that less than 1,000 Black and Hispanic startups have ever raised
TRKA?
over $1 million in angel and venture capital in American history. When juxtaposed to over 15 startup investments consummated in 2021 and again in 2022.
I'm starting to like GWH
the
here.
National Venture Capital Association, the amount of capital invested in socially and economically disadvantaged individuals that have experienced institutional, personal, and interpersonal racism, discrimination, and bias in the American startup ecosystem is dismal, negligible, and shameful. In my 2021 report, entitled Building Racial Equity in Tech Ecosystems to Spur Local Recovery, published by the Brookings Institution, where I serve as a non-resident senior fellow, I point out that approximately $26 billion annually should be going to the Black technology startup and venture ecosystem to build tech hubs in hundreds of American cities, to rapidly upskill millions for existing software, sales, cyber, new energy, and AI technology careers, incubate thousands of new high-growth ventures leveraging edge technologies, and back them with the early startup capital to hire, build, go-to-market, sell, and grow. Ecosystem orgs like OHUB, venture capital firms like 100 Black Angels and Allies Fund, and angel investors like my wife and I are exhausted from asking the existing private markets to invest in the thousands of brilliant Black technologists, operators, and founders that are
Going for the gold
of
cross
our
still here on Bitcoin.
Outside of the performative pitch competitions and diversity announcements of 2020, no consistent private commitment exists to fund Black-founded early-stage startups, venture funds, tech hubs, incubators, accelerators, upskilling schools, and ecosystem-building organizations at scale. The current relevant public sector commitments like the State Small Business Credit Initiative, EDA's Build Back Better Regional Challenge, Regional Tech Hubs, and NSF Engines and CHIPS and Science Act are very exciting for overall global American innovative competitiveness, yet there's little hope in the Black technology startup and venture ecosystem that this funding will actually make it to America's overlooked and underinvested communities with any sizable traction or scale. The Black tech ecosystem has started to innovate from within. When possible, we invest in each other's companies and initiatives. OHUB created the Black Technology Ecosystem Investment Certificate in collaboration with UNC, Duke, Stanford, and the Links Incorporated. To date, nearly 50 Black affluent and accredited men and allies have been certified. Imagine this certificate in collaboration with FINRA as a path towards accreditation. In closing, I would like to thank you for your time. If we do not get on the capitalization tables of these startups that are transforming society as we meet today, we will have future generations in America of haves and have-nevers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sampson. Mr. Trotter, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to give your oral remarks.
Good afternoon, and thank you.
He said oral.
Member Sherman, members of the subcommittee. It's a pleasure to be here today appearing before you. Based on my experience as part of the IPO task force leadership, I'm pleased to share my perspectives on reforms to encourage capital formation and investment opportunities. The Jobs Act of 2012 is a bipartisan success story, a model for innovative solutions you're now considering. By an overwhelming bipartisan majority, Congress enacted the IPO task force on-ramp proposal as Title I of the Jobs Act. And 11 years ago, this month, President Obama signed it into law. Title I has been called the most successful
Bitcoin, come on, baby, get out of there.
and academic research has demonstrated that the on-ramp provisions significantly increased IPO volume overall. We should encourage more IPO activity.
Nasty.
The research of the IPO task force shows
VIX falls to the lowest since
companies
November
that
2021. Thank you.
experience more than 90% of their job growth after their IPO. Today, however, public companies face a higher compliance burden than ever before. And the SEC has formally acknowledged that when its rules increase the cost of being a public company, that discourages some companies from accessing the public market. For this reason, the Jobs Act offers an important series of lessons for successful bipartisan legislation. I will highlight 4 of these lessons. First, Find small changes that will have a big impact. The IPO on-ramp comprised
V2.
multiple small changes.
Check
that
V2.
had outsized impact. Together, these changes streamlined the IPO
Just a
process
reminder of something
and
that I
made it
mentioned this
easier to
week.
transition to public company status. Second, use a balanced approach that scales the regulatory burden to a company's size and maturity. The IPO on-ramp concept allowed the regulatory burden to scale to the size of the company. A simple but powerful concept borrowed from SEC rules. In the debate over more versus less regulation, this is a compelling way forward. Rather than more versus
Bed Bath
less
& Beyond.
securities regulation, balanced regulation that scales over time. This approach encourages IPO activity while maintaining the existing and continuously increasing level of securities regulation for mature public companies. Third, remember that the innovations under consideration will not
Booby has
reduce the
28%
demanding
up. It is
rigorous
over the
liability
48.
provisions of the federal securities laws. The Jobs Act changed none of the robust anti-fraud provisions of the federal
FRC.
This is of paramount importance in understanding the limited nature of the changes. There's a long list of liability provisions and compliance obligations that apply to all public companies. They are extensive and rigorous, and they will remain
Pay my boy
undiminished
Doc.
by any of the proposals before you. Fourth, use self-executing statutory text that will become immediately effective and will not burden an already busy agency. The IPO on-ramp statutory text was self-executing rather than relying on SEC rulemaking. In this regard, the Jobs Act is a study in contrast. As I sat in the Rose Garden on April the 5th, 2012, I watched the IPO on-ramp provisions become effective at the moment President Obama signed them into law. In contrast, other provisions of
Riding the
Jobs Act
wave, I hear
require
that.
SEC rulemaking by specified deadlines, none of which
Bitcoin's trying to engulf.
the Dodd-Frank Act.
Guys, look at V2.
presents a similar dichotomy.
Just saying.
The self-executing provisions were immediately effective, whereas the Dodd-Frank mandate for an executive compensation clawback rule will have taken 13 years to implement when the final rules become effective later this year. You have the ability, the opportunity, to build on the success of Title I of the Jobs Act and the lessons it offers us today. Given the direct connection between capital formation and job creation, that opportunity is compelling. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trotter. Now, Mr. Ward, you are recognized for 5 minutes to give your oral remarks.
Chair Wagner, Ranking Member Sherman, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Henry Ward, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Carta, a financial technology company that sits at the center of the innovation economy. I'm proud to be here today as an advocate for the venture ecosystem, for the entrepreneurs who have an idea, for the startups they create, for the investors who support them, and for the employees who build for them. Startups are America's innovation engine, and it is this venture ecosystem that allowed us to build Carta. We started Carta with the vision of connecting startups with their investors and employees by lowering barriers for companies to issue and manage equity. We launched our product in January of 2014 with 7 employees. Our first customer paid us $120. As an entrepreneur, you never forget the first time someone paid you for something you built.
Yo, facts.
Today, we're 2,000 employees across
Facts
9
about what
offices
he just said,
with
though.
$300 million in revenue. We continue to grow by supporting the founders that start companies and the investors that back them. I understand the words venture capital may not elicit the most positive response today, but I'm here to remind us why entrepreneurs and the ecosystem that support them are vital to America's growth story and leadership in the world.
Look at the EMAs trying to twist on TRKA.
First, the venture ecosystem drives innovation and growth. Most of our innovative companies have been backed by venture. Apple was venture-backed, Uber was venture-backed, Amazon was venture-backed, Moderna was venture-backed. We take for granted what venture does for America's innovation and how it has transformed our lives. So much of the technology we use today is a direct product of startups and venture capital.
Ooh. Fighting for a
America
gold
has driven
cross on
every
Ape?
major technological innovation in the last 30 years. Not China, not Russia, not Europe, not Asia. It is one of the most important ways we lead the world. And most of that innovation has come out of the venture ecosystem. We must not take that ecosystem for granted. Second, we can make the venture model work better. Innovation requires time to build, experiment, and scale. Uncertainty and volatility is inherent in building something new. The private markets provide patient capital with a tolerance for risk that allows entrepreneurs to transform concepts into companies. This is the innovation engine of America, and it should not be limited to coastal regions. It should be accessible to more. Much of the criticism of venture, the concentration, lack of diversity, exclusivity, are largely reflective of the private market regulatory framework. Let me give you 2 examples of why. First, the primary avenue to raise capital requires entrepreneurs to have a, quote, pre-existing relationship with an investor. This rewards those who are in the club and
Trying to get that
excludes those who are not.
1348 on
It creates a
TRK.
slanted system where it isn't what you know,
Bitcoin's trying to double
but
bottom?
who you know. Second, the accredited investor definition limits investing to the wealthy. This rule, coupled with the pre-existing relationship rule, makes things worse. It limits access to not just people you know, but only the rich
Bio
people.
moving up again.
If we want to democratize access to America's growth engine, we should take a hard look at this framework. Third and last, a thriving venture ecosystem is the future of public markets. A growing criticism is that private companies take too long to go public and that regulations.
We have the
push
1348
companies public
on
earlier. This is not a
TRKA.
good
Still
idea
under the
for
2 though.
company, the employees, the investors, or the public markets. Every entrepreneur dreams of building a company that goes public. When companies wait to go public, it is not because they don't want to. They wait because they are not ready to. Public markets have changed. Companies that went public 20 years ago could not go public today. The expectations for scale, quarterly predictability, resiliency of business model, and financial means have grown. For companies that have achieved this level of maturity, the public markets are a wonderful place. But for companies
Bitcoin
that
down?
are not, the public markets are unforgiving.
Still has some support here.
We saw this recently.
RSI is
with
at
the SPAC
31.
craze, where many private companies were taken public prematurely. Those companies, employees, and investors were severely punished, and they are now picking up the pieces. The answer to creating more public companies is not to make private markets more hostile, but to make private markets work better. Doing so makes it easier to start companies, nurture their growth, and create the pipeline of tomorrow's great public companies. And that is why I'm here today, to advocate for your involvement in creating a better
We've been
framework.
saying that BBBY hits 1 billion in volumes. What's it at?
Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
I mean, it has time to
Mr.
do
Luton,
it,
You are
too.
now recognized for 5 minutes to give your oral remarks.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Wagner, Ranking Member Sherman, and distinguished members of this subcommittee. I am Melanie Lubin. I'm a 36-year veteran of the Division of Securities within Maryland's Office of the Attorney General and of NASA, the North American Securities Administrators Association. Last year, I served as NASA's president. Since 2015, I have also served as NASA's non-voting representative to the Financial Stability Oversight Council. State securities regulators play several vital roles in responsible capital formation.
Octo went
For
green.
example, many of our regulators support the business community by working with local organizations to conduct seminars for small businesses, by responding regularly to capital raising inquiries, and by maintaining websites devoted to capital formation resources. We also protect and educate investors working to build secure financial futures. At the end of the day, our work helps to ensure the integrity and efficiency of the capital markets that power our economy. Today, we are examining legislation that is intended to help entrepreneurs and small businesses to increase opportunities for investors and to strengthen public markets. NASA
Whoa,
supports these
wrong
goals.
group. Hold on.
Unfortunately, we respectfully submit that many of the proposals under discussion today are counterproductive to our collective efforts to achieve these goals. In particular, we urge Congress to reject proposals that would take away certain long-standing state authorities to promote responsible capital formation, including the Small Entrepreneurs Empowerment and Development Act, or SEED Act, the Improving Crowdfunding Opportunities Act, the Restoring the Secondary Trading Market Act, and the Unlocking Capital for Small Businesses Act. If these preemption bills were to become law, state governments likely would reduce funding for the great work that state securities regulators are doing to empower entrepreneurs to understand their capital raising options and avoid compliance mistakes. Meanwhile, Congress would not increase
Watch out
resources
on
for federal government
what's it
to fill
called?
the
Watch out on
regulatory
like
boots on
I don't
the
know,
ground gaps created by
long
preemption.
calls
At the same time,
before
we
this,
believe there are proposals
you know,
under discussion
this meeting
today
here
that should be pursued. By
in
way of
GNS.
example, NASA
Just throwing it out
introduces
there.
the Promoting Opportunities for Non-Traditional Capital Formation Act, which lawmakers noticed for today's hearing. This legislation would expand the functions of the Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation at the SEC and require meetings with state securities regulators at least annually. In addition, we endorse the legislation
Wow,
under
gold cross
discussion
and it went
that
vertical.
would direct the SEC to revise their
The fuck is
definition
wrong
of
with this?
accredited investor to exclude retirement accounts from the net worth calculation used to determine eligibility. At NASA, we firmly believe that we all need to heed the lessons learned from the past Jobs Act. Importantly, it would be a net negative for everyone to continue down a deregulatory path in which we further expand the private securities markets at the expense of the public markets. These private markets are rife with scams and frauds because of their lack of transparency. These frauds, or rather their
There's so many
consequences,
things that he could mention.
typically affect not only the harmed investors, but also the hardworking Americans who hear about events like the FTX collapse and begin to question the wisdom of participating in our markets. As we heed these lessons learned, we need to refine the securities regulatory framework so that it better balances the needs of entrepreneurs and retail investors. I expect that we all agree that entrepreneurs are not automatically entitled to the hard-earned money of Americans. I expect that we also agree that retail investors are entitled to
TRKA,
disclosure.
another big wick.
In turn, we should all work together to refresh the regulatory framework in ways that better reflect these principles. In closing, I want to emphasize that we understand and share the same goals as the members of Congress who support robust public markets. State securities regulators want to continue helping entrepreneurs and small businesses. We also want to increase opportunities for investors and strengthen public markets. I look forward to answering your questions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Lubin. We'll now turn to member questions, and the chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Trotter, last year, the U.S. IPO market reached one of its lowest points on record.
That's because everyone's
In fact,
SPACing.
The U.S. has recently recorded several of its worst years on record for IPOs, as the cost to go public has more than doubled since the 1990s. In addition, regulatory burdens on public companies, along with the ongoing compliance costs for publicly traded companies, are likely to continue to rise, especially if the SEC continues to finalize burdensome rules such as the climate rule. Mr. Trotter, as a leading member of the IPO task force and principal author of the IPO-related provisions of the Jobs Act, please explain how the policies in our capital formation package will help make our public markets more attractive.
Well, they will build on the success of the Jobs Act. They have all of the 4 ingredients that I outlined. In my
That's very possible,
it's
Mike.
critical to help for purposes of
That's
fostering
extremely possible.
and making it easier to go public and
I feel like they're trying to make me pull my money off of things I don't want to pull my money off of. Does that make any sense?
build on the success of past legislative reform. So we've seen it helps a lot. You can put together a collection of small changes that have a big impact in combination, and you can approach the streamlining process using scaled disclosure, a balanced approach that cuts through the debate of more versus less, and you can do all that and make a meaningful impact in fostering IPO activity. So we need
On
more
similar
of that.
trajectories,
We've had
yeah.
a decade of successful, 11 years of
JWAC?
experience. It's time to build on that and do more.
Yes, and as you know, Mr. Trotter, SEC rules allow all issuers
Wow.
to test the waters with qualified institutions.
This was on Upstream, if I'm not mistaken,
and
right?
institutional accredited investors, either prior to or following the filing of a registration statement. To
Maybe
gauge
not. No,
potential
never
interest
mind.
in a
It's not.
contemplated
I don't
registered
think.
security offering. Prior to the IPO, SEC staff reviews test the water materials to make sure that the information is consistent with the information presented in
Is there
the
any news
company's
here?
registration statement. Would requiring issuers to include
LiDAR
test
moving
the
a little?
waters materials such as slide decks in their S1
Hard down on
registration statement
TRKA?
be unnecessary and potentially harmful to both investors and issuers?
It would be not only unnecessary, but a terrible step backward, and let me explain why. Testing the waters was implemented through Section 5D, and its power is in its simplicity. You can make it cuts through a problem, a communications restriction that made sense in 1933 and makes no sense in 2023. And that is, you need to be able to communicate with prospective investors about your potential IPO. And the investor protection that is included in 5D, which implemented testing the waters, is based on the audience. So communicate away as long as you're speaking with institutional accredited investors and qualified institutional buyers. And 163B recognized the success of that and expanded it to all issuers. If you destroy the simplicity of that by larding it up with additional requirements, it's going to, again, it's just going to be a step back.
My bill in our capital formation package, the encouraging public offerings, aims to simply codify the current SEC rules allowing issuers to test the waters prior to an IPO. And Mr. Trotter, would requiring these testing the waters materials to be filed as part of a company's registration statement represent a significant step backward, even if done in conjunction?
Yo, you guys got
with
me in some
codifying
shit
the
with
current
Anna.
rules?
So
Yes or no?
thanks for that.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, millions of investors rely on closed-end funds as an important source of retirement savings and for investment opportunities. However, the SEC's 15% limitation on a closed-end fund's investment in the private markets effectively denies retail investors access to the private markets. Given that closed-end funds are strictly regulated and professionally managed, do you think it is appropriate to limit their investment in the private market and exclude so many Americans from potential high-growth opportunities?
I think the closed-end funds are a
Very up 10.
responsible way to give retail
I buy up
investors
18,
exposure to private
TRKA, hard
assets.
up.
There's a lot of portfolio
To
theory
200.
and modern financial theory on how much you should diversify a fund and investments across different asset classes. I think that should be the North Star of how we decide, how the individual fund managers decide how much to allocate into illiquid or private market assets on behalf of their investors.
1.5 up on
fiduciary
sticks.
responsibility. It doesn't make sense to me that it would be a regulatory number that decides how to diversify a portfolio.
I thank you. I am out of time, and
14
I have so
shares
many more
available to
questions.
borrow on
I'll now
Octo.
turn to member questions, and I will recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes for questioning.
It's frustrating to see people get rich when they invest in just
No,
one thing. and
honesty,
wish
honesty,
it had been
honesty.
you.
With her.
But keep in mind, I'd like to think I would have invested in Apple, but I might have invested in Pear or in Banana or in Kumquat and lost all my money. Wages are too damn low. Most Americans are living close to paycheck. And frankly, people shouldn't be investing in private offerings until they have several months of living expenses in the bank. That being said, a system in which to be accredited investor means you're a millionaire. If you're not a millionaire, you can't invest, is hard to defend, and I would not try. But keep in mind, the professionals who do this, the venture capitalists, say you're going to lose money on 9 out of every 10 investments and make it all back, hopefully, on the 10th. If you can't afford to lose money 9 out of 10 times, this may not be the market for you.
9 out of 10 times.
If you're trying to raise
Jesus.
money to run your business, you have a tendency to look at each element of investor protection as a barrier to you doing what you need to do for your business. But ultimately, if you don't have investor protection in the economy, you don't have investors. Investor protection is not the is not the antithesis of capital formation. It is a necessary antecedent. Mr. Trotter, you've got a good point when you say that we ought to pass laws with
I did.
become effective
I did, but she
immediately.
thinks that I'm lying to her.
I think we should do that, but then we should give the SEC the right to make modifications by regulation.
So I told her to run back stream.
The chairwoman pointed out that
I'm not
there is a
hiding anything.
statistic
It
that
just-
it now costs twice as much to go public as it did in the 1990s. But tomatoes are 5 times as expensive as they were in the 1990s. I don't know if that number is inflation adjusted. I do know that the biggest cost in going public is what you give the underwriter for selling the investment rather than the governmental costs. Does anybody know on an inflation adjusted basis whether the cost to prepare?
I think Fintel there
not the
are actually no
underwriters,
shares
the cost
available.
to
Liz
prepare
Costavaro
the,
is okay.
the going public document has more than doubled or has even gone up at all. I'm looking for a witness to raise their hand. I don't see one, so I'll invite you all to respond for the record.
They just filed an 8K this morning. Nuke, can you go read their 8K?
Once a company has, at least the way Congress wrote the law, once a company has 2,000 beneficial
Please.
owners, it's a public company. And yet, we have a circumstance where you can
I'm seeing
have
14 shares
hundreds of
available to
owners
shore,
all
that's
use
all.
the same street name. I'm at Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch may have 500 of us who have invested in one company. It's listed as just one. That's kind of an absurd definition of private company if it has 5,000, 10,000 different beneficial owners. Now, when I say beneficial owner, I mean the entity. So like Mr. Smith's estate he might have 8 children. I'm counting Mr. Smith's estate as one beneficial owner, even though there are 8 descendants who benefit. Ms. Lubin, does it make any sense to count each street name as just one beneficial owner? And can we have a more as a practical matter, make sure that street name listed securities ownership we identify how many beneficial owners there are?
Thank you for that question. I think you're exactly right. I think it's antithetical to the idea that you want public companies, but then.
It was a
you just
NASDAQ
have to
compliant.
deal with
Okay, they are
this.
back in compliance. Okay, that's actually a good thing then for Okta. Very good. Thank you, Nuke.
Them as one shareholder.
I'd point out the SEC hasn't done its job in defining it, and even worse, some of my colleagues want to lock in and prohibit the SEC from changing how it counts. There's a little bit. Does it make any sense to say you're an accredited investor just because
Bitcoin
you have
trying.
$1 million net worth, and that if you don't have $1 million net worth, you're not accredited? And when I say $1 million net worth or $250,000 income, then I know there's some adjustments.
Thank you for that. The accredited investor definition is complicated and it is being looked at by the SEC, and there are a lot of different standards. I think there are a lot of proposals on the table to take a look at it. The net worth, the income level, could an independent advisor help someone who has
I got you, Nuke.
conflicts? Are there possible?
My time has expired. I'll ask you to respond even in greater length for the record.
Okay, thank you. We'd be happy to do that.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, the chairman of the full Financial Services Committee, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for questions.
I want to thank the chair for yielding and want to thank the panel for being here. You all have testified in different environments. Mr. Trotter, thank you for your work on the original Jobs Act in particular. And thank you all for your help in reviewing the legislation that's been put forward before this committee. Some bipartisan, most bipartisan, and some that don't have full bipartisan support. But grateful for that. I want to continue the theme that the ranking member
BBBY.
Mr. Sampson, about accredited investors.
Bitcoin
Right
coming up
now,
towards
with
the
income
200 as well.
thresholds Of net worth of over $1 million and very high income threshold for folks to be considered an accredited investor. And so my question for you is, do you think that that unfairly represents or fairly represents people's capacity to invest? And what are the economic impacts of that accredited investor standard and the limitations thereof?
Do whatever you feel like doing, dog.
Thank you for the question. Just because someone has the ability to generate $1 million, perhaps.
If you feel like doing a whole lot of nothing, do a whole lot of nothing. You know what I mean? I just don't want you to think that like look at me as an influence. That's all.
Sophistication to look at this asset class does not mean they have the sophistication to make a decision on understanding the risk outside of them perhaps being able to afford the risk. When you look at the lack of capital contextually that has gone to black founders in an asset class that's maybe 50 to 60 years old, but if you look at the last 20 years or so, less than 1% going to black founders in particular, the current framework is not working for all Americans. And so I know the devil may be in the details, and there may be some nuances, to kind of reach bipartisanship, but we have to do something. And, I don't see a lot of legislation stopping folks,
Whoa, I buy ya.
flying to Vegas, and purchasing non-appreciating assets. Yet, if I want to invest in my fraternity brother, my soror.
Let's not think that it's a guaranteed buyout. It's just what we think.
Knowledge on the particular industry that this particular offering, may inure to. I think there should be an opportunity for them to invest. I mean, think about the professionals that come into entry-level careers, or even the gig workers or the suppliers who are contractors to those respective companies. And
Hopefully, Jord. Hopefully.
20, 30 years, and they leave with a fake gold watch, never having been given the opportunity to actually invest $100, $500, or $1,000. Maybe there's a small equity package that they're given, but the multi-generational wealth creation is happening amongst the founders and the C-suite. And so if you really talk about democratizing access to wealth creation in the fourth industrial revolution, amending the definition to include people who may have been certified by some type of FINRA test or some type of institutional test is incredibly important, or have domain expertise in a respective supply chain, industry, and...
Okay, I buy it. Just like that.
So, Austin,
She
Boston,
wants to go.
Silicon Valley is still a disproportionate share of venture
FRC, yeah, FRC's moving.
country. We have diverse founders that
Lidar
are
wants to
left
go?
behind, not because of any other reason than the statistics that are evident that we know.
Lidar does
to
want to
be
go,
true.
looks like.
And this cannot
Interesting.
simply be true that if you're born in the right zip code in America, you have better ideas than if you're born in the wrong.
About to get a
zip
gold
code.
cross, too.
That doesn't make a bit of sense. So everything we can do to make sure that we link capital with the best ideas in our economy is going to be a useful thing. We can
FRC
protect
after 48?
Absolutely, and we should. We should protect investors.
A little bit of a
We should
double
also
bottom
give them
action.
Economic opportunity for the upside benefit as well. So, Mr. Sampson, thank you for speaking to that. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Ranking Member. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. Now, this is a little odd for me because normally the way it works
Bitcoin?
is when the Democrats are in charge, we've got the first four that testify basically saying what we believe, and then you got the Republican at the end basically saying what they believe.
Thanks for the shout.
But since the Republicans are in charge now, normally you would have the first four, basically stating the facts as the Republicans would believe, and then we'd have the Democrat at the end basically saying what we believe. However, I found very little to disagree with what was said with most of what everybody said. I mean, there were some discrepancies, and I do want to probe them a little bit. And I would state at the outset that I do believe in disclosures, and I especially believe that ESG disclosures are material. I do like where Gensler's going. I'll set that aside because It's one thing we just like to fight about here. But Mr. Trotter, you said something that was very interesting. You said that you have these basic 4 facts or 4 issues that are important. Number 2, you said balanced approach to scale regulatory burden to the size of the company. I think that's what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
That's correct. I did say that.
Okay. And I think that
QBTS was called out yesterday. Good stuff.
Commissioner Lubin, I think what you said is, well, this is kind of taking us down the deregulatory path where we shouldn't go.
I did say that.
But there seems to be some logic in what Mr. Trotter said. It would seem to me that as the company is small, you wouldn't have to necessarily
GNS crossed
load it
back
up
a
with
few minutes ago.
all of the burdens that you'd want to load up on a larger company. For example, we do that with the banks. You know, obviously, if a bank is significant and it's going to have systemic issues, you know, we want to do stress tests that are very important to make sure that we don't have massive failures. But, you know, if it's a community bank, we don't require all of that. You know, we allow them to exist, but we don't require all those regulations.
Fill the gap,
There's
too.
some logic to that.
CXAI looks like it's about to launch.
I think the issue here, and there are a lot of issues that we're trying to tackle, and a lot of these issues become conflated. So we've got very small businesses on the one hand that we're trying to take care of, the mom and pops, the pizza shops, the beauty salons, and things like that. And those are very small businesses that are taken care of very adequately under provisions that we all have in our statutes. And there are some
Look how low
things here
volume
that
is.
we don't like that are going to give them a
Right, but let's move
Right.
forward. It's the ones that are ready to go up for the IPO.
Right, the bigger businesses, there are some really big businesses right now, really large companies that are sitting in this space where they don't have to go public because they're so comfortable in the private market where they really ought to be public companies. And they're the companies that everybody's lamenting. We don't have enough IPOs, we don't have big companies, and there isn't disclosure in the market. There isn't the information,
Right.
there aren't rules
So-
about the
so I think
auditors,
you're
there aren't
taking
rules
a
about
little-
third-party.
I'm going to
VIX to a 1635.
I think you're taking in a different direction than I was asking. I'm talking about companies that want to go to the IPO and want to be in the public side. That's what I'm asking about. Obviously, there's large, private companies that I think would benefit from going IPO, but they don't because they're comfortable because they have, the backing that they need. Mr. Trotter, why don't you comment on this? I mean, it seems to me that, it would make some sense for the smaller companies that want to go into this IPO.
Absolutely, and I'll start with a comment that I've heard Ranking Member Sherman make in the past, which is you can't give 404B relief. You can't give relief from the Sarbanes-Oxley internal controls audit requirement because then you're going to have more WorldComs and Enrons. WorldCom and Enron were mega cap companies. WorldCom had $30
Heads up on
billion
Bitcoin coming towards us too.
Enron had reported $100 billion in revenue, $10 billion in revenue 4 years before it melted down, right? So they would never have qualified as an emerging growth company. And this is exactly the point. So they would be, if you had a time machine, and and the Jobs Act existed prior, and Sarbanes-Oxley existed previously, they would have been, as mega cap companies, they would have to comply with the full panoply of regulation, exactly as you're describing, and a startup that is trying to enter public company status gets relief. And it's based on the original SEC rule says when you initially go public, even if you are a mega cap on day one, you get until your second annual report before you have to comply with 404B, even for the largest companies. So the idea of the IPO on-ramp was let's extend that. We did it for 5 years. It's time to extend it more.
My time is up, and I apologize because I have more questions, but thank you, and I yield.
I appreciate it. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, who is also the chair of the subcommittee on oversight and investigation, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Flex the hour. What is up, Mark?
Appearing like I'm picking a fight, which I'm not trying to. I can't let stand exactly what my friend from California seemed to be creating the image of, because I can tell you back in February we had a similar hearing on wealth creation and opportunity that specifically plumbed the depths of qualified investors. And we had a friend of mine, David Olivencia, who runs Angles Capital, Eli Velasquez, who was there, a woman here from Washington, D.C. named Omi Bell, who runs Black Girl Ventures. And we also had a Duke Law University professor who literally, after they went through the opportunities that they could have had and how they had been stymied, sat at the end of that panel saying, in effect, these people shouldn't be able to invest. And I got to tell you, way too often we've seen regulators, academics, and yes, politicians who have said no need to apply.
Thank you, Mark.
No need to apply because you're not wealthy enough, and we don't think you're sophisticated enough. And Mr. Sampson, I know you've been here, Mr. Trott, Mr. Ward, Mr. Brooks. I'm gonna ask you in the same good-natured way that I asked my friend David Olivencia this question. I hope you take it this way. Are you a sucker? Are you a dupe? Because I can tell you, based on your Twitter account, you're not. I looked you up. I retweeted you, by the way, because I know you're very excited about this. And hopefully my 30,000 followers will be able to commingle with your 30,000 followers and vice versa. But I can tell you, it's frustrating to me. It is frustrating to me when we have people saying, you know what? We're just not sure. We don't think you can really handle this. And Mr. Ward, I know in your testimony you said, I quote, investors often turn to their local communities for support to get their ideas off the ground. And that's interesting because in subcommittee hearing,
His name is Mr. Huizinga, if anybody cares, because he's active on Twitter.
Proposals from the Securities and Exchange Commission chair on his regulatory agenda, none.
That's HUIZENGA.
None of them, let alone updating the definition of accredited investors. And we were just having a chat up here, and there's rumors out there that they may even go the opposite direction. So I actually introduced the Accredited Investor Definition Review Act, which, among other things, would
there's an E in there.
require the SEC to review the list of certifications, designations, credentials for individuals to qualify as an accredited investor. And Mr. Ward, real quickly, what is your definition of a sophisticated investor?
I look at a sophisticated investor as someone who has unique expertise or knowledge in the area they're investing in.
Okay. Mr. Sampson, do you believe that the SEC has overstepped their authority by basically telling investors what and where they can invest?
I don't know if I would go as far as to say they've overstepped it. I think there's definitely.
Have they been have they fostered that?
I think about some of the titles, Title VII of the job.
Ooh, AI is back to green.
Diversity, equity, inclusion officer, and some of the outreach they've done to underrepresented communities. I think they've definitely tried. I've worked.
Ooh, look at that recovery.
Throughout my tenure, I did want to say something really quickly to the gentleman, and I've jokingly said this to Congressman McHenry over the years. We haven't agreed on much politically. Since I've been voting since 1991, I was an undergraduate at New Orleans at Tulane University. David Duke was running. We got registered to vote so that David Duke wouldn't become governor. And so I voted Democrat all of my voting career. But when it comes to capital formations from the Jobs Act to redefining the definition of an accredited investor and some of the other regulatory frameworks, I have agreed with the GOP on that in specific.
To be honest, I'm not concerned about whether you're an R or a D, an independent, black, white, green. It doesn't really matter. It's about opportunity, freedom, and liberty. And way too often you're seeing government get in the way of that.
I love this guy.
I'll finish with
Who is this guy? Is he a
don't wanna
Democrat
see
or
these,
Republican?
rules hurt private companies seeking capital. And I just want to, and my time is up. And I blew up my whole plan on what I was going to do, but I just felt I couldn't let that stand. And I want to say
KCPI
thank
up.
you. Thank you for what you're doing, what you're fighting for, what you are standing for, because you are exactly the voices and the faces that we need to see, that the American people need to see, that frankly Chair Gensler needs to see.
Yep.
To make sure that we are going in the right direction.
Wow, 45%. Good for you, bro.
And let the record reflect that Mr. Brooks was also applauding and giving a thumbs up. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm curious about the type of population that is the accredited investor definition, rather, intended to capture. What group are we trying to capture? What
Bitcoin RSI is 49. Been playing all morning. This thing gapped up at 4 a.m. and grinding since. You're a dog, James.
To seduce.
You're a dog. You know that?
Thank you for the question. Originally, when Reg D was set up back in the early 80s, 2%, less than 2% of the population qualified to be accredited investors.
Wow.
The theory behind it was that investors who would be in a position to protect themselves, who had the wherewithal to lose the money if they were going to lose that investment money, would be putting their money into these private deals. Now the numbers, because they have not been adjusted.
Picking up more
inflation,
TRKA?
The only real change to it that had
Okay.
been meaning over the past 40 years was to take the primary residence out of that calculation.
Bitcoin getting a little
without
bit tighter,
covering
seeing more
60% of the
green here.
And we're talking about some of these proposals.
Veery's up 12. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you.
To a group when you think that
Well,
most
10.5
America-
now.
a significant number of Americans only have $65,000 in their savings account, and that's all they have, will expose significant money to the riskiest investments in the market. So I understand that people should have freedom, but you don't get the phone calls I get on a regular basis. You don't see the arbitrations I see filed. You don't get the complaints we see where people are losing their money all the time, and this is their life savings that they're losing. People who do not have the ability to go in and re-earn the money that they've earned because they lose them in these kinds of investments. They're private deals, there's no backup, there's nobody else, there's no way for them to get their money back and replenish it. And the money's gone, the deals are gone, and they can't get it back. And the more these standards are liberalized, the more people are gonna lose their money and not have the ability to get the money back. The problem with these deals are, the more investors who get into them, they will not have any transparency. There's not going to be
PTPI.
information. There's
Whoo!
not going to be
Hot
the ability
tamale.
to have a line of sight into the deals and see, what the financials are, what the background is, what's really going on inside those businesses, and have the ability. There are wonderful entrepreneurs. I saw the prior hearings, but there are also a lot of people out there who are interested in taking advantage of these investors.
Well, I want to follow up. Apparently, well, I shouldn't say apparently. Do you believe that the existing thresholds are accomplishing that?
Over all my years in the securities division, I think the existing
Going for $7 on
thresholds at this
PTPI.
point
Yep, let's
need
get
to
it.
be adjusted. I
Ooh,
think
hard
things like
down.
pulling out, savings
And back.
accounts, adjusting the numbers.
Bitcoin's
up to reflect
at the 200.
inflation is important. I think if you
Netflix
look at a
large
lot of
option
bills
trade.
that were noticed for this hearing, we're adjusting the numbers up for
Wow, 275
thresholds
days
for the
out.
businesses and giving them more leeway. Some of the billion-dollar businesses are being
At
adjusted for
430.
inflation, so they
That's
continue to
wild.
qualify for a lot of the standards, and will continue to qualify. I think we should give the investors the same leeway and let their standards, give them the protections they'll get by adjusting their numbers the same way we're giving the businesses the benefit of being able to be bigger and still qualify for some of the breaks that they get.
So you believe that we should, that lowering these standards will somehow accomplish the objective?
Now, I think actually that we need to raise the standards for accredited investors so that they continue to have the protections that were originally intended. I think there are other things that we can do to maybe free up some of the requirements.
You have those ideas? My time is running out. So, what do you have an idea on that? What we could do instead of lowering the threshold?
There are some other things that the SEC is considering that I think we can talk about, and we'd be happy to provide some additional information for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steil, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Trotter, if I can, you're one of the creators of the IPO on-ramp in Title I of the Jobs Act. As Commissioner Hoover noted last month, Title I is the most successful title in the Jobs Act and significantly increases IPO volume overall.
TGY went green.
Why? I have a handful of questions here, so if you can just
SPX
be concise.
just went green.
Why should policymakers be interested in increasing the volume of IPOs?
Well, because it's
All right, let's get that
directly
power
linked to
hour,
job
huh?
creation. Over 90% of a company's job growth when it goes public occurs after the IPO.
Job creation in the United States of America. Title I created the emerging growth company construct, giving new and growing companies balanced regulation that scales over time. How should we quantify the cost savings that come with scaled EGC disclosures?
They're readily apparent to anybody who lives in the IPO ecosystem. So I hear a lot of criticism from academia. I hear criticism from lawyers who have never done an IPO. But for any IPO practitioner, it's readily apparent. It makes a big difference. So you don't have to present a third year of financial statements. You can go public with 2. That's a meaningful cost savings. You're not subject to SOX 404B. Huge cost savings, at least $1 million.
Bitcoin trying at the 200.
Significant cost savings. You reference that people do have criticisms of this, claiming that it'll put investors at risk, all sorts of claims that we see out there. How do you respond to those criticisms?
Well, that is my point number 3 from my opening remarks. Every public company, including every EGC, including any company after all of the things that are being proposed right now, is subject to immense liability and compliance obligations. None of that changes. So that's why the doom and gloom is wrong, because all of the liability remains intact.
I agree. I think there's a lot of regulatory things that are still intact.
Last time
EGC is a great
TRKA when it
on-ramp
was
for
in
companies to
after
create
or was in
jobs
Power
here in
Hour.
the United States of America. Would you agree that existing qualification thresholds for EGC status should be revisited? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
So I have a bill that addresses this. It would raise the EGC threshold so more companies can continue to benefit from the IPO on-ramp that you helped build. How would this overall impact startups in the United States if we revisited that threshold?
Your bill would be a game changer. I highly recommend it.
Thank you. Let me shift gears with you. I'm going to stay with you though, if I can, Mr. Trotter. I have another bill, WIXI.
iBio is running.
Issuer status. Can you explain really quick WIXI status, and in particular, the proposal to lower the public float threshold from 700 million to 75 million? The minimum companies would qualify for use of short form registration. Do you support lowering the threshold from 700 to 75?
Yes, I do.
In
Bitcoin
why
up?
do you believe we should lower it to 75, or maybe you have a different number? Mine's 75. What would you do?
No, I applaud your number. That's
No, we're running out of compliance, but I just personally believe that there's going to be a buyout.
the basis of the well-known seasoned issuer.
That's my belief.
When the SEC proposed it in 2004, they actually proposed 300 million as a possibility back then, but when it was still an experiment. We've got 20 years almost of experience. It works. It's time.
So then the follow-up question,
Yeah,
is some people
5:30.
would say, oh no, but it might not be safe, it might not be this, it might not be that. As you look at WIXI over the time that it's been available, is the construct, is it shown to be safe and effective over the last 2 decades of introduction?
Absolutely, it's a resounding
Bitcoin trying to get that
All
13 through the
companies are
200.
required under Sarbanes-Oxley to be reviewed by the SEC at least on a 3-year basis. So
Jeffries in the last 50 business deals has never authored a reverse
So
split.
is it safe to say that your view is we could go back, review and analyze
No, that's at
these
415, kid.
constructs in an ability to allow more companies to become public companies here in the United States? We have a sufficient and substantive regulatory framework to provide protection for investors. And if we take advantage of that opportunity, we'll actually helping create jobs here in the United States of America.
Yes, 100%. Well said.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of our witnesses. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair Wagner. I'm very glad you're holding today's hearing on capital formation as I share your goal of improving our markets and increasing access to capital for small businesses.
V2
One of the
chat.
priorities in Congress is ensuring equity and access to capital. According to a recent study, 6 in 10 Black entrepreneurs faced challenges in obtaining capital. When women and minorities can access capital for their small businesses, our entire economy benefits from it. Commissioner Lubin, what should Congress do to improve access, minority access to capital through our public markets?
Thank you for the
A
question.
$7 million
There are a lot of
vacuum?
things
Jesus.
going on. I think I've listened to the prior hearings, and I think one of the things that I've heard a lot of VCs say and a lot of entrepreneurs say is that one of the things that happens is that the VCs and the entrepreneurs aren't seeing each other. I've heard a lot of discussions about what goes on the coast. You have to be in the right cities. And I think one of the things that we all could do together is do a better job of introducing people and getting them together. And one of the things that we were asked is what could we do as securities regulators? And I think expanding some of the projects we have of getting people to meet and to network and going into some of the programs and trying to set things up like having clinics where we have pro bono attorneys meeting up with entrepreneurs and getting some venture capitalists involved in it and having people meet each other, because
Look at
what I've
Bitcoin.
been told and what we've seen is that good businesses get funded and people just need to meet each other. So I think if we can facilitate that and get people meeting each other.
Gotta
and
celebrate, Doc.
Talk to us some more, because they talk to us now about how do we get into compliance, and we can help them avoid some pitfalls and realize, because for example, we've got some small business programs in Maryland where we say, look, you're probably not in a position where you want to take on shareholders right now, because there's a lot of things small businesses don't understand for that, but maybe you want to take on some debt and do debt offerings. So there's a lot that we do to help businesses develop things and do those kinds of programs.
Thank you. I applaud the efforts to enhance capital formation.
Bitcoin, RSI is a
to ensure that
67.6.
entrepreneurs can access the resources they need to be successful. At the same time, we need to ensure that consumers and new investors are adequately protected. Underrepresented
there you go.
entrepreneurs often struggle to find capital, and they would benefit from a larger pool of more diverse investors that look like them. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle proposed changing the requirements to qualify as an accredited investor. One example would be to include individuals who pass an exam established and administered by the SEC or FINRA. Mr. Sampson, you discussed in your testimony wanting to grow the pool of Black investors in this ecosystem. Would this proposal to allow people to become an accredited investor after taking an exam do that?
It absolutely will. We created a Black Technology Ecosystem Investment Certificate Program during my visiting professorship at Kenan-Flagler at the University of North Carolina in collaboration with Duke and Stanford, and the Links Incorporated, which is a national organization of affluent and many wealthy Black women in this country. We graduated 50 people in that program that now understand the asset class, know how to identify deal flow, and know how to invest in venture funds and startups. We need to do that at the level of the thousands. Why? Because it's not that founders are not meeting investors. They're getting in the rooms and they're still getting told no. So the meetups are not working, the conferences are not working, and so we have to develop a new investor class that's educated to actually make investments in respective companies. And I think we'll see traction with increasing that less than 1% and getting it to more equitably around 13 to 20%.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson. You've identified some outstanding research universities there. Mr. Ward, what are your recommendations to ensure that such a test is as robust as possible?
If you're to do a knowledge-based testing into accreditation, I think the fastest path is through FINRA, where they already have a series of exams to test financial literacy. I think that's the first step. I think if you want to extend that, there's accreditation into different sectors. For example, a doctor might not pass the financial test, but may pass a sector-specific test. But I think the fastest path would be through FINRA registration exams that already exist.
Thank you so much for all the witnesses for joining us. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for holding this hearing. We got some great witnesses today. I want to touch on something I know the Chairwoman and Chair McHenry both spoke about. I got this text from a buddy of mine.
Almost 16% utilization, 10.8
Says,
short.
are you guys doing anything about that BS accredited investor rule? I'm shut out of investing in my 5,000 employee major company with a 1-to-1 investment match because I'm not worth enough money under the rule. I'm allowed to invest in highly risky penny stocks and Bitcoin, but not my own company. Such a dumb rule. Mr. Brooks, the current definition of accredited investor limits private markets investments, those deemed sophisticated. However, using a wealth as the sole indicator of sophistication excludes a significant amount of potential investors who may possess other forms of knowledge, experience, and expertise.
I wish Neil was in here
Can you
today.
discuss your thoughts on expanding the definition to include other criteria?
Yeah, it's asinine. I mean, it's simply asinine that we're allowing this. And one of like the most open secrets in Silicon Valley is these people just get money from their friends. So one of the fourth or fifth investors in Uber got a $25,000 friendly check to invest in Uber and ended up making tens of millions off of that, you know, and is now one of the most well-known
Coates owns
angel
3%.
investors in the world, who's written the handbook on angel investing. But I couldn't, you know, get a loan from that. I didn't have friends and family that could give me that. So it's an asinine rule. If we want to expand access, I mean,
It's only 4.3 short, but the cost to borrow is about 45%.
When I started my company, I was living out of a Jeep Patriot that didn't have roll-up windows and didn't have locks in the car. That was 7 years ago. I'm sitting here today because I don't want entrepreneurs and founders to go through that same thing that I had to go through. That struggle, the sacrifices that I've had to make to sit here today.
It says 1 million available.
It's asinine. Those accredited investor rules weren't in place. Maybe I could have asked some, you know, if I even knew what venture capital was, gotten some better things.
Grinding
What
higher
the
on
SEC
Xella?
wants
Okay.
to do, it's an overstep of their power. You know, who am I to speak on that as Brandon Brooks with no college degree and, you know, and I'm not as fancy as everybody else here on this panel, but you know what? I've put in the work. And so I think I have a right to speak on this.
Gotta put in
The
that
SEC
work.
is doing
Exactly,
and
Dylan.
others
He
who
literally
want
just said
to
that.
Heighten the accredited investor regulations. It's asinine. It's asinine.
Yo, for real, Mike.
I appreciate that, and if you actually have specific thoughts on what we should do, if you could respond in writing, I'd love it. But I want to, because there's a lot, but I do want to get to Mr. Ward because I have a question about facilitating venture funding across the country. Mr. Ward, first-time fund managers and regional emerging managers drive capital beyond the traditional hubs. Can you explain why these entities are a crucial part of venture funding and what role they play in the startup ecosystem compared to larger funds located in the established venture hubs?
You know, in this country, we're very good at producing accountants, lawyers, doctors. We're not so good at producing entrepreneurs. The best way we know how to do that is to activate these emerging managers, these angel networks that go out around the country and find entrepreneurial talent, cultivate that talent, and help them grow both through advice and through funding their companies. And so if we want to create more...
So I'm just looking at the
country,
different
it starts with creating,
MACDs.
more emerging managers and more angels that can go find these entrepreneurs and develop them.
How can Washington, what is Washington's role then in doing that, facilitating the increased capital access?
Anything Washington can do to lower the barriers of entry for these angel networks and emerging managers so that they can start aggregating capital to support these entrepreneurs, I would applaud. As we bring more and more angels into the heartland of America, you'll start to see these ecosystems pop up. We know that almost all startups start with an early seed funding from angels, not institutional capital. And so without those strong angel networks in regions, we can never graduate those companies into institutional capital and eventually public markets.
GNS just posted, it's okay to be excited for a conference call, isn't it? Question mark. $GNS 419.
Include fund of funds investments as
And then he put chain smokers dash roses.
competing for late stage allocations.
I don't know that
It would
song off the top of my head.
Increase capital into these sectors, in part because there would be more capital going to them. But these institutional investors use these investments in emerging managers to create the deal flow that goes into their larger investments. And that's how they find these early stage entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. I'm out of time, so I'll go back. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks so much to our chair.
So I want to start just.
Carvana went
I
on?
think I think you're probably seeing it up here. There's a bipartisan agreement that private markets are bigger than public markets right now, and that there is a concern about some risk of arbitrage and the opportunities that affords. I think where there might be a difference of opinion is whether that's necessarily a bad thing and what the causes are. I wouldn't argue as someone who ran private equity-backed companies. I didn't run private equity-backed companies because it was a compliance issue. There was just a lot of money, and over the 40 years ago,
PTPI isn't like destroying volume either. Like it just crossed average
all of a sudden,
volume.
there was this huge surge of institutional money that created opportunities to grow, and I think it would be disingenuous to say that somehow it's a surfeit of investor protection rules that made private equity markets grow. At the same time, the distinction between those matters, because in one case, investor protection is done through disclosures, in the other case, investor protection is done through these accreditation rules. And you can't lower one without increasing the need for the other. We have to find some balance there. I guess my first question, and Mr. Ward, you and I talked before and appreciate your time. I just want to make sure that I had some of the facts right. Did I get right that you said that the private equity markets are about 6 times as big as venture capital markets in the U.S.?
That's what we think, yes.
Okay, so when we're talking about private markets, we are really talking about private equity right now. Mr. Trotter, I've never seen the analysis, but if you look at the ultimate owners of capital in private markets, not the private equity funds, pension funds, endowments, sovereign wealth funds, individuals, do you have any sense of what portion of that money is institutional and what portion is individual?
I cannot say that I do have any sense of that. There's been a lot studied in this area, the sort of retailization. I mean, there are, but I think Mr. Ward could speak to that.
Well, I guess if I could make just a qualitative observation, if I had it like in my own experience raising money, there's a lot of institutional money out there. There's a very small number of sort of wealthy family offices. Like, yes, there are some, but my gut feeling, and I see.
All right. Oh, BBIG with news.
The bulk of the money in private markets right now is institutional.
I think that would be fair, but I do think in the last decade we've seen the emergence of the family office that competes with institutional capital.
Sure. So then with
It's in one big pennant, basically.
Someone once told me that the least sophisticated, in the way that you all are using the word sophisticated, not the way that we define sophisticated, the least sophisticated people in the world are pension fund managers. None of them trust themselves to actually do an analysis of a deal. They entrust their money to a venture capital fund, to a private equity fund, say, I want you to do the diligence, to sit on the board, to do the governance, to evaluate the deal, and essentially outsource that responsibility, right? So they're providing that investor protection in their fiduciary obligation, not because they're sophisticated in the Oxford English Dictionary sense, but because they are sophisticated in the legal sense and can afford to hire those people to do it. I say that because when we frame this as shouldn't we let more individuals in, I think we're missing the point that the investor protections that are there right now are to protect the institutional folks. And I guess either Mr. Trotter or Mr. Ward, however you want to answer this, how easy is it for someone who doesn't have the ability to get the phone call from Tiger Global Management Fund 4, would you like to be an LP in my next raise? How easy is it to look at a private equity deal and say, I know who is conflicted up and down the capital stack. I know who has step-in rights in this deal. I know who has governance provisions. How easy is it to find that out?
FOA back down to 168.
Or a Harvard Yale endowment.
I have a perspective on this, Congressman. I think it is difficult. I think all financial markets are led by institutional investors and followed by retail investors. That's true in the public markets, and that's true in the private markets.
Whoa.
So I'm close to the end of time, but I guess, Commissioner Lubin, I'd love to just give you the last word here. If private markets are dominated by institutional people who can afford to hire very sophisticated people to do their analysis on the back end, and if we are to make it easier for people who don't have that level of wealth to participate, who's going to win?
The investors, the retail investors who are on the ground to protect are going to lose. They always do.
And is it safe to say that the bills noticed at this hearing are primarily going to serve as a wealth transfer from those small individual investors to the big institutional players?
To them or to the scam artists.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses very much. I thank the chairman of the full committee and you, Chairwoman Wagner, for these 4 hearings on capital formation, as they are very important. These hearings are showing us that our capital markets have been clogged, and they could perhaps become more clogged with government regulations, and that was what we're here to figure out, real solutions that help all investors and all of our capital formation. So our committee is doing what we can do to fix these problems. We're here to talk
Bitcoin's
about
trying here at Sonic R. Like, sub, share, turn on notifications bell for our buzz. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that.
Regulated both on the federal and state levels, where there have been efforts to provide greater clarity and uniformity between federal and state laws by providing exemptions from certain state levels or state level blue sky laws. Federal and state security regulation remains burdensome and, in fact, considered a patchwork system. Can you explain some of the challenges companies face when forced to navigate burdensome patchwork system of state and federal securities regulations?
Well, you summed it up nicely when you just described the list. I mean, and you're just getting started there. So the compliance obligations, even after you chip away in these small ways that are being proposed, are still onerous. But what we're proposing, or what we proposed it with the IPO task force, is scale the regulation. And we have discussed this
SINT
already.
On the move.
It's not about more versus less regulation.
Just pop 4%.
Balancing the regulation so that it scales to the size of the company that is regulated. If you're a mega cap, all of the rules apply to you, and there are going to be more rules every year as we go forward, right? If, however, you're a company that's trying to enter the public company system, you should be encouraged, not discouraged, and you can do that through scaled disclosure, through the on-ramp type of concept. And we have 11 years of successful experience with the Jobs Act and emerging growth companies. We have almost 20 years of successful experience with well-known seasoned issuers. Those are both categories that should be expanded significantly.
All right, thank you. Secondary market transactions take place on exchange or off exchange. Some states have laws that limit off exchange secondary trading in securities. Can you explain how this approach interferes with capital formation without promoting investor protection?
How I'm sorry, can you?
You know what? Let's move on. I want to get to some other questions. It's in regard to a bill, HR 2506, Restoring the Secondary Trading Markets Act, that I'm introducing that would prevent state laws from limiting off-exchange secondary trading in securities of an issuer that makes current information publicly available. So it's just a bill that I'd like to get
I hope TRKA is gearing up for violence.
Feedback on.
I'd be happy to look at that and follow up.
Great, thank you. Mr. Trotter, staying with you, the House passed the Jobs Act, as you well know, in 2012. At the time, the North American Securities Administrators Association released a statement saying that the Jobs Act sacrifices essential investor protections without offering any prospects for meaningful, sustainable job growth. Were these predictions correct?
They were 100% false.
Right. So in your view, has there been weakening of investor protections or an increase in fraud since the Job Act was passed?
No, because the liability provisions of the federal securities laws remained unchanged from the Jobs Act, as well as all of the provisions that you're looking at today.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Obviously, access to capital is very vital. Mr. Brooks, I'm interested in you. You're making some faces over there, and there's a lot of emotion and feelings going on. Tell us some of your thoughts of your questions and some of the answers from both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, I guess overall, I'm just, I think it's really interesting to see who's stayed, who's left. Just from my point of view, sitting here, I think it's really interesting hearing the questions and just.
I saw that.
Who's put in the work to understand the struggle of being a black founder, to talk with real black founders, to talk with real women founders, to talk with real Latino founders, those that
Here, let me look. I'll look on my other chart. Hold on a second.
I don't know a single one that I've talked with or myself that would not agree with.
No, SINT isn't halted.
Today. expanding access to more people that look like me, and unfortunately, many of the people that have left the room today.
Well, I look forward to keeping the conversation going with you. I appreciate you being here, and I yield back.
It just gapped up.
He said the Latinos too. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brooks, couldn't agree more with your comments. In 2020, the SEC adopted amendments to Reg D to allow for certain demo day communication to be exempt from being considered general solicitation or general advertising. The amendment
We're looking
also
for a big
defined
cup and
angel
handle right
investor
here.
Group for the purpose of federal securities laws. These changes were made to support startups discussing their products and business plans, demo day events, without it being considered an investment offering. Given that Reg D reform is on the SEC's Reg Flex agenda,
Jordan called it out
the
yesterday.
Democrat commissioners expressed their intention to chill private offerings. How critical are these changes made in 2020 to capital formation, and should Congress solidify these changes by codifying them into law?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a no-brainer because it makes it easier for people that exist outside the lines to get it in front of people without getting expensive attorneys and people involved. I mean, just if you have $10 in your bank account, how are you going to pay an attorney a couple thousand just to prove that you can present on demo day so you can raise money? It's crazy.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Ward, as you know, Regulation A enables companies to sell securities to the public with limited disclosure requirements compared to public companies. Despite its potential benefits, Regulation A still seems to be underutilized. How would amendments to Regulation A help small businesses raise capital?
I think Reg A, and I'll also include Regulation CF, are two great ways for companies to start their journey of raising initial capital. The two things I worry about in Reg A and Reg CF is creating two paths for companies, a Reg D path and a Reg A path. I think it creates issues around adverse selection bias and picking which path they should take. What I'd be supportive of is a way to merge Reg CF, Reg A with Reg D, so that Reg CF, Reg A could be a way to jumpstart companies in their local communities to raise their initial seed capital, and then they move on to Reg D status to start raising more institutional capital over time.
Would companies benefit from Regulation A if Congress raised the offering cap?
I think companies may benefit from that. I think it will benefit the larger, higher scale companies, but I still think there needs to be a path to Reg D. The amount of money most companies need these days to get to an IPO far exceed the current Reg A limits.
Appreciate that. Mr. Ward, there's currently no suitable regulatory framework for finders who, incidental to their primary business, help match potential investors with private issuers and receive payment for successful introductions. Today, finders are treated as broker-dealers due to the mishmash of SEC staff interpretations and no action letters. Is this a problematic framework for those seeking to make connections between investors and private companies seeking capital?
I think so. Today, the way that finders work in practice to circumvent the broker-dealer rule is they're usually anointed as advisors and given equity in the company to help the company. It's unclear if advisors will be a big part of the ecosystem. I think we're still learning about what role intermediaries have in the venture ecosystem and how to connect founders to investors.
Would exempting finders from broker-dealer registration eliminate ambiguity about when companies can engage finders who are not registered as broker-dealers?
iBio is going to be trying up here in a second.
Facilitate small business capital formation?
Yes, I think much like when we liberalized
TRKA coming up to a GAN fan line.
Companies, I think if we can exempt finders from broker-dealer registration,
just a little bit of a gap here on Getter
to help founders find capital, I think that could catalyze a much more liquid market for financings.
Thank you. In the time I have left, Mr. Trotter, during the passage of the Jobs Act, you were a leading member of the IPO task force and served as a principal author. of the IPO-related provisions. Can you compare today's kind of political and economic climate to when that passed a little over a decade ago?
Well, there's one comparison that's clear to me. And again, you have this debate over more versus less regulation, and you know where that ends. It ends in stalemate. But my answer to that is follow the path that the Jobs Act took in Title I, the IPO on-ramp provisions. It's not about more.
I'm half tempted to take a GNS position, like right here.
Regulation. It's about balanced regulation, so that the full suite of regulations apply to the largest enterprises, and the new companies that are entering the public company system get a break. It's worked for 11 years very successfully.
Gentleman's term's expired.
Great, thank you.
It's time for more.
Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
First, Chairman Wagner, thank you very much for calling this committee specifically to build upon the important goals of bolstering our private markets, expanding accredited investments, and encouraging investments in small businesses throughout the country. I want to thank each of you on the panel who took time out of what I know is a very busy daily life to come and do what is on no one's bucket list, testify before Congress. So compliments to each of you and for the family members who are here present. Thank you for supporting your family in this. Look, you all have very, very incredible stories to share, and it's truly, I think, a lot of Cinderella stories that have been made successful. Mr. Ward, I'm going to focus in on you. Look, you had to leave your hometown, to go to California, to network, to find angel investors. You went through this process over a decade ago, and the challenge is that, you know, great ideas and American dreams, as Mr. Brooks said earlier.
I got it. Don't worry.
You were forced to find
I got
capital in those very select markets. Specifically, as we've identified in this committee, basically 3 states: Massachusetts, New York, and California. And there's a lot more.
I'll have it.
And a lot greater potential.
4:15.
I'd like to point out, in my home state of Iowa, and a number of us represent.
Enough time for you to go take a piss after the mark closes.
This, 33,000 new small businesses were started in Iowa alone last year, and they did it without the benefit of being in Silicon Valley. Now imagine for a second what this entire country might look like if we were discussing what is capable this afternoon, and we built upon the Jobs Act of 2012 just a decade later. So, Mr. Ward, share with us, first of all, just that story for you, how you got to California, and really what that meant for what you left behind.
So I arrived in California in 2010, didn't know anybody, didn't have a job, was brought there for family reasons, decided to start a company as one does if you move to Silicon Valley against your will. And part of that process was...
he moved to Silicon Valley against his will.
Meet other investors. The rule back then, which hasn't changed today, is if you want to get an investor, you have to find an introduction to an investor, you have to meet that investor personally, and it was months and months of just networking and finding people. That hasn't changed today. If you're someone who's not in California in the thick of it, it's extremely hard to do. If you're in Iowa, it might even be impossible. I think the path to creating an on-ramp for founders in different geographies and regions is to create strong, robust emerging managers and angel networks in those regions. And we're starting to see this happen in different hubs like Nashville, Austin, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia, and there's no reason why we can't do that in places.
Ooh, goev down.
So let me ask then, you've seen this landscape change
Off the
dramatically
highs.
just in the last decade. What other opportunities are there for new and emerging businesses to be able to tap into those markets without having to move to the place where the network already exists? How do we expand that network out there, and what kind of things can we be doing on this panel?
I think expanding accredited investor rules will help a lot. For example, in Iowa, an accredited investor rule is
Don't sleep on SINT.
It's the same rule, but has different impact in Iowa than in California. So I think creating those angel networks,
Double bottom on Bitcoin.
barriers for access to capital, lowering barriers for angel investors who want to graduate into running their own committed funds, I think will help as well. I think one of the things that we forget is all investors are entrepreneurs also. They start their own funds, and so anything we can do to help those entrepreneurs build their businesses, which is to invest in other entrepreneurs, has a flywheel effect on the ecosystem.
Ms. Ward, couldn't agree with you more, and compliments what you've done with
Wow, VRM's getting
Mr.
hit.
Brooks, I would like to return to you here on this idea of really expanding the American dream. I think one of the things that we underappreciate is just how many dreams are out there that have yet to be fulfilled. Perhaps you could give us just a little bit of perspective as a father of 5 daughters, one who's biracial. How have you guys managed this, and what are we leaving off the table that we could really grow?
Just more access, more opportunities, and it's really so simple. I mean, it's a fantastic place to be. It was on my bucket list. I'm crossing that off today. Thank you. But it's so simple, and it's creating more opportunities. That's it. This expanding accredited investors creates more opportunities for people to invest. Yeah, you're going to get some wrong, but guess what? I can go to the craps table and hop the yo as many times as I want, but I can't sit here and invest in a great company that my friend is starting that I know will be fantastic, but the rich, wealthy, elite class, white male mostly, that lives in Silicon Valley can go and invest in my friend and become a multi-billionaire maybe because of it, while I sit here in the same position.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I'd say always bet on the heartland. You may find yourself very surprised. With that, I yield my time.
Hear, hear, says a gentlewoman from Missouri. Now I recognize a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Session, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. And let me say, as our colleague, Mr. Vargas, said, thank you for having not only a subcommittee hearing that is seemingly bipartisan, but also for your leadership, Mr. Vargas, for taking time to stick around to hear all of this great information. It proves in about how we do need a better roadmap for this integrity. I would like to ask you all, because I have been working with the SEC. We spent a lot of time in here worrying about rules, regulations, investor rules, all those kinds of things. But I find that the Securities and Exchange Commission is a huge hindrance to the effectiveness of IPOs becoming capable of what they want to do. I engaged the chairman and the entire SEC last year.
Have about 12 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT, guys.
Switch, did not come to work, gave conflicting information to the investor, weren't willing to stand behind it, and then held it against the investor when their own lawyers were quoted to the department. The SEC chairman point blank told me that he was not going to respond back to a request that was made by an IPO investor when they intentionally provided all of the information that they thought they needed to provide. And we're 7 or 8 months later said, no, we're not going to even respond back. We won't respond back to you, and we're not going to respond back to them. Tell me about the SEC as being a hindrance to effectively people building this wealth and wealth creation off IPOs because of their oversight of blunders and inattention to capital formation. Anyone? Okay, well, I guess
10 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT.
I'll continue on then, since no one has any direct information. I find that we need, as I spoke to the chairman about yesterday, process whereby the SEC would be able to recognize that they are not being forthright about solving problems, that when investors have problems as they move forward, if you can get in trouble, you ought to be able to get out of trouble. But simply to have information
PTPI twisting up
because someone makes a claim against you and not even sharing that information with an investor group or a group of people where they can resolve that, but waiting months and months, maybe up to a year, perhaps more, when they have contracts, when they have agreements, when they're trying to put together a company as they're going through their formation, whether it be in the stock market or in NASDAQ. I find that disturbing, and I told a story yesterday to the chairman that I said, I remember when my dad became the FBI director for President Reagan, that the Department of Justice tended to have a viewpoint that they would not discuss any part of the work that they did, even after an indictment, with even proper counsel. And he changed that. He decided that proper counsel that does exist in this company, lawyers who were beholden to a bar, to
9 minutes
court
left for PDT.
that could, for any ethical challenges or mismanagement or things that took place where they did not properly take that
PTPI
information
trying.
and work for resolution, could be held
Bitcoin is on support resistance.
by a court. I
Still.
believe that we should have a better process.
RSI is at 38.
SEC, where anyone that has a problem where the SEC begins an investigation, that there should be legal counsel that could be brought in on behalf of this IPO or anybody that is where there's this recognition to resolve matters, not to wait a year and delay them and last them out. I find it obnoxious. I think it's unprofessional, and I believe it is an intentional effort that is being made by the SEC to bludgeon investors in this country. Madam Chairman, I heard no response, but I will yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Wagner and Ranking Member Sherman, and thank you to the witnesses for coming to speak with us today. Mr. Brooks, you certainly seem happy to be here. That is refreshing. Among the greatest strengths of the American economy are our public markets and the ability for retail investors to buy shares in companies they support. By expanding access to our public markets for companies, Americans across the country, including Southern Indiana, can build wealth and encourage economic growth. In recent years, however, companies have been pushed away from public markets, and often businesses find that the reasons against pursuing an IPO outweigh the benefits of going public. Mr. Trotter, the raw numbers of IPOs has declined significantly in recent years, with the U.S. experiencing some of its worst years on record in 2016 and again in 2022. Recent reports indicate the downward trend in IPOs will continue into 2023. Could you please explain the factors contributing to such a steep decline in the number of IPOs and what that means for everyday investors?
Well, when a company that's backed by early stage investors reaches the point where it's ready to go to the next level and return capital to those early stage investors, it has a choice. It can find a buyer and sell the company and become an acquisition target, or it can be it can follow an IPO, pursue an IPO.
I hope this isn't buy the rumor, sell the news, and they fucking
Those are
dump
very
us.
different paths. And with the public markets less hospitable to
God, that would be so ugly.
they're going to be more likely to follow the M&A path. Now, the company should do what makes sense for the company, but if you've tilted the balance
Up to a GAN fan level.
IPOs and toward an M&A exit scenario,
If anything, I think GNS would go down and TRKA would go up.
on-ramp was an
But
effort to readjust that balance.
we'll see. That's why I didn't make my entrance on GNS yet.
You've seen the positive impact that it can make, and I've said it a couple of times already, but I don't tire.
That's what I was thinking,
it's
Mom.
time to expand that
6 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT.
Thank you. With fewer IPOs and a shrinking number of companies on public markets, not only do local businesses have fewer options to raise capital, but retail investors
ID up
have fewer
25% from the low of
opportunities
the
to
day.
build wealth and
Good shit,
secure
dude.
their futures. Mr. Ward, Regulation A enables companies to sell securities to the public with limited disclosure requirements compared to
Bitcoin
public
looks like it's
companies.
forming a cup, doesn't
Despite
it?
its potential benefits, Regulation A seems to be
They're trying to.
underutilized. How would amendments to Regulation A help small businesses raise capital? Would more companies benefit from Regulation A if Congress raised the offering cap?
I think raising the offering cap and anything we can do to make Reg A more attractive would be helpful to founders. I do think there's a concern around having a two-track system for capital formation in the private markets. The most successful regulation framework we have today.
5 minutes left for PDT.
And I'm strongly encourage all of us to look at is there a way that we can use Reg A and of other capital formation.
Guys, when the market closes, I'm not going anywhere.
Marry them with what's working in Reg D.
That's great, thank you.
So everyone
Just
knows,
earlier this
I'm not
week,
going
I introduced
anywhere.
my first bill in Congress, the Regulation A Plus Improvement Act. It would raise the cap for Regulation A and allow more small to mid-sized companies to sell
I don't know,
securities on
kid.
public markets. As a member of this committee, I am committed to cutting red tape to make it easier for local businesses to grow, while also expanding opportunities for everyday investors to build wealth to secure their financial futures. I look forward to continuing to work on this issue with this subcommittee. I thank the chairwoman and I yield back.
I'd like to thank all of our witnesses for their testimony today. I'd also like to take a moment to invite any of our witnesses that have family members, not staff, but family members with them to recognize them. Mr. Sampson?
Sure, thank you for that. Joining me today is my wife of nearly 25 years, Shanteria Austin Sampson.
Here comes the pats on the back.
Also my partner in business and investing as well.
Ooh, Octa.
My oldest son is here today, Rodney Sampson II. He's a recent graduate of Morehouse College and is headed to Georgia Tech to work on his graduate degree in computer science, and he's a Phi Beta Kappa.
Congratulations.
Rodney III, you're going to see a trend here. Rodney III is a junior at Morehouse College as well and just secured his first summer internship at Harvard Business Publishing.
Wonderful.
Rodney IV just turned 17 and is a freshman at Morris Brown College as well. He's also
GETR, heads
a
up.
software engineer and a gamer as well, so we're really excited about him. Good. Rodney V is here as well. And of course, we have Sophia, our youngest.
At last, thank heavens.
Wow.
And our oldest daughter couldn't make it.
Oh.
She's a graduate of Spelman. Phi Beta Kappa is working on her PhD at UPenn in computer science.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to
Thank
you.
you.
And your
3
wonderful
minutes for
family,
PET?
and to your wonderful wife, who's also a partner with you in business. It's heartwarming to see. So thank you. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. This hearing is now adjourned.
Okay. Alright. So that hearing is adjourned. Then I have Roger. It starts in 16 minutes. I am gonna stream the call, yes. Yes. Watch. Wait, there's 2 minutes left of the day. I'll do that after. Let me see what happens here. Last minute if you're dealing with PET. Oh, day's not over. Clapped a little bit too soon. All right. Bear with me a second. Oh, the night's very young. The night's very young. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, let me yeah, let me grab the dogs real quick. Hold on. He's gotta go outside. Hi, Belly. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, too. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm just giving them food and water and stuff. That way I could have like the rest of my night here free and know that they're taken care of. So. MRAI closed their offering. Okay. Guys, GNS is messaging me, so let me just, respond, because that's important. Roger Hamilton just liked my tweet. Whoa. And I didn't even tag GNS or anything. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Yeah. He liked, whoa, he liked my other one too. Oh, snap. He liked another one, guys. He's liking all my tweets. What up? Yo, this guy's my hero. Take screenshot. Bitcoin up towards the 200. Dude. That's, I don't know. That's dope. Bitcoin up. Let's see if they do 15, 25 lol to people. Quit watching and things. No, you actually didn't hear many phone slams at all. No. That's so dope that he started, like, you know. Maybe I was just being aggressive. I don't know, maybe. Alright, I gotta get a piece of paper and a pen as well, because I might want to take notes. Give me a second. Alright, that pen works. Let me try to get the dogs upstairs real quick before this all starts. Come. Upstairs a little bit longer. Come. A little bit. Come. All right. My bad. Whew. I'm excited. Hey, as soon as this starts, guys, let me know how the volume is. Okay? Just say up or down. And I'll try to, you know, adjust accordingly. Don't forget to buy and hold that like button. I see some I see some more people rolling in. Yeah, please. Did they retweet the space or no? Because Anton was supposed to do that. All right, let's get it, guys. Well, thank you to all. Just let me know if the volume is okay when it starts, okay? That's very important. And guys, retweet the link at the top. I just have this feeling that Roger may join us in that space that GNS had me set up. So please retweet that at the top. We will hear from the GNS staff after this this YouTube presentation.
Hi, and welcome everyone to our investor meeting for April 2023. Thank you everyone who has come and joined us, and please do share, as always, where you are in the world, what is your city, your state, or your country, because we do have an international following of investors. And welcome everyone as well, which is great. Investor I also hear myself in the background, so I'm just muting myself there as well.
So that was him, not me.
And we've done this on our last sessions as well. We are going to be going through a series of different updates for everybody. We have got a packed session that we're going to be running right now, and we do have a Q&A at the end. As always, we also have Flora, who is here heading up our investor relations. She has already given me the questions that have come ahead of time, and she is also going to be collecting any other questions that we can be answering if you're posting any in the chat. We'll get to as many of those as we can as well. So what are we going to cover? We have got a lot of activity that we are going to be covering here. There is also a press release that's going out by the time this call is over as well. You can see the list of things that we are going to cover here too. But I do want to basically just start with something which I do believe is extremely important for basically all of our shareholders that have been with us since the beginning, and those who have joined us since we actually had our public listing as well, just to share that what we would have normally expected to do as a public company after, what is it now, 1 year since we had our IPO. It was actually in April last year that we listed the company. And of course, we're very excited at the time to be a public company in the US as a foreign filer based in Singapore. And we, of course, would be expecting that on our investor calls would be 100% focused at the growth of the company and the things that we were achieving and our plans. So our investors could be part of the journey with us as well. Of course, we have many, many students and partners around the world who also are our investors. And all our team, get involved in share option programs, which means that they're also investors. So this was always our vision for the future of education, that we should all be a part in that future too. However, as I'm sure many people are aware, 3 months ago in January, we did make a decision after seeing what was happening with our share price to come public with what we were hearing from Intel and also our lawyers, Wes Christian, about what was happening with market manipulation. And it has been 3 months since then, and we have seen a lot of activity happening within the marketplace, and we have been releasing a lot of information about our company as well. And here we are 3 months into that journey. So what you're going to see with this session is the very first half is going to be what I would love to spend all of our time talking about, which is the growth of Genius Group. And we have a very exciting product launch that we're going to be sharing, which is going to be very relevant to all our investors. In the second half, we're going to be more focused at the things that have shown up since January and the actions, corporate actions that we're actually taking because of what we have seen out there as well. But I do want to say this thing before we get into the steps, because we not only have our investors here, but we have a lot of feedback that we have got other CEOs who come and basically watch what we're doing. I believe we're one of the few, if only, public company that actually does monthly live streams for investor updates on YouTube. And so I get a lot of feedback from those CEOs. We meet with investors, and investors themselves basically share that they're following along with what our journey is right now as well, as many of you are live at the moment as well. And I'm very aware we also have authorities, regulators, they're all watching this as well. And so this is really a message for everyone.
Thanks,
that
Steve.
If we go right back to January, when we had Wes Christian address our first investor meeting that we basically had in January as our monthly meetings, he pretty much said to me, Roger, if you're going to go down a route where you're going to go for this battle, there's a number of things you can expect. He says that the first thing that you can expect, because of course, many of you who know his journey, he was there basically working alongside Patrick Byrne with Overstock and all of the challenges that Overstock saw. He's been working with many other companies, and there's a full list that are published in the past of the different companies that he's actually represented as well. And he said that you can expect that when it comes to the regulators or when it comes to the authorities, those who are in power, there are going to be some who are going to want to investigate you, who are going to want to basically check in on what you're saying and what you're doing. And at the same time, there's going to be others who may be more empowered to want to be out there making a difference on behalf of shareholders. We've seen a lot of that over the last 3 months on both sides. And at the same time with investors, you're going to have investors who are going to potentially be even more predatory. And you may have investors who bring a lot of criticism on you. But you're also going to have investors, hopefully the ones that are the long-term investors, want to support the journey as well because they care about having a level playing field for the company. And at the same time, you're going to have CEOs and you're going to have companies that may come along for all the wrong reasons, but others who will come along for the right reasons. And we've seen a lot of that happen on both sides as well. And it was actually John Berta, the very first person that I really got to understand the mechanics of how a CEO and an investor can actually go through the process that he went through with Torchlight, through to Meta, through to MMTLP. And that was a more than a 12-month journey from beginning to end, from a starting point very similar to ours, all the way through to what happened with Meta and then beyond. And the reason I'm sharing all of that is because we are now 3 months later, and I can tell you everything that was warned and everything that was predicted, both good and bad, all of it has happened. And what I want to share really as a message to everybody that's watching this right now is that there are 3 truths that I shared back in January, which I said would be the same truths, like 3 months, 12 months in, but this is a long-term journey that we're part of right now. And the first one, which really is one of the like most important ones of all when it comes to basically how we see the actions that we're taking, which we're always going to adjust to make sure we're doing the right thing as a US public listed company. But at the same time, where we actually see that the number one thing that a CEO and the board of a company should be doing is basically not just growing the company, which is its first priority to its shareholders, but secondly, protecting the company, which means that in the same way that we are really, by regulation, as a public company, required to do, which is to have an audit committee, to have a committee on the board that is there to make sure there's no wrongdoing inside the company. Well, we believe that the same should be happening outside the company. That's why we set up the legal task force. That's why we really believe that we have a duty to our investors that if we believe that there is anything which is going to be against their interests, then we need to do something about it. And I really hope for anyone who's watching that is in the government, anyone who's watching that we've already reported this to, that you help us with this, right? Because basically we can't do this alone. So that's the first thing that I want to share. And if you're a CEO watching this as well, the same thing too, right? So I'm aware we have a larger audience that are watching us. So that very first thing there that I wanted to share, which is the fact that, we do know, right, that as we go forward, we always are going to have a responsibility to our investors, that those of you who are with us long-term as investors as well, that we are constantly watching that and doing whatever we need to do to make sure that your interests and your shareholding within Genius Group is being well looked after, right? And I think that all companies should have that, and hopefully one day that will be actually a regulation like that. Every company needs to make sure that they're protecting both from the outside any illegal activity as well as from the inside. The second thing is, and I kind of already started referring to this, we can't do this alone. So I'm taking every call that I can be taking from a CEO who is reaching out, and this continues to happen on an increasing basis. I'm taking any call from those who basically are looking for smarter ways to be able to evolve and grow basically the army that's actually showing up to actually look for change. And I've seen this both on Wall Street as well as retail investors. I've seen this within the different parts of government that we already have seen actually step up and want to be part of this as well. That is a growing number of people as well. And so off the back of that, I really do hope that we see incredible change. And there's a third part to this as well, which is that the advisors that we have, even the advisors themselves, some will say, look, keep a low profile, don't speak out. Others will say, look, this is a fight that's too important to not be speaking out as well. We expect that on all sides as well. So I'm listening to all different sides. And that's why even on this call, there's things I'd love to share with you. I simply can't for legal reasons. And there's other things that we will be sharing over time. So those who are here long-term will see we're in a very different position at the end of the year at what we can share and when we can share it going forward as well. But that really brings me to the third part, which is not only, number one, is this something where we believe that we have a duty to protect? Number two, that we can't do this alone, is all of us doing it together, because this can only change with systemic change. And number three, which is probably the most important part of all of this, is that this is a long-term battle, right? This is not something that suddenly turns around overnight. We have seen our own, share price go up and down by huge amounts. And this is not about what happens in the short term, it's what happens in the long term. And as long as we continue to grow our company, and those other companies out there that are growing also are able to actually grow and look after their shareholders and the customers, that this will eventually pass, right? And so I do want to say that third thing, perseverance is the most fundamental key to all of this. And I really do hope that those of you who are watching now will be thinking you'll be watching in a year's time and just seeing how much can change in a year. As I always say, we totally overestimate what we can do in a week, but we massively underestimate what we can achieve in a year. And so with that, I want to go into the first half of this session, which is going to be about something that we have been very, very busy working on, and which I personally believe is going to transform not just our company, but it's going to transform education as well. And in all the noise about corporate structures and about all the actions we're taking, it's too easy for something as important as what I'm about to share to be lost. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to be giving you an insight, a live insight as to just how much the vision that we had for education, how much that is now basically going to, I believe, transform as a result of what we are launching today. So this is the part where I basically share with you the technology we have been working on behind the scenes for us to be bringing to millions of students around the world. And this is where the whole idea of where Genius itself came from, which is that every one of us has a genie, that the AI system that we are now developed and now we're launching, we launch it tonight. This is our Genie AI. This is the very, very first genie that I have seen, which knows who you are personally. And so as a result of that, you get to name it. You get to basically have it as your guide by your side.
That's
and it,
awesome.
At the same time, gets to know everything about you to be able to actually share not just what are the next steps you need to take in your learning, but what are the steps that you should be taking also in your connections, in your actions, in your opportunities as well. Let me show you a quick video which basically summarizes what this is. And I really hope for those of you who've been following along at the AI revolution, will see just how much of a step we have taken forward in the way that we are looking at this entire system going forward as well. I'm just going to take and make sure I have got all my screens here. And let me share with you, first of all, the video. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you a live demo so you can actually see it as well. So I will see if I can make this full screen, but let's have a look at this video here, which you can see on my screen now. And I am going to go straight into full screen here as well. All right, here we go. What if you could follow your personal path with your own AI guide? Now you can with your own Genie, powered by GPT. Genie is the first AI that learns who you are, your talents, passions, purpose, and dreams, and then every day gives clear steps for you to take as a guide by your side. Who to connect with, what to learn, how to earn, actions to take, and results to review. For students, families, entrepreneurs, investors, and entire companies, when you follow your own path, you live your best life. And when you combine your human intelligence with Genie's artificial intelligence, you learn with superhuman intelligence. Genius U, the world's first global network for superhuman learning, where everyone has their own genie to ignite the world's genius. Apply for Genie Beta today. So what I'm about to share with you is the Genie Alpha, which is already out and running. And we have got a team that is in there testing every day. And we are getting blown away by just what Genie is providing to us. The Genie Beta, you'll see there's actually a link. So as investors, if you want to come join the Genie Beta, it's free to join. And there's a link that you'll see below this video. So go ahead and click on that if you'd like to. And we'd love to have you on board as part of this too. Let me share with you how Genie works and why we are so excited by it, first of all. You'll see here that what allows us to do what I'm about to show you, where we can actually recommend people to meet, like, things to connect to, is because on our Genius U platform, which I know many of you are familiar with, we already, number one, are providing personalized paths based on who you should connect with, what you should learn, because we have our assessment programs that take place. And so we have got millions of people joining us through assessments. What is your passions? What is your purpose? What are your talents? What should you be doing with your life? When someone comes to my profile, for example, they can see that I've already taken my purpose test, which is linked to United Nations Global Goals. Mine is quality education. And I can then go and look at all the other people that are actually in that as well. My passions are based on the passion test. And so it goes on. Now, up to now, I've had to go explore around to find other people that might be linked to me, just in the same way you might look for a book on Amazon. But now with Genie, it's a whole different story. So here is Genie. And basically, this is our alpha version of Genie, where you can see Genie already knows me. It's saying, hi, Roger, what would you like to ask me today? So let's say, for example, I just start by saying, hi, Jeannie. And I'm on an average day, like doing exactly who I am, wanting to be able to build my business and wanting to be educated as I go as well. So I said, how do you want to assist me? Let me just start by saying, do you know where I am today? And because basically I am on here permission-based, giving Jeannie access to where I am, what I'm doing, it can pick up my IP, it can tell, it knows right now I'm in Warsaw, which is in Poland, which is actually correct. So I'm here right now. And so I might say, okay, great. Who would you recommend I connect to in the GNSU network, right? And what it's doing is it actually goes and looks at all the other people that are in the community, right? So these are students, these are mentors, people in the community. And what's it come up with? It said, okay, connect with Mikhail. I do not believe I've seen Mikhail for many, many years. He's an entrepreneur with a creator profile, which is the same as my profile as an entrepreneur who lives in Warsaw. And it's even given me a link, which allows me to actually open up and have a look at Mikhail. So here's Mikhail here. Mikhail has no idea I'm looking at this. He has a company here called Zebra Hub, which is a co-working space. And I can see all about the information about him. I can basically, send him a message and get connected with him. And by beta, Jeannie will do that message for you, right? If I come back and I say, okay, well, that's someone I could meet, I could say something like, okay, what about someone who can mentor me, right? So if you're looking for someone who's going to be helping you as a guide, we have over 12,000 partners, including thousands of different mentors. So here it's recommending Jan Polak. He's saying he's a mentor based in Czech Republic, right? So nearby your location. So I can actually go have a look at Jan, who he is, what he's doing, and basically connect up with him. I could say, okay, what about a learning step, right? Like what could be the next step that I should be taking in my learning? And then it will go away, think about it, come back. Okay, I suggest you take the weaponized test on GNSU as the next learning step. It's giving me the link to that as well. And I might ask something like, okay, what about an event to join? So whatever it is that you're looking for, and this isn't just something that's just accessing all of the knowledge within our GNSU platform. So here is saying the Impact Investor Summit, taking place 1st and 2nd of June. So this is coming up. The summit is designed for impact investors, social entrepreneurs, leaders who are committed to creating. So it's ChatGPT. So let's imagine I was to say, okay, I'm going to book for that, right?
That's awesome.
Okay, great. I'll book for that. Oh, I've gone caps for that. By the way, based on my purpose, because it knows all of this, passions, talents, I'm thinking of investing in either shares, crypto, property. What would you suggest would suit me best? So when you really have someone who has all the information in the world and at the same time has all this information is building on you, here it says as a dynamo in the wealth spectrum, you're naturally suited to creating and building new ventures. With all three investment opportunities, you can mention potential growth and profit. Investing in property may be the best for you. This is because property investment requires creativity, vision, ability to see potential where others may not. Additionally, your passion for the environment may align well for sustainable property development. Okay, that's interesting. Sounds like my resource. So would resorts be a good option? And so off it will go and have a think. And it basically is able to not only, so here goes, yes, investing in resorts could be a good option for you, especially given your background in entrepreneurship and your passion for health and creativity. Entrepreneur Resorts, which is part of the genes. Okay, so it's picked up our company already, is a great example of a resort investment opportunity that aligns with your interests and values. However, as mentioned earlier, want to carefully consider your personal goals, tolerate, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, okay, great, right? So off the back of that, if I now said something like, okay, great. By the way, I'd like to launch an AI business. Again, given my purpose and profile, oops, I'm typing a bit too fast here, and profile, what would you recommend as a startup idea? Now, of course, you can do this kind of thing on ChatGPT, even though it doesn't know who you are. You could go and try and kind of prime it to give it all this information as opposed to automatically having it. But then to know who to connect with and how to do that, it's a different thing. So here it says, given your the purpose of quality education, your strengths in creativity and forward thinking, a startup idea that combines AI and education to be a great fit for you. For example, you could create an AI-powered platform that provides personalized learning experiences for students based on their individual needs. Well, that kind of sounds like Genius U. That platform could use machine learning algorithms to adapt to each student's progress and provide real-time feedback. Another idea could be create an AI-powered virtual tutor that provides one-on-one support to students who need extra help. This tutor could use natural language processing. Well, that's exactly what we just designed here. Nice idea. What would be 3 names you'd suggest for the company together with tagline? And let's just see what it says. And and once you start going down this route, okay, brainwave, learn AI, smart ed, okay, very nice. I need someone to join the team as a creator profile. Who would you suggest? And then we can actually go build the team around whichever one that we actually want to have as well, whatever we want to do. Based on your strengths and skills, we suggest Suraj Nate on Genius U. So he's actually already one of our team members. AI education startup, Suraj to create a profile on Genius U, expertise in graphic design, video production, content creation. You can find his profile here. So once you start going down this path and then start looking at how you then connect with others, this also links up with everything out there in the world. If you were to say, okay, great, give me 3, this is my final thing I'm going to share, but you get the idea here. I'm going to go way beyond Genius U of the best examples of companies leading in this field. Oops, sorry. Other than Genius Group. And let's just see what it comes up with. Because once you actually start going out to look at others, what they're up to, what they're doing, you then have the ability as well off the back. So it gives us Carnegie Learning, Coursera, Duolingo. And so of course we can go to each of those, and if we wanted to connect up, I mean, obviously I know the executives at these different places, but I could also just say, who is the decision maker at Coursera, and how would I contact him or her? And then off it goes, and now we're at the contact level where we're actually going out to people all around the world who may not have their profile on Genius U yet. But we can see here that Jeff is the CEO. If you'd like to contact him, then you can go to the contact page on Coursera. Also, you know, got LinkedIn. Do you have his LinkedIn profile link? And this basically, as you go on, yes, here it is, right? So now it's given the profile link for Jeff. So what is so powerful about what I'm sharing here is that once you actually realize that while of course we'd all love to have an AI that is going to be able to follow us everywhere and be able to connect, learn, earn, act, review with us, which is the clear steps that we do every day, there is no other platform that can easily do that from what we can see. There may be more in the future, but because we already have set up from day one all the assessments which allow us to have all this data, and for people to connect with each other on things that are really important to us, which is our purpose, our passions, our talents, the things that actually get us into our main path in life. And we already have that. But the second thing is the fact that people are actively looking to connect with each other. And of course, if you're on a platform, you don't want people to connect with you, that's fine. You can just tell your genie that you don't want to be disturbed, and it's not going to even recommend you. And as time goes on, we're going to be linking all the AI agents into this. By the time we go further down this year, you can imagine that it'll get to a point where my genie will be speaking with your genie, and then we'll be actually getting whatever is the digest of that, and then connecting up with calendar invites being set. And all of these different things that will come down the line, they're all the inevitable things that are happening within AI as well. But what I'd like to share with you is the fact that this is a launch that's happening today. The alpha is now out. We now are basically testing it and stress testing it, and we have got the beta. The beta is not far away, right? We have got a lot of activity happening this quarter. We're now in April, so April, May, June. We have the summit, which is in June, and we are going to be sharing extremely exciting tech with you, where you yourself are going to have your own personal genie if you're part of the beta program as well. And you're going to see just how powerful it is when you have them guide you on your investment decisions, on your actions as an entrepreneur, on the people you want to connect with, the people that can mentor you. And this is all part and parcel of what I think is an extremely exciting next step in the revolution of education. If there's one thing that I would share as well, which I think is very, very important for everybody, is that there is also something very important, which is that if you actually were to know, I'm just seeing a note from the team here. It says that, it looks like there's some messages that are happening at the moment, but if anyone on the team needs to speak to me about anything, that's great. You can basically let me know, but otherwise I'm just going to continue. One thing which I think is really, really important about this as well is that many of you may have seen that there are schools and universities that are banning AI at the moment while we're embracing AI. I really believe we're going through a phase which is as pivotal as what happened when we went from horse and carriage to automobiles. And of course, back then, there were no motor races, right? Like if there was anything, there was a horse race or a running race. And when you basically had motor cars that showed up, you wouldn't allow a motor car into a horse race or a running race, in the same way that there are certain educational institutions who effectively say you've got to do it on your own, so you can't bring the AI with you. But at the same time that that's happening with the old school, there is a whole new breed of education where in exactly the same way that as people realized the cars were going to be far more popular, people started actually creating driving lessons, right? And then there were motor races, and you could not go into a motor race without a car. And the whole focus there was to be a good driver. So I really believe that the future is going to be with those who choose to be AI pilots, and everyone who's going to be on our platform are going to be on our platform with their own AI. And the entire education system relies on them having an AI. In fact, you can't come onto the platform without your AI, or we provide you with your own genie, which allows you to then make your own dreams come true.
That's incredible.
That is the basis of what we're now creating. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of this on GNSU as we roll out the beta version. So like I said, you'll see down below, there is a link, and that link does provide you
that's in live
with
chat.
basically a early entry to actually come and join us on the platform as well. I'm just going to open up here as well, because I'm just going to share with you so that everyone's aware of it as we go through this. We're about to go to the second half of the meeting now. But I do want to basically show everyone here that if you are basically following the link, which is gnusu.ai, that on this link here, you will see that there is a very simple joining, and then there's information down below as well about what those clear steps are, what the beta launch package is. And like I said, it's complimentary for everyone who'd like to come and join us and be part of this and the testing as we go forward as well. So I'm going to now come through to the second part, because while this first part here, launch of Genie AI, for us is news that we have been building towards all year. And now that we basically have made that the news, we do have other updates which are linked to what we're doing on the partnership side, our board of advisors, and then everything else you're seeing here are all the corporate actions that we've taken really there to protect our own investors and make sure that we are doing the right things based on the state of the markets right now as well. So first of all, launch of Genie AI, I have now shared with you. I'm now going to come on to the second part here, which is the partnerships update. We have got partnerships which are now accelerating with our partnerships team. We, as many of you know, already have 12,000 partners that are on board, and we're now building with those partners the next step, which is basically how we are turning all of these different programs into our university programs. We have got UAV, which many of you know is our university, where we have now launched the California Business School. And you'll see here within the California Business School, we have the partners that we have announced recently: Salim Ismail, who runs Exponential Organizations; Peter Demandis, the founder of the X Prize. We have Simon Zucci, one of our acquisition companies, who runs the Property Investors Network. And we're continuing to build out our different speakers and our different experts that are coming and joining us with all the professors that we have that are actually teaching the MBA program. That is part of the Department of Education WASC accredited program for those who are taking our MBA in the US. But we also have got now both an MBA and a DBA, which is the International Doctorate, as well as the Masters in Business Administration, which is taking place with the Swiss School of Business Management. which is recognized in Europe and around the world as well. And so this is something which is now integrating the things that we're sharing, and where we're going to basically be giving everyone their own Genie AI as part of this process as well. So very, very excited about that. I think there's another part to this as well, which is very important, which is that as we run our Investor Summit and we basically run our programs that are coming up as well, as a result of our partnership with our acquisition company, Revealed Films, which is our documentary company, we have a whole stable of incredible partners that already are part of Revealed Films, where we now are reaching out to them to bring them on board into our curriculum as well. To just give you a bit of a taste, especially for those who are watching, where you are very interested in the structure of the current markets, and those that have actually been both entrepreneurial and investing that already have been in the different programs we've run. I want to just show you just a quick 2 minutes of the Money Revealed documentary, which I was in, as well as Patrick Byrne and a series of others that I've already mentioned, where we're talking about the state of the markets and how we as investors can go about ethical investing, protect ourselves, but at the same time, do the right thing with the companies that we're a part of as well. So just to give you a bit of a taste of the kind of talent that we have had within Revealed Films, and then I'm going to share with you a little bit about what our current plans are with our partners as well. So just have a quick look at this.
Blockchain is the most exciting innovation. There's going to be trillions and tens of trillions of dollars of capital created through this system. There's going to be so much value created that all we need is one tiny little sliver of that value and we're just fine. I am going all in.
Really what needs to be explained is our wealth, our prosperity. Where did that come from? And how do we generate more of that for everybody globally? Let's not worry about what the market's going to do tomorrow. Let's not worry about people telling you it's going to crash next year, those kinds of things. Think about being an investor for the rest of your life, and let's start doing it the real way, the way that works.
The rapaciousness and mercenary nature of Wall Street and the things that they do make them impossible. We offer that expertise that does help level the playing field. At the end of the year, I calculate our average gain, and I mean, we just do really well.
Only 50% of the population is cognitively hardwired to be an entrepreneur. And the other half of us were just not programmed that way. Imagine if you had a $10,000 or $20,000 a month residual coming that just took care of you, earning a small amount off the efforts of many versus 100% of just me.
The middle class are people who may have a little bit of money, but most of the time they end up spending what they have. And the challenge with that is your business will always be a mirror of yourself. I was trying to make businesses make money, but I wasn't myself being cash flow positive. I wasn't reinvesting the money, buying properties, buying assets, making sure they were making money for me. Why would the money come my way? Money's always trying to find the best home. And if I'm not able to appreciate the money won't appreciate.
Let me just declare my bias right up front. I am a capitalist. I think capitalism is collectively the greatest thing humanity's ever created, and I'm going to prove it to you.
You're seeing the list there of all of the people. That have been a part of just this one documentary, and what has been very exciting to see as we've now brought on board, the whole documentary model into education is how we can now build that into the different programs that we actually have out there as well. So everyone can be learning financial literacy, and whether it's investing or whether it's being an entrepreneur, that we can all be prepared for this future that we're moving into as well. So the partnerships that we actually build link into our partner portal that we have now launched, which gives everyone a chance to have their own global classroom, be connected up with the different accredited programs around the world that we're launching, as well as the different technologies like the Genie AI that everyone can be a part of as well. And we really believe that we're, at this point, making great progress in those areas. And there's going to be more news about that as we move forward on our monthly meetings as well. Let me come over here beyond partnerships back to our university as well, because the next thing that we were wanting to share is the fact that we have brought some new incredible talent into our board of advisors for UAB. We have got Kimberly Bradshaw and also Murray Soali. Both of them are over 25 years within finance, accounting, the entire university side in terms of basically being both deans and also heads of universities in different colleges, both in vocational colleges as well as universities in West Coast, East Coast. And they're basically coming and joining us and bringing their curriculum building expertise with them. And there are familiar faces you see here on the right. There's Richard Berman, who is one of our board of directors. He, as many of you know, has been the director of 4 public companies that have reached over $1 billion in market cap and has been extremely instrumental in advising on the growth of what we're doing. Timothy Murphy, who is a retired FBI deputy director. You also recognize both these 2 names because not only are they on the board, they're also both part of our illegal trading task force as well. And what we're really interested in doing is actually making sure that the education programs that we're bringing in on board, not just for entrepreneurs, but also for investors, is really moving down that path of educating, really focusing at how do we make sure that there's ethical investing, ethical entrepreneurship that we can all be a part of going forward as well. So very, very excited to have them on board and really looking forward to the way that we're now growing our university. Now I'm going to take us on to change of gears into the different elements that we have been sharing in terms of the actions that we've been taking. The first one is on the legal actions. And one thing I do want to say about this is that this is not a short process. This is something which takes a huge amount of time. We do not have a small legal team, right? It's continuing to bring on the very best experts that can really support us on our journey. We have both started and finished a legal action where we actually got to an amicable settlement together with Outer Opportunity Master Fund, with Ethan Capital and with Wakas Khatri, who's the head of Ethan Capital, where we basically were, as many of you would have seen, really feeling, when we actually brought this, that we wanted to really make sure that we were doing the right thing for our shareholders. In all the conversations that we had from there, both with them personally, with the lawyers, they also wanted to do the right thing as well and make sure that we were finding a way forward that was going to work well for their investors, for our investors, and we believe that we managed to do that. And I really think that this is a good case study, hopefully for other companies as well, where we basically, from what we can share, that's not under confidentiality, where we can kind of share what we see as being the win-win that's possible between investors and also a company that is under attack and is basically taking legal actions wherever it feels that there is attacks that are taking place, to actually see that there are 2 sides to everything, and that we can always find a way forward where, as you'll see in this settlement, not only did we manage to come to an agreement which we think works for both sides as far as the conversions go, but also as how we can make sure there's no further dilutions going forward based on the agreement we've got, and at the same time where we have got Ethan Capital coming on board and providing more support to us for the future as well. So that is one thing that we've done, and just to be very aware that this is something quite separate from all the actions that we're currently taking with Wes Christian and his company to make sure that we are pursuing every path possible against any illegal activity that's taking place. That continues on, but there's nothing on that I can actually share at the moment because, again, that is under the whole legal activity. But just do know that that is something that we're putting a huge amount of time and effort into, and we're at that next stage in the process right now, and we will be updating you with more information when we can. We also have got, as a result of actions that we have taken very specifically, because we believe that technology is a very big part of transparency and also of fair markets for the future as well, a relationship now with Upstream, where we are one of the first companies, and I believe we're the first New York Stock Exchange company that has had approval to list on Upstream. We had our dual listing that took place in April the 6th. At this point, you now can find us on Upstream as well. In fact, there is here the actual page for Genius Group on Upstream, where there is a QR code for people to come and join us as well. I know many who are in the US and Canada are asking when will it be possible to be able to place your shares and trade your shares, buy and sell shares on Upstream. I know that they're working very, very hard on this, and we are really evolving in real time, right? This has all been something that has only come about in the last 6 months. So 6 months from now, I think, again, we're going to see huge jumps forward. Upstream has many great plans in place, and I do not believe it's going to be long before they actually have got the right relationships in place with the right broker-dealers in order for US and Canadian citizens to be able to be using Upstream as well. So if you're watching this from anywhere else in the world, you already obviously can be on Upstream buying and selling Genius Group shares. You can put them on this platform and then take them and exchange them back on to the New York Stock Exchange as well. We did have a Twitter Spaces together with Mark, the CEO there. And one thing which we said was, even if you're not looking to trade on there, you know, this is similar to, in a way, like the effect that happens when you DRS your shares, where effectively you're taking them out of your broker dealer so they cannot be borrowed in the US markets. By putting them onto Upstream is exactly the same effect as that. So even if you're not looking to necessarily buy or sell, just having that process really does help already with basically the pool that's available for anyone who is looking to short our shares or anything else that is not adding value necessarily to the growth of the company. So that's one thing that I do want to say. Very, very happy that we actually have got that as a milestone that we've taken. There is, as you'll see from these steps here, actions that are taken within the first 3 months of us taking action. There are other things that we're going to talk about later in terms of M&A, for example, where it simply takes longer. Even our spin-off takes much longer. Like I mentioned before with John Berta, with Meta, it was a good 6 months plus to just get all of the right regulations covered, to get the right prospectuses filed before they could actually even take that corporate action. And so again, we're only 3 months into this, and I think we've taken huge amounts of steps that we can, given that things do take a long time to be achieved. So with the dual listing of Upstream, what that allowed us to do was also to run our NFT coupon program. And many of you have redeemed your coupons at this point. We did have a number of people who came forward and said that if they had challenges, who do they go to? The answer is, and in the Q&A, if this comes up, we'll answer that as well. But the answer is you can directly connect up with us. Some people come to me on Twitter, and I've actually directed them to our team to be supported as well. I think 99% of everyone was able to actually go through quite smoothly. But I will say one thing about this process. We did not know how many people would go through this process. We do know, at this point, without knowing exactly what a final share count will be, because we can never know that until we've done something like a spin-off or a merger in a particular style, that with the coupons, at least this was something that the broker-dealers needed to be able to honor for any shareholders that basically had shares on the 28th of February. And one thing I will say about this is that, we do have over 20,000 shareholders at this point, and we were hoping that we'd have the majority of them who would actually want to take the NFT coupons, because if that happens, then we can see is there a large number of over-counted shares, basically from what they come forward with. That did not happen, right? I just want to be, some of these things we try, we don't know. No one had ever done this before to try and do this, and I believe we're the first that were offering coupons in this way, and on a share-by-share basis, that is. And off the back of that, we did have less than 1,000 people, shareholders, actually choose to take the coupon route, which was a disappointment for us because it meant that it didn't give us enough of a sample size for us to basically see, what were the challenges in the marketplace. But at the same time, obviously, those who did take the coupons, they then now have got gems on our platform, and they're able to use those gems as well. So as a reward to our shareholders, it did work, right? And just for everyone to know, if you have not taken that step yet, the links on how to take that step are in here, and you can go back to the recording in February because it's in there as well. But what I will say that on here, as you can see, there is a step-by-step process which is open for 3 months, right? From basically the 15th of March through to the 15th of June. So it's open now. So maybe this is a reminder if you haven't actually gone and redeemed your coupons at this point, please do go do it because it does help us and it helps you too. And with this basically in place, especially with what we have coming up, hopefully this will be something which will be a value add for you as well. And the actual use of those coupons goes on not just for up to June, but actually up to September. It goes on for a full 6 months. And so we will hopefully, off the back of this, see more and more of those coupons being redeemed as well. But that's an update on what's happened on the coupon side. And then when it comes to the ERL spinoff, this is a very complex process because we're dealing with 3 different countries here. We have, first of all, the country which has to pass all the laws in order for the spin-off to happen, which is Singapore, because Singapore is the base where GNS Group is incorporated. It also has to go through all the regulations of Seychelles, because Entrepreneur Resorts is a public listed company in the Seychelles on the merged stock exchange. And so it has to go through all their regulations as well. And then thirdly, it has to go through all the regulations of the NYSE and the SEC in the US, because obviously GNS Group is listed in the US. So going through all three different jurisdictions means there is a lot of hoops for us to jump through, but we are making big progress here. So we basically have got our EGM. It took longer to get all of the approvals through, but we do have it now scheduled and confirmed for May the 16th. That is where we will be voting on the actual distribution of shares of Entrepreneur Resorts. That's close to $32 million worth of shares, which are going to be distributed pro rata to everyone who is owning shares at the time that we basically do the distribution. This, by the way, will force a buy-in. It will force a share count. Every broker-dealer will need to basically say exactly how many shares each shareholder has, because they are going to have to distribute. From that detail, we're going to be distributing these shares in Entrepreneur Resorts. Entrepreneur Resorts is a public listed company, like I mentioned, and then from there, I know there's some questions in the Q&A about what happens at that point after that distribution has taken place. So we'll answer those questions when we get to the Q&A. And we also have got some just constitutional amendments that we're making to make sure that we're up to date with all the public company rules that we need to be following in Singapore as well. But that's all coming with the EGM, and we already are a long way down the process of that as well. So basically, last date and time for proxy forms we received is May the 13th, with the EGM on May the 16th. We then have to take it through a court process, which gets approved by the Singapore courts. That takes place by June the 29th. This does move back. We were hoping to do this in Q2. It's now going to be happening in Q3. These are, at this point, dates at the kind of like the latest it will happen, but we're going to try and expedite it as much as we can. A lot of it depends on how long it takes for the NYC process, which includes the filing of the registration statement and SEC's approval. So if that happens faster, then of course we'll move faster as well. And then from there, we basically will be giving you all a very clear picture of exactly when the steps will take place. And then from there, we then will be completing. And everyone who is investors at that time will have shares both in GNS Group, as they have at the time of the distribution, and then also shares in Entrepreneur Resorts as well. One thing I will say about this, which I think is very important as well, is that everything that we are doing to try and resolve the issue of potential counterfeit shares, what Share Intel is reporting to us, they continue to give us their reports, and everything that we are seeing there really can only actually happen at the time of the spin-off and the share count. And so everything we're doing up until then, we know we've been coming up with lots of great news, like the share price is not reflecting it. We're very aware of that. But we're going to continue to focus at growing the business, fighting the fight, protecting our shareholders, and moving forward in the most effective way that we can through this whole process. But we do ask for patience, right? Because again, as you can see, this is not something that happens overnight. But this is basically a very big part of our goal going forward, is to make sure that we complete this spin-off effectively. And we then, as a result of this, also build shareholder value for everyone as we move forward as well.
By the end of Q3, they're going to have the shares of ERL.
So I know many of you are here because you're looking for very specific news on where we are at. As I'm sure you're all very, very aware, when there is NDAs or there is any kind of lawyers involved, then we are very restricted on what we can say. So I'm going to speak in very general terms here. We are 100% committed to an M&A strategy, which has evolved through this year. We had an M&A strategy when we began the year, which was very much around having edtech companies that we could actually have join our group. For these companies to be very much in the region of $30 to $50 million in size. So as a result of that, they would be accretive, but they'd also be smaller than the size of GNS Group itself. We are continuing to be in this focus here on the edtech side, but we do have a big area here where there are a number of companies really in terms of the number of companies that have come to me, many of which aren't in our industry, but where the CEOs and the boards are very much in agreement that there is a death zone that microcaps are in, where if they're at, I would say, $400, $500 million or lower in market cap, it is actually quite easy for predatory trading to take place because the volumes just aren't that high. There aren't as many institutional investors. And so as a result of that, a lot of the companies that are having the toughest time right now, they are microcaps, right? They're companies like us in size. And so in those conversations, it's like, there is absolutely merit in bringing together a number of companies that are in the same field that actually allow us to be able to, by combining, be worth quite a lot more. And you'll see here the actual kind of companies that are between $50 to $150 million in size, which is really like the same size as us as Genius Group. You don't even bring that many of those companies together, and you've actually got a very, very powerful cooperation between companies that actually adds value to all of them. So we are looking very specifically at media companies that have strong expertise in education marketing and possible synergies that we can capitalize on, given that, as you can see, a large part of our whole focus is the freemium model, where we can actually bring a large audience in, whether it's through media, whether it's through entertainment, and then from there, build the long tail of education that comes from it and lifelong learning. And that then really builds up the whole structure as well, because if you're a media company, you're really making money from the front end as a percentage. But if you can actually bring the full value of that audience in to something that's very important to them, which is education, all right, then that actually builds a totally different equation that comes off the back of that as well. And we'll be basically sharing a lot more news about this as we can, as we go forward. But at this point, we are right in the midst of the process, right? So because of that, there is nothing more I can share in specifics on that, other than say we're committed to that strategy. It's a strategy that you'll see us play out as we go through this year, and we'll give you the specifics of that as we can. And that leads me to the Q&A. And on the Q&A side, I am going to be relying also on Flora on some of the Q&A that we go through as well. Let me first of all just bring Flora on and say, Flora, would you like me to go through the Q&A on what we've covered so far, and then you cover some additional? Or I'm quite happy if you want to take the full Q&A and the answers you got there as well. What would you prefer?
I think that's fine. You can go through the list that Percy gave you, and I'll answer the ones on the chat.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let me go through the questions here. We don't have as many questions as we did last month, but we have some which are the same questions, right? So the very first one, which was on the spinoff, the question was, will the resort spinoff be dual listed? And so the answer to that one is that right now, Entrepreneur Resource actually is already listed on Merge, and the dual listing we just did with Genius Group is with a partnership with Merge, which is Upstream Exchange. In the case here, when we do the spinoff, we'll make a decision, should it be on Merge, should it be on Merge Upstream Exchange? And a lot of that has to do with basically, has Upstream Exchange at that point, got the right kind of liquidity? Does it have the permission for those in the US and Canada to come on board? These are all considerations at the moment. So we'll make that decision closer to the time. And at the same time, we do have that intention of actually listing on a bigger exchange. But we're looking at the different exchanges around the world, because obviously we are international, so that it's easy for everyone who's got shares there to have liquidity as well as be part of the growth of our vision for Entrepreneur Resorts. The second question is, can Genius put out more clarification on why the company thinks the spinoff is a good move for shareholders beyond forcing a share count, which is a very fair point. We shouldn't be doing anything just as a defensive measure. Everything we should be doing should be proactive as well. So just so everyone knows, and I know I shared this on one of our calls before, we were already considering having the two as two separate entities. And the reason for that is because after the IPO, we brought some incredible executives on board to grow Genius Group, but their whole focus was on the tech side, on the education side, quite rightly. And so because of that, it meant that Entrepreneur Resorts did not necessarily have the full focus of a hospitality focused management team. And we said, they're two totally different business models. Both of them are focusing on entrepreneurship and how we can grow education. But by actually having them as two separate companies, that will benefit the investors more by having two very different management teams that are experts within those two areas. So I really believe that we will see, by spinning it off that we're going to see the value of that for all shareholders on both sides. So frankly, even if we weren't dealing with the issues we're dealing with on the trading side, we'd still be considering this anyway, right? So next question. Okay, so now we're on to the questions around naked shorts, dilutions. So we received multiple questions on the naked shorts. I'm going to mention a list of all the different questions that came through because you might have asked one of these questions. Question is, has the drop in Genius's share price given shorts the opportunity to exit? That's one question. Are the number of counterfeit shares still high given the slow bleed in the share price? The creation of the options chain, psychological warfare the shorts have been waging on retail shareholders, attempting to get us to throw in the towel and sell. Is a drop in share price coming from the Ayrton's sale of the 13 million shares they recently acquired in the lawsuit settlement, or the lenders hanging on to these shares and lending their newly acquired shares to shorts, or does forcing a share count at this point have the same impact it would have had a few months ago? I've been instructed to say this is not something that Genius cannot comment on, right? Now that's Genius. Genius cannot comment on. I would say as a person, it could be all of the above. It could be none of it. We don't know, right? At this point, all we know is that we're in for the long term and that we should not be looking at what's been happening to our share price in the short term as basically any one of these, because we frankly do not know. The next question, I received multiple inquiries on the share price trends. Okay, so it's quite similar. Is there a correlation between the share price falling again with the settlement reached with naked short sellers? And why does the share price remain under severe pressure? It is under pressure, but at the same time, it is 350% up on the year, which makes it one of the highest performing shares at this point. It could be in a very different place, either up or down in the next month. We have no idea. And frankly, it's something we have no control over other than to keep fighting this fight. And so that's what I will say, that we are 100% focused at the business and on what we can do to protect shareholders. We'll continue to come out with good news, I believe, because our news that we're coming out with is reflecting the business and the growth of the business as well. The next question, can we use our iGEMs or our NFTs at Genius Resorts if we holiday there? If so, on what? The answer is yes. You can use it on food, drink, accommodation. So we have vouchers that are all redeemable to that. We welcome you to our resorts. Can you produce a short video on how to use Upstream to buy and sell Genius shares, please? Okay, so Upstream are very good at actually providing different instructions. We're not able to provide a video right now on that, but we have got the step-by-step, which is on our investor relations website. I'm very sure Flora can share that again if any of you want to have a guide through that as well. And Flora has also shared her email, which is the investor email you'll see underneath this video as well. How are partnerships building value for partners in Genius Group? I hope what I shared earlier on the partnership side already allows everyone to see really the value that comes from bringing together top entrepreneurs, top investors, together with our professors and those who are our educators already. Our partnerships do fit into 3 different categories. We have our faculty partners that are bringing content in. We have our community partners that actually run cities and countries around the world and effectively create the schools. And we also have got our certification partners, the ones who are the teachers that will use the faculty content and at the same time, they will use the community schools to be able to then educate with whatever country in the world they happen to be as well. So that's how we end up with so many thousands of different partners around the world. And that allows us to really block the bottlenecks or clear the bottlenecks that happen within education, which generally is stuck with the school you have to go to because it's in your area, or the textbook you need to read because it's on the curriculum, or the teacher in the classroom because that's the teacher we're given. This allows on both sides, not just the student to get to the right faculty, the right content and the right school, but it also allows anyone who's a great teacher to be able to have a global classroom in a way they couldn't if they were just restricted to that one school. So it really, I believe, is a big paradigm shift in education. And the last couple of questions here. Another entrepreneur resource question. It's been listed on Merge as a standalone since 2017, but it was acquired and rolled up into GDS in 2020. So what's the dynamics of the 2.6% that GDS doesn't own? So just to be clear, Entrepreneur Resource was always public. It never went private. It just happened that Genius ended up with 97% of the public shares, of the public float. So there's still a small float that was there that Genius didn't buy over. However, now we're going to basically release that Genius float back into the hands of the Genius shareholders. But this is not a matter of us going private and going public again. We're public all the way through. And final question, which I think I've answered already. can US and Canadian investors own shares of Entrepreneur Resource on Merge? Oh no, this is a different question. With Entrepreneur Resource on Merge, as soon as we have got the prospectus that is approved by the SEC, then of course the answer is yes, because it's going to be an approved spin-off. But we have to wait for that, and of course we're not going to actually do the spin-off until we have that. So the answer is yes. And with that, I will now hand it over to Flora for other questions that might have come through.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for your questions on the chat. So I'll start from the start. There was a question on whether the recording would be available straight away. So because this is a YouTube live stream, you can actually view it straight away afterwards. And also we're going to be uploading it on the Investor Relations website. Second question was about what's going on with the dual listings. So as Roger explained during the call today, the first day of trading was on the 6th of April. Also, there was another question on, ERL trading on Merge already and how that's, happening. Roger just answered that as well. So this is because ERL was already listed and the float was 2.6% and still is today. And later on, we're going to be really listed entirely after the spin-off. Another question was on how much history does the AI store to be able to reference. So this information is not yet public, so we won't be able to answer this question. Do you need to open a merge account to get bonus shares? So questions on anything related to spin-off will be provided, answers to those questions will be provided later on, once we actually have gotten approval during the EGM, and once we've got court approval, and we've also done the NYSE process. So please, hold on to that. Give it a couple of months, and we'll be providing all of the instructions later on. What will trigger a share count? So events like, for example, the ERL spin-off will be triggering a share count in the future. How do I get the NFT code? The NFT code is GNS coupon, and you can find it online on our Investor Relations website. Another question was about what is going on with the illegal task force. So the task force has been actually working on all, the corporate actions that we have implemented so far. Goes from, the coupon, the dual listing, and, currently the ERL spin-off, and also the legal action that we're still working on. When are the earnings? The earnings, they have not yet been announced. However, as soon as we release the press release, it will be available on our Investor Relations website. We will also be having a webinar once we've released the earnings. Upstream said that they can't allow US to transfer shares onto Upstream. Can you please clarify? So I believe Roger touched upon this question earlier today, but really this is mainly linked to US regulation, and this is something that Upstream is working on at the moment. So we'll let you know as soon as this changes in the future. Other questions on when is the dividend? So here I will answer with two answers. So one, GNS does not have a regular dividend because we do not have that dividend policy. However, there's the ERL spin-off where investors will be getting shares in ERL. So that could also be considered a special dividend. And this will happen after all the process that Roger went through before. And this is it for the questions.
Thank you so much, Flora. Really, really appreciate it. And really appreciate everyone who has come and joined us. Really appreciate all of the work that went into the build of our AI and the new tech that we have as well. Final thing I would say, because I'm seeing all the comments and I'm seeing everything that's in there as well. So the final thing I'll say is Troika, we are not going to, and we're not able to make any comment about any company at the moment outside of GDS Group. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone who has come here, and hopefully everyone who has listened through to our strategies and what we are planning to do, not just spin-off, but M&A. Get that basically, if you were to just continue to follow our plans and where we're going and what we're doing, then we will be looking forward to a very, very exciting year ahead. Thanks everyone very much, and we will catch up with you on our next call. Goodbye.
I thought that was awesome. What do you guys think? How are you guys feeling? Other than the fact that he didn't mention TRKA by name, how are you guys feeling? You said it was a nothing burger? I'm loving GNS at these prices and TRKA. I'm so bullish. Exactly. Yes, he did. I'm happy I'm not the only one that noticed that. This space call is going to be a lot of fun. Ooh, what happened here? We fallen? Mike, that's what I was thinking. Hold on one second. I'm messaging my the person who's gonna co-host space with me. Did anyone else notice that he said like NDAs as in plural? Did anybody notice that? Hard part is selling some of my losers when they are down. I need patience for pops. Yeah, like I have cosm that's like way down right now, but like I kind of makes me want a dollar cost average GNS. I didn't realize that wasn't TRKA yet. My bad. Am I gonna snipe TSLL? I think any extra liquidity that I have would go towards DCAing GNS at this moment. So I'm setting up for the space call. GNS definitely has buyers, for sure. I think so. I mean, look at it right now at the bull flag. What, half hour till game time. Whoop whoop is right. What did you guys think about the call? Let me know. Bitcoin just lost 29,000. Welcome to chat. Call was okay, but nothing exciting. Just more, yeah. Yeah, just an M&A strat. I hear you. I hear you. I do like how he did address everybody in their chat regarding TRKA. He did address that. And also notice how he said NDAs with an S at the end, as in plural. So it sounds like he's, bound by more than just one NDA. Which could be a good thing for TRKA. I did think that the personal genie was pretty cool, though. I will say that. Oh, yeah, and he talked about media companies. Sorry, I'm doing all my Twitter stuff that I have to do real quick. You're buying dips? Bear with me, guys. Still doing the stuff I gotta do. I'm gonna invite a lot of you guys that are in like the, you know, like in my feed here. It's acquisition season, people over leverage, and he's about to find some discounts. I agree, actually. I definitely agree, 100%. I accidentally started 2 spaces, or scheduled 2 spaces for today. But I got that figured out. Oh, I just hit my 3,000th tweet. That's funny. Alright, I'm about to go ahead and switch the what's it called? The pinned post. As soon as I can. See y'all. Oh, you're leaving? Alright, so that's the new tweet. There you go. Alright, and now I do have to change the header here. Just because I was told it can't have any tickers in it that aren't related to GNS. Oh, 1 second. Bear with me. There we go. Whoo, GNS sliding. It does have support in this area, though. This call is gonna be fun. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted here. Please retweet that link, guys. Let's get as many people in here for GNS as, as we can. I want to know more about what they got going on, what their thoughts are on media. I don't know, like, this should be fun. It should definitely be fun. I'm just wondering if GNS is going to go ahead and stick this bottom because this is where it had previous support. Well, 120, obviously. You guys see my line. I was kind of blown away by... You feel so let... See, I don't feel let down. I was kind of blown away by that Genie, like the personalized AI system. I think that that's really, really cool. And keep in mind, he did say, NDA with an S at the end. So he meant, like, plural, meaning that it seems like there's more than one deal going on. All that is a plugin for ChatGPT. Everyone will have their own version of it. Yeah, so I think it's cool that they're gonna come, that they're gonna become personalized without having to do it on your own, essentially. We all know what we wanted to hear. Well, so I don't think he wasn't supposed to do that, but he might be, in theory. In theory, I just see it. I see it becoming a merger. Somehow, some way. I'm just feeling a merger or something. Okay, yeah. What was said about 150 million? Because I feel like I missed something. Well, Bitcoin's getting beat down right now. Buy the rumor, sell the news. I just bought delicious dips of TRKA. There you go, bud. I love me some TRKA. Oh, looking into media companies in the 50 to 150. Yeah, that's fire. How is that a letdown, though? I have to agree, pretty let down. With all this hype, GNS was regarding the 419 date. Would have expected bigger news or put... Keep in mind, guys, we're about to have a space call with them. So, like, voice your concerns. But at the same time, like, respect that they can't answer some questions. Please. It's very important to me that you do that, or else, like, I'm going to have to take your mic from you. And be very, very polite and respectful, please, as well. I shouldn't have to tell everyone that, but I'm going to anyway. It's down 12%. I bought this at 59 cents. And then I sold it at 7.30 something. A third party, Peter Coates could afford to buy it. He's the largest shareholder of TRKA. He could afford to make it happen. He's a billionaire. Yeah, but he also said NDAs. Keep in mind, guys, he said NDAs. And again, guys, please retweet the space. Let's get as many people in here as possible. Or in there as possible when I start it. Yeah, just so everybody knows, I think it was Devil Doc that said this. The last 50 like deals that Jeffrey signed up to do, none of them were reverse splits. That's fine. No. Okay, so it means that he's in talks with more than one company. Love my channel and the group. Okay, I appreciate your time and you hanging out. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I do not feel that way. How much did Mint get for being bought out by T-Mobile? I do not know. $1 billion plus? Okay. I understand. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick before this starts. Okay. He said he has spoken with several CEOs. Yes, that's very true. Tesla beat or no? They missed by like not much. Three little soldiers on GNS right there. I'm excited. Look up. Suppose if you use predictive revenue for the next 5 years, would you see TRK? If this is done right, the sky is the limit, but it would have to be done correctly, and I think it's too early to put numbers like that on things. I don't want to be the person to you know, throw a number out there and then have it not be, you know, not be accurate. What would happen if 3 companies merge with a new QSIP? I can only imagine. Imagine if it was a sole list on Upstream where they couldn't short. That would get ugly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That would get wild. I have a really good question that I think a lot of you guys are gonna like. I know I have one solid one, and then the rest are just kind of like, you know, just fillers. All right. If you're not early, you're late. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start the space. Hello, guys. Please like and sub. We are about to have a space that was requested by GNS to go ahead and create. I hope you guys enjoy. I'm gonna go ahead and start that space now, and then it might take a few minutes in order for people to roll in. Bear with me here as I start to add people. Just a few minutes here while we wait for people to roll in. Please go ahead and retweet the space as well if you guys don't mind. I'd love to get as many people in here for GNS to, you know, I guess inform us of other things if possible. I'm going to go ahead and I am going to throw up a co-host here in a second, and I am going to post on the Jumbotron up top in a minute. Barkin, give me 1 second. I sent you a co-host. Let's see. seems as if he is disconnected. I am amped up right now. That call was awesome. Absolutely awesome. I can't wait to discuss it with GNS when they get in here. Let me go ahead and let me try to get barking back up. Where the heck? Whoa, why is my Twitter crashing? This is odd. I sent out a new one. Sent out a new one. Don't worry. Sorry, guys. I guess the last one crashed on us. Give me 1 second here while I try to get everybody back in. How are we doing today, Anton?
Hey, we're good. Just tidying some things up, and then yeah, we'll be able to speak in a few minutes. Hopefully, we'll have a few extra guys on our side in. Really excited to chat with you all.
All right, beautiful. Let me know when you're good to go. We'll be hanging on you. I'm just sitting here trying to take everything in because that was awesome.
Sweet, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was interesting, both in every way. But yeah, I'm super excited for it as well. I'm going to tweet it out to everyone that's following us. Hopefully, you guys can do the same. Get us like a little bit of momentum built up. Get a few other guys in here as well on our side.
Yeah, as soon as you do, I'll go ahead and I'll throw it up on the like on the top here, and then hopefully we could all retweet. All right, I just threw that up top. If you guys could go ahead and retweet that, that'd be dope. Again, for anybody new just hopping on, we are waiting for GNS on their side. They are going to have a couple staff members hop in, so just waiting on them. Patience pays, right?
Yeah, we're getting some team guys in. Thank you all for your patience. As you can imagine, pretty hectic day for us all over the states here and abroad. So just stay tuned. A lot of things to talk about. A lot of fun to have here.
Man, I just really want a genie. I already applied for the beta.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Doing all right. Busy day as well, as we were talking earlier. Lots of stuff been going on, so
Well,
let's stop in for a minute while I'm
if,
hanging.
if you had your own genie, you could have got like 9,000 things done.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I jumped in for a little bit of the call. I was listening as I was making phone calls before this other media space later on. So it sounded good, like what I hear.
Sweet. Thanks, guys. So as we're having a few more of our teammates come in, I'm happy to be here with you guys. Buzz, Jonathan, sorry. Buzz is like a leader of the space, and really, really happy that he gave us the opportunity to talk. We're going to be talking about the investor meet that we had this afternoon. For most of you around the world, whatever time it is, like also acknowledging you. But yeah, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. In the meantime, yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I'm seeing we have our chief revenue officer here as well. I'm going to pull him up. Revenue Rob, there he is. Throw him a follow too if you can, guys. Need to speak. There we are.
Let's show him some love with some follows, and let's also be very, very respectful. These are people that are taking time out of their day to go ahead and obviously talk to their shareholders, or potential shareholders, and they don't have to do that. So let's not make them regret it. All right.
Hey, Buzz. Hey, Barking. How you guys doing?
I'm doing excellent, sir. How are you?
Doing great. Barking, how's your partner doing with Bun in the Oven?
I know what sex the baby is, but I don't. I'm gonna leave that for him to go ahead and him to drop the bomb.
Oh, that's great. You found out.
Avid, how you doing, man?
How's it going, buddy?
Going
How's
great,
everyone
man.
doing today?
How'd you like the call?
I just hopped on about 2 minutes ago. It was honestly silent when I came in, but I'm happy to be here. I want to learn a little bit more about the company. I need to sit down and do more research. I know that buddy of mine, Mr. Ham, helped Roger a lot in the process of going about it from 29 cents all the way up to the top, and it's definitely been a process. Just need to do a little more research on the company. It's why I want to listen, just get a little bit more information for my followers. Usually anything I posted on GNS or Genius was just strictly technicals as we followed it on the run up. But yeah, I mean, I know it's definitely legitimate business, and there's been some some issues on the other end of the trade that were trying to be resolved. So, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more a listener today, if anything, and definitely trying to gain a little bit more knowledge.
Awesome. Well, knowledge sharing is definitely something that sounds like it's up Genius's alley. I just want to go ahead and I want to, say that he presented it. He presented himself and the company very, very well. As far as shares go, I am currently not a shareholder of GNS myself. I bought it at 59 cents. I wrote it to $7.34, maybe it was. I got out. I felt like the chart was heavy. And then, I may have taken a stab at it here or there, but with like a really tight stop loss on it. But anyways, at the current moment, I do not have any. I am in a different ticker that I'm not supposed to mention, so I won't. However, I am very interested in GNS, and I do plan on DCAing, coming up. I just, know how stocks react after news of potential, acquisitions or strategic moves or, things of that nature.
Yeah, I feel very similar to you as well. I mean, I know it's definitely legitimate business. I know it's not going to stay at $1 for a while. In terms of nitpicking and I guess being a little more stingy on, like you said, dollar cost averaging. That's pretty much where I'm just trying to see where it could potentially bottom. Might have, for all we know, have bottom temporarily, but yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you're seeing a lot of these manipulated stocks, it's always these convertibles, or it's always attaching some sort of liability to the company. So it's always a good thing to know that we're trying to get rid of as many bad actors as possible. But like I said, most of the things that I've focused on with GNS has been more Roger himself in terms of, I guess, his role and I think mainly his stance overall. So like one thing that I've always mentioned is Roger's sort of the face of, a lot of these smaller cap companies that I think, maybe don't want to have a voice or they're scared to have a voice, thinking that there's going to be some sort of backlash or repercussions from a regulatory body. And it's just ridiculous to see that, or to even, make that stance that, we have to be in an executive position, we have to be scared, or we have to be, timid. And no, you should want to take a stance, because I think the main thing is looking at the opposite end of the trade, or the short selling side of it. You don't have to report when you short over 5% of a company or 10% of a company. You have to file if you go long 10%, right? So these guys are always hiding in the shadows. They get to destroy companies. No one ever puts a face to the name. And, again, they're moving very stealthy. So when you're sitting there, it's almost like you have to just take it, right? They're stealing hundreds of millions of dollars, destroying your market cap, destroying your potential, I guess, financing that can come to your company if you need it. All those things. And for Roger to take that stance and have such a strong presence on social media, and I would say a large social media presence, I think it's one, just awesome, and second, it really does, again, sort of leave this impression on other executives that could say, hey, like, look at what Roger's doing, and he's almost setting the groundwork for what is possible. And I think also a new wave of executives. So it really started at the retail investor front, having them say, hey, listen, we're being so vocal. We're submitting FOIA requests. We're going to Congress. We're doing all these things. Where are the CEOs that are supposed to be fighting for us and, ultimately have a fiduciary responsibility, which again is to, fight for their company, right? You have a right to fight back. You can't just, you're not just going to sit there. But most people, again, are under that impression that's not the case. So I've always wanted to say that to Roger. I feel like I've never really had the time to. I've actually said it in videos before, but, definitely someone who's taking the lead and, being sort of the face of the game. I don't know if he even looks at himself that way, but he certainly is. And it's something that's really incredible.
It's absolutely commendable. I do want to go ahead and I do want to address. This is also on my YouTube. I do have a YouTube chat that is asking me how can I be hyping up GNS and excited about them if I don't have a position. To answer that question, I made my money on them. I still like them as a company, and I trade based off of a technical, a technical outlook. So if the chart looks right to me, that's when I'm going to enter. And right now, I'm getting to levels that I don't know seem a lot more interesting than like maybe like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So that's what I have to say to answer your question, Rebecca. It looks like we dropped a co-host too by accident. Twitter Spaces, man.
Spaces has been having a lot of issues lately, but I sort of agree with you on that aspect to where, sometimes I'll just be honest, I miss out on a trade for being a little too stingy. Like if it doesn't hit my price and it goes, well, okay, whatever, it's fine. But I think, Genius Group or GNS, even without me having an extensive knowledge in terms of the fundamentals and the cap structure and just, digging into the filings and see where they took money from, who was the parties, all those things. I believe in Roger and I just love what he's doing. A lot of the people in my group, it's never just a one-man operation. It's always a group of people. It's who how you know things. So it's definitely something where it's getting to that price level where it really does, one, scream undervalued, and two, again, is very appealing, I think, for me, where I want to start looking at it and possibly accumulating a long-term position somewhere in $1, possibly in this range here.
Yeah, thanks for that, Avid. So just want to fill you guys in. We do have our Chief Revenue Officer of the Genius Group is on right now. He's Ralph Carwell. Mr. Ralph Carwell is going to be answering some questions. I think we have about 11 minutes left with him. So if anyone has any questions directed about revenue or directed towards the senior executive in our company, please feel free to share those questions while we have Rob on. He's been really gracious to share his time with us, and I want to make good use of it.
So immediately, I guess my first question is it was brought up on the call that it has not been approved in the United States to dual list as of right this second. Okay, now if it does not get approved to dual list in the United States, would they just drop their listing with the current exchange and solely be on upstream, and then effectively limit shorts?
That might be a Flora question, but you mean drop out of the New York Stock Exchange?
Well, if they don't approve the dual uplisting, I don't see what the other option would be.
I would definitely reach out to Flora. She's our investor relations. She can give you the correct compliant answer.
I totally understand not wanting to, be wrong with that one. Avid, I see your hand up. What's up, man?
I just wanted to quickly ask, it's more of like a newbie question, I guess. If you could just give a quick breakdown of the cap structure and what you did in revenues last year, what you have projected for revenues and earnings for this year, if you could.
Sure. So we put out our filings. I would definitely look through that because I don't want to misquote it because I don't have it in front of me. And obviously being a public company, if I give you a wrong number here, I'd rather you go through that.
Let's just say roughly for now, and
we're growing.
Get any specific.
We grew double-digit percentage. We made some key strategic acquisitions in this space. We've slated to continue to have a really great trajectory and growth, not only just revenue, but also in our acquisition strategy. And we went from, I believe, 3 million students to something like 4-point-something plus million students in a year. 4.3 million. Thanks, Anton. 4.3 million students. So, we're growing really quickly, not only on just the revenue side, the acquisition side, but also on our student basis.
Are you being able to, so I'm asking more newbie questions, which I should do myself, but just offhand, in terms of your business model itself, are you making a certain amount of profit margin per student, or is it like, how is it structured in terms of how you're making revenues off this?
Sure. So I remember I shared this last time. So we have a freemium-based model. Mm-hmm. So we're really mission-driven on education. I know we shared this on the last call. So we're an organization that's focused on iterating what education should be. And it doesn't necessarily just have to mean like a traditional 4-year college degree. We know traditional school system is a very old system. The latest school iteration of the system was International Baccalaureate, which came out like 50, 60 years ago. And our iteration is, instead of like committing, let's say if you wanted an accounting background or you wanted to build your accounting skill set, or your entrepreneur set, how to look at marketing and funnels and other aspects of running a business, you don't have to commit to a business administration degree and then decide, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and if that's not for you, you can just dip your toe into it. 98% of our students don't pay anything. We provide free education, free invitation to courses, summits, Genius certificates. We have a university that's accredited that has certificates, and it's really about 2% of our students pay. So it's a freemium-based model. We're mission-driven. We believe in really building the next iteration of education to change people's lives.
So then, how do you? Again, this is all. I just want to keep saying. I know it's newbie questions. So how do you make money then?
We, of the 2% that do pay, we make obviously we generate millions in revenue from that, because as people come into the ecosystem, they very quickly learn. Like, for example, they have 2 to 3 free, 4, 5 interactions depending on events. We've learned that as people come into our ecosystem, they get value on exactly what they particularly need. We have numerous cases where people are like, listen, I want to get into real estate. I looked at YouTube. I followed a bunch of people on social media, and they were able to get me to a little bit further. But then I got to spend, $1,000 on a course, and I didn't get a lot. So they joined our ecosystem. For example, we call it Property Investor Network. People come in, and it's very, very free share. It's like a whole network of individuals. We're expanding through Europe and Asia. And then we're looking at expanding, like there's lessons that can be taught here in the United States. And folks are meeting other people in the space. And we built the culture to not just help educate, but our culture, and I shared this in the last one, internally and our student base, is you get in flow by putting others in flow. So people are able to consume numerous pieces of free content, either live, virtual, pre-recorded, enter into a network that they want to focus on, and then really quickly they realize, wow, I really want to continue this, and I have this focus course that's $500, $600, and then there's courses we have that are $32,000 that we make a really easy bid on. But we also encourage you not to jump into the deep end right away. We want you to take all the free courses. We want you to understand exactly what you want to do, and obviously, as Roger talked about, our personalized AI journey with GPT, it's going to help you, coach you to take the next course and not jump to the $32,000 course, but maybe take 5 free programs, take a $1 summit, take a $47, personality profile genius assessment, a challenge, and then you quickly rank up to that if you want to go when you're ready. So of that 2%, we have people that also go through the whole become partners, pay $50,000 a year, and they start building their education business on that. So we're not only just student-based, but we also have a platform where educators join our platform, and then they provide their education and they build their education business off our platform. So all that ends up being, obviously our revenue target.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's awesome. I know that your time is very precious, so let's try to be quick. Huck, you are first, Swing, and then DIY. Let's try to be quick though for Mr. Rav here.
Hey, thank you, Buzz. Mine's a super fast question. I'm sure you've probably already even answered it. I just wasn't in here before. The digital coupons. can you redeem those for applying? So let's say I wanted to take one, I didn't get into the full program. Can I use my digital coupons to offset the cost of enrolling into a class or a course?
Absolutely. So just to give a little history to some of the people here, we saw obviously our stock being naked shorted, and in the assessment of counting our stock that is out there, and on top of that, we've had such a loyal owner base and student base and customer base, we provided NFT coupons for if you log into Upstream and then you were able to register, you share that you own the shares. Those NFT coupons are redeemable for courses, for traditional vocational certs, degrees. We own numerous cafes and resorts that we have education events. They're redeemable there too.
That's awesome. Swing, you're up.
Thank you. I got a lot of questions, and sorry, coming in hot here. So I listened to the entire thing with Roger live stream on YouTube. Number one, as far as I'm concerned, this was like the perfect scenario. Okay, you get the share intel through Entrepreneur Resorts. You get the digital NFT coupon. You get the dual listing on Upstream and on the NASDAQ. You have share intel that is going to take place. And obviously, when they said, given today's date, and then when Roger mentioned May 16th, the price shot from I don't even remember, $1.35 to $1.68, and then they instantly attacked it and dropped it right back down. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect scenario when you're trying to fight this naked shorting. It just, basically they have a month, and I hope it slaps them in the face. But can you or anybody talk a little bit more about Entrepreneur Resorts, how many resorts there are, where they're located at? Because I'm very interested. I'm about to get married, so I want to. Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, first of all, on marriage. That's amazing.
Thank you.
So we have resorts in Bali, Indonesia. It's incredible. I mean, there's something special to be said about just the energy in Bali as what it is. And then on top of that, the way we've built, it was actually designed with feng shui. There's a long history in the area. It's an incredible resort. Anton has a lot of videos of the history of the resort. And then we also hold Education Summit. We call something Wealth Dynamic Masters, Investors Masters. We hold it sometimes in Bali. We also have 2 reserve wildlife reserves in South Africa that, it's mind-blowing. Just the energy there. It's like a private lagoon. You'll see lions drinking water next to zebras. But we host a lot of our education events there. In addition to that, we've done events in, Cambodia, Dubai, all over the world, but our primary resorts are in Indonesia, South Africa. That's where our resorts are.
Rav, I'm sure it was just an oversight, and I'm totally okay. I forgive you guys. These things happen, but I still haven't gotten my my invite or my plane tickets yet. Anyway, we can work this out on the side. I'll just shoot you a DM, and I'm sure you'll get it corrected.
Good luck.
So I may have not done my due diligence on this one. Are we cash flow positive on Entrepreneur Resorts yet? And then again, I do want to go back to Swing and then DIY.
Sure. I do need to shake pretty quickly here. I'm supposed to drop off. at 1:30. So look at the financial report. You'll be able to get all that information. And then Roger's also broken out some of that stuff in past recordings. So take a look at that because I don't want you guys to misquote me.
And real quick, and I know you got to drop off, but when Entrepreneur Resorts become, when all of this transpires, as a holder of GNS, do you get a 1-for-1 share of Entrepreneur Resorts? Is there something else we need to do? I didn't fully understand what Roger was talking about. I watched the entire thing. I couldn't rewind it because it was live stream, but.
Sure. I know there'll be a recording be put up, and then also Flora Hewitt, Anton has shared her email. She's our live investor relations, and she's incredible. She's very responsive. She can give you the detailed answers. So if you have any questions like that, Anton can throw her email out there, and she's incredible, and she can answer that in detail. So if you do miss anything, the recording will be there, and she'll be the right person to answer that.
Man, I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Super quick before he gets off, DIY and then Avid, and then I think that's all we're gonna have for Mr. Rav here before he has to jump.
Hello. So, this is my question. So, I heard on the call it was accredited. So, I want to know where you guys are accredited. Number two is this kind of like an Andrew Tate type of model where you have like affiliate links to where if you could get people signed up, you get like extra money because that would bring in like extra revenue. And then because they had like that whole Hustlers University kind of thing, not saying that's anywhere shape what you guys are doing, but if you wanted to bring in people, by word of mouth, this is a way you could do it. And then another thing is there anything that you can talk about before the announcement for purchase offer to Trika that happened beforehand?
I'm gonna interrupt you. We already talked with GNS. We are not allowed to go ahead and discuss other tickers. So I do apologize about that.
Sure, but I can answer a couple of your questions, DIY. So you had a few questions. The first one, our accreditation. So the university that we acquired is WASC accredited. It's the same as like USC, university like Southern California. A lot of the universities that have accreditation. There's regional accreditation. There's like an Eastern version. There's different but it's WASC accredited. So it's a strong accreditation. We're really proud of it. UAV is really proud of it. In addition to that, your question was like kind of our model is like Andrew Tate. No, I don't. I'm not familiar. I know who Andrew Tate is. I don't know his full model on what you mentioned as Hustlers University. Our model is we have people that enter obviously into our ecosystem through a lot of the free content we provide. And then a lot of the people that, I know I shared this in the last call, who have come through our education entrepreneur program, some of these folks have scaled their companies. Like we have people that come in that are pre-revenue. We have people that come in that are 10 million in revenue. We have mentors that have been in the ecosystem for multiple years that have taken their company public, right? So they came back as mentors. And then we have other people who have been through the system, loved it, and then they become partners. Like we call them genius igniters, where they will actually host events to, just like I talked about the real estate investment network PIN, they will host like these events to like, hey, this is how it changed my business. Let me share it with you guys. And here's a bunch of free courses and resources. They become partners. They share our content. There is an affiliate model to get that, but it's really just support, bring a version of education that's personalized to people trying to do what they're trying to do. We also focus on crypto investing, stock market investing. Some of the team members, some of the people here might be a little bit more advanced for that because you've done your own journey. But people entering the space who want to get a little bit more, meet other people in the network like this, then we have those resources as well.
That's awesome, Rav. I appreciate. I'm sure that was a great answer for his question. I know that you're in a hurry, so I'm gonna give it to Avid, and then that's gonna be the last question for you, sir.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so I was taking a look. Someone sent me an article dating back to the 29th. It was when you settled with Ayrton Capital, ARYTON Capital. I just wanted to get an understanding of the outcome of that. I know it said that they should have received 49 million shares for an 18 million loan. That was settled. And I just wanted to really, specify about the dilution, and then also that party coming back in. So again, I just want to make sure I read that correctly, that they were sued, you settled, and then they were reinvesting between 3 to 6 into the company. I just want to know why you would do that, or if I'm asking the right person, why that would be the case if you're trying to essentially get a party like that out of the company to have them dilute more.
Sure.
If you could answer that.
Were you able to watch a recording of it?
I did not. I was
Okay,
not
no
able to.
problem.
Yeah.
No problem. Take a look at it. Watch the recording. It'll get posted. Roger talks about it in detail. Obviously, because there's legal involved, we can't discuss all the details. But it was a positive outcome. The details were shared in that recording. So, I think we're excited about it, and I would definitely watch that. And if there are a list of questions, obviously, document them, and Anton give you our investor relations person.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just more looking at it. A lot of companies that I've been involved with, usually when you're trying to get rid of these, it says convertible notes. You guys mentioned naked shorts a lot. So again, I'm not trying to be negative, just more realistic on what I'm looking at. To have to settle with a party like that could potentially be nefarious, than to have more stock be diluted and gave essentially back to that same party. It is a little interesting. I'll say it not trying to again be negative. Do you think that the overall dilution has had an impact on the share price at all?
I don't know if I can answer that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But again, Anton can post Flora's contact, and she's great on it. And I do watch the recordings. I know a lot of people here have watched Roger. He's done a really great job. He's really being an advocate for so many CEOs. He's getting pinged by other CEOs, hey, we're getting naked short sales, we're getting this. He shared a playbook. He's making introduction to attorneys that we're utilizing and working with. So it's a really unique time, especially with all this going on in the market. So it really does hurt investors all over the world, but I'm really honored to be working with Roger and him being this advocate. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day. Thanks, Buzz.
Hey, thank you guys all. Thank you for your time. Anton, are you going to stick around with us?
I'm going to stick around for a little bit, yeah.
Beautiful. I think that a lot of us want to know about Entrepreneur Resorts. Swing, I see your hand went right up. Go ahead, Swing.
So Antoine, thank you. And Rob, if he's already dipped out, which it looks like he has. How many shares of the company are they releasing in the initial offering?
Okay, so I have news from our investor relations team, Flora, who is actually quite brilliant. She's our VP of investor relations. Those of you who were on the call may have seen her towards the end on the investors call. So Flora has I sent her an email, and she just got back to me saying that that Entrepreneurs Resorts shares are pro rata. Do you guys know what that is?
Yes.
Okay, so it's pro rata, so it's not 1-to-1, and it's in the EGM notice that you can find on the filing on the 12th, is what she told me. I'm not sure where to find that, but I can get you guys a link ASAP. But that's where I was to find it. But yeah, they're pro rata, and it's not 1-to-1 on EGM.
But still, you're getting shares of another company for free. And so I had sent you a DM just a little while ago. Could you provide her email address if you don't care, so I can actually reach out to her? I've got a ton of questions, and I'm not going to clog up the space with semantics.
No, you can ask me as many questions as you want. I'm happy to answer as many of these as possible. And yeah, I'm happy to answer as many as possible. And I have that document as well, the Form 6K that I can share. Also,
is it on the SEC website, the 6K under GNS?
It's ir.geniusgroup.net, and you can email investor@geniusgroup.net to be in touch with Flora. That's again, investor, INVESTOR, at geniusgroup.net, to be in touch with Flora, our VP of Investor Relations. So as for whether it being on the SEC or here, I know that it's on ir.geniusgroup.net there, but I'm not sure where else you can find it as of now. But again, like if you send for an email or hang on here, I can send you a copy of this. It's public information. Again, guys, only sharing public information, of course, as always. And yeah, any other questions, please? If you have any other swing, please feel free.
Yeah,
or anyone else.
I do. I'm seriously elated. This was a good day. Secondly, is there a website that shows the resorts, whether it's in South Africa or Bali or where you had mentioned in?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what Rob was talking about was like the actual resorts where like you can go like rent out a villa or like a place to stay in South Africa and in Bali. The villas in Bali, I mean, it's spread out across the internet pretty much, but the villa in Bali you can see via Genius Group Ltd, same as Twitter, same as here. On Instagram, you can see a lot of footage there. It's kind of like a nudge to push some more of that content there, which I'm happy that you guys gave. Yeah, I have a lot of that footage because like I had the time of my life there. It was like the absolute transformative experience for me and like something that really like kind of changed my life. So I'm happy to share more of that on Instagram as it becomes available, Genius Group Ltd _. We are sharing some, but you can come across some of like our other thought leaders, like Michelle is your coach, Michelle Milton, one of our like lead coaches at Genius Group. So what Rob was talking about, like as you kind of scale up in the Genius Group, like, and we kind of help mentor you and your group and your company, your purpose, your entrepreneurial venture, as we kind of help you get that started and move it up. We help you out along the way. And like Michelle Knowlting, Michelle is your coach on Instagram and Twitter. She's been helping me. Like I have serious like confidence issues with like speaking in a public forum like this. It's in my Genius profile that like I'm more of a supporter than a star. So you have a little bit more of one side or the other in that, right? And like I've found success in my career becoming a supporter by like supporting people like Roger and finding a champion like that to like is really mission oriented to like get behind and like a movement that's real. So that type of stuff like really gives me a lot of like help and confidence, and like what she does for like other people, other entrepreneurs is like kind of like magical. And I don't know how I would get through this without her. She told me that there's a new moon coming on March 29th, and part of the uneasiness I feel is due to the uneasy airs or something like that. I don't remember what it was exactly. My wife would know better, but it was really helpful in like kind of like freeing me and liberating me to continue with my genius and not really get caught up or bogged down in things that I don't know or don't understand or the sensation of the moment. Yeah, so she's been a really, really incredible resource for me to have. And in scaling up your business, your venture, you get access to some of these coaches. Like that's kind of why we succeed, because we make sure that if you're partnering with us, that like we've done our DD and make sure that like you are like you've built a steady business, right? Roger always talks about that. We've done our DD, like you have a steady business, and then like we're gonna take our M&A strategy, our mergers and acquisitions seriously. We like don't really take losses. We don't like losses. We like to win, and in doing so, like we like to help everyone around us win. So we take that seriously. We coach you up. These coaches are phenomenal. They've been doing this for a really long time, and they're really amazing at what they do.
So I just want to go ahead and say that please feel free to go ahead and request a mic. We have the honor of having Anton in here with us to answer questions. So I think that we should, like really take advantage of this. So if you have any questions whatsoever, please, request a mic. I do see DIY with his hand up. So the stage is yours, buddy.
What amenities are at these resorts, and do they have the big three?
What is the big three? And I'm so excited to talk about the amenities.
Pina coladas, hookers, and cocaine.
All right, let's try to be a little bit respectable here. No, but like a little bit serious.
It's a joke.
No, I know. I'm just trying to be above board here. Go ahead with your real question though.
Yeah, but what amenities are at these places?
I mean, first of all, we'll start with the co-working space. I'll just walk you through like my experience. You're picked up at the airport in Bali and bring into the villa. There's a beautiful cafe, like drivers on deck, co-working space. Like I said, you can like feed yourself in the villa and survive a week with $100 pretty much. And so you walk through, there's like an awesome cafe. I said that 3 times now. And you walk through the cafe and you're on the other side of the walls, and all of a sudden you see like this river that like kind of, Roger just explains like that there are like 59 stones in the river, and each of them has like this significant meaning as it relates to the part of life that you're in, as it relates to the color of light that comes into the villa. So like each specific space is like handcrafted and intentional. It's also underneath Orion's belt, so you can know where you're going like by looking in the sky. If you're in Bali, just like walking around like I was, so you look into the sky and you follow Orion's belt. You follow the Big Dipper to Orion's belt and you can get there. So like that was done on purpose as well. Then there are like statues, and there's like ballet. I don't really know how to say it. I'm not sure if he says Bali or ballet because of his accent, but there are these like outdoor kind of like meeting spaces / like there's a moat around it, and there's a lot of lily pads, and then there's like a space for massages as well in the back, or like it's just glorious over there as well. And then there are a bunch of villas. I don't know how many exactly, but there are a bunch of villas, and they each have like a shower and whatnot, a huge bed, and there's a really big pool and a jacuzzi, I think, too. I'm trying to think of the other ones. There's a library which has like a really cool like give one take one type of rule. So like you can share something. Like I was kind of hesitant to share my favorite book, honestly, but had I known what I know now, I would have left my favorite book and maybe picked up a different one. But there's like a really cool like old library. I did yoga there as well, like at like sunrise, because the sun rises on the place. Like I forget what it was, but like certain degrees, and it rises into, you can see the sunrise and the sunset from the room every day, which was also intentional. But like I was saying on the last call, like every single thing about this place is completely thought out. Like everything that Roger does, it's completely thought out, like all the way down to like the blades of grass being in unison. So like everything that he does and everything that place is and everything that it stands for is completely thought out. Like you're never going to, like, I'm, a U.S. citizen. I grew up in New York. Now I live in L.A. Being in Bali, like away in this remote place, like first of all, the Wi-Fi is terrible in Bali, but at the villa, it's like unstoppable, right? Like at Vision Villa, it's completely unstoppable. So one of the things that, like, if you're a digital nomad and looking for a place to go, this place like is unstoppable Wi-Fi, which is kind of something that we take for granted in these big cities. But like also it's a different vibe, man. Like it's a different speed versus New York and LA. Like even LA was like really set back after spending my whole life in New York. But this is like a completely different speed where you have to slow down in order to speed up, and that's what Roger's about. It's about like speeding up and like kind of understanding yourself and understanding the spirit in which you take on your life. So the entrepreneurial spirit is a real thing. News to me as well. Yes, I know. But it's kind of like an East meets West. Like, oh, wow, like I live in a dog-eat-dog world, right? Well, like in Bali, that's not that. It's crazy, like what you can accomplish when you're not living in that type of like pressure, and when you're like put in a position to really thrive, and when people around you are just putting you into that flow and putting you in a place where you can achieve and grow. It's really, really like the people that you're around is an asset, I think. And like those people, like staff, other people that are staying there, like it's all the same, it's all the same vibe. It's all like people that are trying to look out for you and the best interest of the collective. It's pretty amazing. For South Africa, I haven't been. So we can all collectively go ahead and talk about that when I go. But yeah, I'm looking for plane tickets too. Tell Rob.
Dylan, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Is my mic working? Can you guys hear me?
I got you.
Okay. Hey, are there any plans on making a mobile app?
Mobile app. So I'm going to keep this answer really short because I don't know what I'm allowed to say or what I'm not allowed to say. The answer is yes.
Okay. Fair enough. As far as branding and like new customer acquisition, like where's most of your marketing efforts towards like the what social platforms, if any, and then like what's the demographics that you're looking to target?
Oh, that's a great question. Man, I really wish that we had Suraj on here. Suraj is our chief marketing officer, and he does a really good job of the marketing side of this. In terms of branding, like we are what you see in terms of Twitter and social media. That we are what you see. We are like an extension of Roger, like his ethos, his spirit. That's what we want to be, and that's what we want to convey. It's mostly serious, and it's very, very much mission oriented. But we also have fun. Like we'll send you a GIF, and we'll have fun with it. And we are humans more than anything. That's what's really important to our brand. In terms of like joining us and becoming like a partner of ours. Like yeah, there's a heavy barrier of entry, like a high, tall wall to like get past. But like once you're in, like you're a member of the group, and like we like talked and whatnot. Like your success is our success, dude. Like that's what we want. So, and it's a human too, right? Like we're humans. Like I spoke to Michelle on Tuesday, and she helped me from as person to person, like my personal life. Like that's part of it, you know. I always tell people that I work too hard to not mix business and pleasure. That's kind of like why Genius is so successful, right? Like because we can go to Bali for a week or two for Wealth Dynamics Masters and think all day about like how to improve our businesses with leaders from around the world. And then like at night we'll like have a raging party. And there will be flamethrowers and like fire dancers and like a huge buffet and like all kinds of like drinks and foods and, you know, partying. It was so much fun.
All right, there's what I'm talking about, partying.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it sounds too good to be true in some aspects. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly. I mean, like I'm a New Yorker. I'm like natively skeptical. And when I got there, I was really just, oh my God, this is real. I can't believe this is real. Like, is this real? Yeah, it's real. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? This is real. Wow. Okay. That's awesome.
Because the more I dig into it, I think I might be one of the few that just is more in love with you guys, and you probably are, because I kind of understand the model more than most probably. And how about like having TED Talks at some of the resorts? Is that something that's too far-fetched, you think?
No, not too far-fetched at all. That's kind of like one of the things that I've been talking to Flora about and talking to Suraj, our CMO, who I'm going to try to course into one of these spaces soon, I promise. That's kind of one of the things that I was talking about. Like, this is a cool place. And Roger said it in the call, too, that we're going to lead the hospitality with, like, people in hospitality. But, like, I think that somewhere along the line, we're going to, like, mix that, like, blur that line of hospitality for businesses. Like, take your team as it exists now, like, take your team to Bali and stay there for as long as it takes to work out your own idea, even if you're not a partner, right? Like, talk to our entrepreneur resorts team and, you know, about getting your team to Bali and rent the place out, you know, for whenever they can or whenever you can or how much of it you can. I think that's a great idea, and I think that's like the natural progression of this, right? Like we have the space, and I mean, whether or not a mentor is included, I feel like it's important. It was important for me, but like if you guys are bringing your own business, I'm sure that can be accommodated as well. But yeah, I think it's a great idea, man. Really do, Dylan. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, no worries. Because I mean, like, I think the biggest thing that you guys got going for you is a CEO that has a background in like media and pub, and he understands branding, mixed with the South Asian culture and hospitality. And, the branding is spot on, towards creators and things of that nature. And once, I was listening to the investor meeting earlier, he kind of hinted to just, going out and trying to market towards, filmmakers, trying to be entrepreneurs, photographers, content creators, things of that nature. So that's just why I'm bullish on it, because I can kind of see the writing on the wall that it's just wide open.
I mean, like exactly what you're saying. I can't really comment on the bullish or bearish, but I am really, really excited about the path of growth that we're taking and the speed in which we're growing. Last year, we one of the things that he mentioned on the call today, I think he mentioned, I hope that I'm not breaking news here, but Revealed Films is a company that we acquired late last year, I believe. I hope that's fair. I hope that's legal to say.
It was an investor meeting. He showed us the reel.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. So Revealed Films, they produce documentaries, docuseries, and we're in the business of creating content, and that's going to grow significantly as well. So Revealed Films is one of the companies based in the U.S., actually in Utah, so just a stone's throw away, that's creating films and creating content on our behalf, which is awesome.
Hey, don't worry, Anton. I would have had your back if you were, walking into a question that you weren't able to answer. Don't worry. But I guess my question to you is, can we rely on maybe maybe like a weekly space call just on any kind of updates from you guys?
Yeah, I think that should be okay. I don't see why not. And I can try to in the coming weeks, days, weeks, months, probably hopefully days and weeks, so we can get a couple more of these guys in. Michelle is huge. I think that she would be a really great asset to one of these calls, because she's honestly changed my life when we have our one-on-ones and really, really grounds you. And that's kind of what I need, right? Because I'm in the comments with you guys, and not you guys specifically, but those of you who are on the investor call today, you see the comments in the feed, and I'm just WTF team, you guys are so respectful in Twitter Spaces, and all of a sudden we come over here and it's just everyone's hiding behind a username that isn't necessarily attached to you.
Those are definitely random people. Yeah, that was cringy. It was definitely random people.
It's cringy, dude. It's so cringy, and yeah, it's cringy, and it kind of gives all of social such a bad name. And it moves us a little bit further into the dark age, because it turns into spammy, cringy body, and that's not who we are, and that's not who you guys are. So it just it doesn't lend itself to more a productive conversation. It doesn't lend itself to more of our team joining. It kind of just isolates both sides. And what I want to do is really get everyone together on the same side, so that they can see what Twitter Spaces or Twitter itself is a productive space. But frankly, I have to dig through some of the negative comments, or why didn't you say this, or why didn't you say that, a million times a day, and it gets tiring, of course. But at the same time, I know it's my job as well to hey guys, this is what what we are, this is who we are, this is what we're doing. If it's not exciting enough for you, then I guess it's not, and we have to part ways. But here's who we are and what we do. And if you care to join, please do. If not, I guess we'll be fine without you, for sure.
I definitely embody that.
There's waste, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, so I definitely embody that. One question for you, because you did say that one space per week should be fine. Do weekdays or weekends work best for you?
Definitely weekdays, because everyone takes their weekends really seriously. We work so hard during the week that I kind of have to, especially with social, take the weekends really seriously and really take time to unplug and be with my family. So weekdays are definitely prioritized. And that's something that Roger also at his core respects and appreciates. He respects boundaries that are set by everyone on the team. He facilitates that. He promotes that. He wants everyone to be their happiest when they're a member of our team, when they're a partner of ours. it's really like, I don't want to say it's investing in a person, but like it's you get what leadership gives you. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the NBA, but there are the Clippers, who are a basketball team in LA, and there are the Lakers that are a basketball team in LA. The difference is leadership. The difference is brand. The Lakers leadership like promotes individuality, and it promotes like everyone living their best life. And the Clippers kind of like promote the Clippers and only the Clippers. We are the Lakers. We are the Lakers of LA. We're not the Clippers. And those of you who are here now, congratulations on being the early ones. You will all be proud of yourselves, hopefully generationally, is what I can say. But yeah, I think that like we're starting something here that's really real, really tangible, and that will change a lot of people's lives, and that has changed a lot of people's lives. So buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride.
That sounds awesome. One last thing on the coordination aspect. Is there a specific day that works best for you or time?
Yeah, let's see this time next week. Is that okay?
Works with me, man. I just wanted to, get everything settled. That way I could, schedule her up when we're done here. Anyone else with questions want to come up, or anyone on the panel have questions? I think everyone might be swept away from obviously the phone call. I do have a question about the genie. How are you enjoying the genie? Now I know that you're going to say awesome, right? But at the same time, are there flaws?
I haven't used the genie yet. This is one of the things that has been kept out of my reach. I'm way too excited about it. I heard about a product launch. So I was really excited about the product launch, and I knew that we had delegated a lot of resources towards this genie. Basically, what I know about it is that it takes your profile, your genius profile, and with that, like, you can be as honest with it as you want, right? Like, tell it what you prioritize. It's going to ask you some tough questions like money or family. It'll ask you that question. It'll ask you to rank them. It'll ask you like long-term success or like day-to-day success. It'll ask you like different types of really difficult questions that like will make you think and take your time on it. And then the genie, I believe, will then take what you've answered, take your industry, and kind of like make it a little bit more broad and like give you a little bit more resources, give you some suggestions as to who's in network. Again, we had 4.3 million students, in our network. And when Roger was doing that presentation, he didn't know who he was going to get. So the person that he got like was just a person that the genie took his information, the date it was, and like all of the data, and it gave him a suggestion as to like who he should connect with. So that will happen with any of you as well. That will happen the same way as long as like you've met the criteria, taken these free tests, build a profile and whatnot, and it'll connect you with like who you probably should be in contact with. And then I encourage you to just try it out. Each of you tell me. I'm not going to tell you it's amazing. I haven't used it yet. You tell me if it's amazing next week maybe.
Well, I will tell you this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do everything in my power to go ahead and try to get into that beta test. I did go ahead and I did apply. I will go ahead and I will finish those tests as well. That way I get my profile completed. But I hope that you guys save a spot for me, and then I'll tell everybody on my channel, how I'm feeling about the genie.
Okay, I'm getting word that we can't use the genie yet. I think that I asked this question a little bit earlier, that we can't use the genie yet. That's why I haven't been able to. And the beta version is going to be released very soon. It hasn't been released yet, and no, Anton, it's not that instant is what I got, which is fun. We have a good rapport back and forth. But yeah, it's not instant. But I'm not taking it as personally anymore. But yeah, so there's a waiting list, and there's like all this stuff for the beta testing. And of course, you're all welcome to join. But it hasn't been rolled out yet. Like everything else that we do, we want to make sure it's like really, really shaped up and competitive in the market before we're releasing it to the masses, the 4.3 million students. If it's not competitive, we're not going to, take anyone's time and, risk our brand by releasing a non-competitive thing. But yeah, you guys had a bunch of interesting questions, man. Like a lot of interesting questions. I really wish that the call was a little bit different.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that it keeps dropping on us. I don't know what the heck is going on with that, but Elon's got to figure something out. I did just pull Josh up here. I believe that he's got a question for you.
Antoine, what's happening, man? Good to hear you back again.
Hey, good to hear you, Josh. How are you going?
I'm doing well. Fun day. So this, I don't know if this is it's a question for both you and Buzz. Since you've kind of committed to maybe like a weekly fireside chat with all of us, would you prefer some preloaded questions so you can kind of get an idea from us on this side, kind of what we're thinking, and maybe who would be appropriate people to have on maybe next Wednesday? Like if it's more marketing questions, if it's more financial questions, what it might be. And if Buzz, if you're willing to field those questions and get them off to Anton.
I have no problem. It's up to him.
I have no problem with it either. I think that would actually be helpful in terms of getting you guys like more answers. Preloaded questions would definitely be better. I can either, like, if you want, like, you can even tell me, but like, we can get them in here and like blind to the questions if you want like a naturalistic response. Like, I was a scientist in college, so I really like love the scientific method. You want a naturalistic response, we can do that, or we can have them questions that are loaded with answers as well. But I kind of like the natural response. We have nothing to hide. Is the bottom line here. We have absolutely nothing to hide. It's just that what can we say and what can't we say is based on like what are the rules. I'm still getting caught up on those because like I kind of want to just like run wild with the genie, but here we are with like, of course we can't go yet, but I couldn't like share the genie stuff before today because Roger hadn't announced it for various reasons. We have absolutely nothing to hide. We are like, as Roger said, like strongly strategizing our mergers and acquisitions as well. That is absolutely what it is. Strategic mergers and acquisitions is kind of like what we've built our company on, and we're going to continue that as well. So all of these different branches of the company are absolutely 100% transparent as much as we possibly can without breaching any contracts or NDAs. We're going to follow the rules, but we're also going to like keep you guys informed as much as we can as well.
Absolutely.
Josh, I see you.
Yeah, just to follow up to that question comment that I had, I guess I was thinking more along the lines too. Obviously keeping it organic like it's been really fun and off the cuff. But for those, if you're recording, Buzz, and going to be posting these, maybe there's people that can't attend the space because this time of day, some people might still be at work and maybe do have a question, a legitimate question, and something that could get fielded that they could come back and catch later. I don't know, just a thought.
Oh yeah, that's actually a great point. I will go ahead and I will share my recordings following this. And just to confirm, we are talking about Wednesdays at 6 o'clock, right? Right, Anton?
Yeah, Wednesdays at 6 is great.
Perfect. Anyone else? Feel free to grab a mic.
Hiker had a question. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. But yeah, moving into next week and like what happened on the chat today, to the chat room today. Just really, guys, like social media is something that we all use as a resource. It's not perfect, of course, but we use it as a resource. And when the chat room turns into what it turned into today during the live stream call, it's really hard to convince my team to then like jump into a forum like this without like being worried that they're going to be, harassed or, bothered or badgered or like different types of comments that don't really pertain to us or make any sense to us or things that we can't talk about, right? Like, so these have been only professional and only like helpful for all of us. Like, we're all learning more about the products, about like who we are as an organization, who we are as people, right? Like, Spidey's having a boy. newsflash, everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean to reveal that, but like, congrats to him. Like, we're really like, I'm happy for him as an individual. Like, we have a bunch of former like members of the military here, and like, I thank them for their service. Like, this is like more than just a company. That's kind of like our culture. Is more than a company. We are like a group of people that just really help one another achieve their best self in every way, business, personal, emotional, physical, in every way. You know, it's never a dull day, and it's never boring, and we never don't love it. You know, we always love it. And I want these people that I have such great relationships with, that I work with. I want them to come over to social and see like that you guys like are respectful as well, and this is a community that can be trusted, that's going to provoke thought. And yeah, I appreciate those hard questions. It's just like when there's spam and bots, and it kind of gets ugly, and it dilutes like what we can do here as a group, you know?
As long as I'm the host, I will promise you. As long as I'm the host, I will go ahead and I will promise you that we will go ahead and keep it respectful. Now, coming down the road, if there's any other tickers that are publicly announced, I'm assuming that at that point in time, then our agreement would change. But that would be after something would be made public, correct? And if
and when, yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. And I spoke over Dylan there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dylan.
Oh no, I was just tell your team, because the space calls have been really, really helpful, because without them, I probably would not have done a lot of analysis and dug into the company and get to know it. And I'm gonna kind of reach out there and say I'm speaking for the other retail, that maybe they don't intend, what brought them here wasn't what they get out of it. And these space calls, really help, because it's reeling me in. And just let your team know that YouTube it's kind of the wild, wild west when it's on live like that. But within our control, just as Buzz says, we'll make every effort, because we understand, and we don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. If you can't say it. No harm, no foul. We understand.
Yeah, we want this.
So much.
We want this, and you keep saying that you're not good at public speaking, but man, you come up here and you kill it every single time.
I appreciate that. Thanks, man. You're definitely not. But like, I'm also comparing myself to like a lot of like veterans in the game. Laura's been in this for a while, and she's really good. So when she's up there with Roger, I'm just like, wow, she's really amazing and keeps it up at all times. And she's always like on point. It's pretty crazy.
She addresses those
Roger.
Quick too.
She does. And Roger is like the ultimate public speaker, right? Like, he is the ultimate hero, the ultimate icon. Like I said, like, Tiger Woods has had bad days. We know about those. We've forgiven Tiger for those. Don't know if Roger Hamilton has had many bad days. I'd love to ask him someday. But that dude is, like, you get what you see. And he is just in every way a heroic leader. It's phenomenal what we can achieve as a group, and what he does to put us all in a position to succeed is just wild, beyond my imagination. I could have never imagined being in a position that I'm in right now, and I'm so grateful for it. And with that grace, I continue to achieve more than I could. I continue to strive more than I have, challenge myself more than I have. So it's just like, you get put in a position to succeed, you get put in a position to lead, and you have to challenge yourself, and you have to be better. Something that we talked about last week as well. Really, really, really great culture. And Roger from the top, like, leads this, supports us, and really embraces like that difference in each of us. It's pretty amazing.
And that's a common ground, that if you've ever been in the military or something, a coordinated sport, like, I miss having like 5 drill sergeants telling me what's wrong, and then also telling me how to fix it. And they genuinely just want to see you do better,
Yeah, that's amazing. That's kind of like how it is. I can't imagine it being like the military, honestly, because like I think of the military and I'm like really terrified, and like appreciative, of course, but terrified as well. But yeah, Roger's just like, he only wants everyone to achieve at their best level, and is only thinking on behalf of everyone. And it's never like you're never gonna like find out. It's never going to be like something that's uncovered about Roger Hamilton. It's not like that. That's not who the guy is. Like, he's like, what you get is what you see, and like, he is given his life towards this work, and I promise you guys that like, we're on the right side of this thing right now. And those of you who are here with us, I'm really happy that you joined us. Those who aren't, hope you guys can ask me some questions and we can figure out why not. But the dude is really an icon in every way, and I'm so excited to be early on this. It's like finding a draft pick, like finding a draft pick in 7th grade, and they're going to be a professional, like maybe not 7th grade because like I'm giving a timeline to it, but like they're going to be a pro athlete at some point. That's kind of how I feel about Genius Group. Like, we are like on the way. We're an emerging company. We're a leader. You can do what you can in an established brand. Work at Coca-Cola for 20, 30 years if you want, and you'll improve sales by 0.05% if you like. That's great, and congratulations. But on the other side of that, it's a whole different set of challenges when you're a micro cap, when we went public about a year ago, and when we're like just getting into this battle, getting into changing the world. We're new here, and we're really excited to be here. We have a lot in our arsenal, and we're just really aggressive. It's okay to make mistakes, right? Like, we make mistakes. We all make mistakes. Mistakes are kind of like publicly celebrated here, whereas like you don't have to hide them. They're celebrated, and you don't make them twice. It's a really, really great environment, and I can't say how much like this has meant to me so far, and what you guys have done as well, like in helping me through this like step of my personal journey. I really appreciate this and you guys, and for being there. So yeah, please feel free to ask away. Go ahead.
I see Piker came up. Piker, do you have any questions?
No, you know what? I just wanted to say that the company's only been public for a year. There's a lot of growing pains, but this thing has been a rocket ship so far. And I'm just really excited for the future. I love what you guys are doing. That's all.
Wow, thank
Thanks.
you. Piker is a. I forget. Can you tell us about yourself, please?
I've been working in the tech space for the last 15 years out in Los Angeles, and former investment banker as well. So big follower of capital markets and technology. And obviously that's what drew me into Genius, because it's right at the nexus of both of those things.
So Piker, with what you've seen on the outside, where do you see their trajectory going? And what do you see them leaning towards or headed towards?
Oh boy. Well, I think there's a couple of things to that. I think first of all, the mission is something that moves me. So beyond just the financials of it, right? And the second thing I would just say is it's a consumer defensive company, and it's very nascent. So in that sense, as far as like when you're talking about the stock in the earnings, I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me if for 5 years from now you're looking at like a 10x move, but I'm sure it's going to be very volatile between now and then. From a product standpoint, I would have to yield to these guys and say that I don't have any secret inside info of what they're rolling out next.
No, I'm with you. I just see the same sentiment, because when I was doing like a SWOT analysis, I was like, what's their direct competition? And it's like Udemy and Stanford, and they're basically they're making the people that create jobs and money capitalism. And I was actually going to say, I wonder why they don't just incorporate ChatGPT, and then it comes out in the investor meeting today. So that's pretty cool.
It's like he's reading our minds and he knows what we want. Now, let's address the elephant in the room very, very quickly. We all saw the chat and how people were talking. Okay, we do have to be very, very respectful. We are not allowed to talk about any other tickers. However, I do want to go ahead and I do want to just confirm. Roger did say something about a media company in that phone call, right? Or am I missing something?
He did it. It started with an R.
Roger Roger talked about a media company that we acquired late last year, 2022, which was Revealed Films. I think that was it, but I think that he was talking about Revealed Films, like with the R is the answer. In terms of media, I am not sure. I can't answer that question. But in terms of the R, was Revealed Films. Starts with an R.
Well, with that being said, what I was gonna say, with that being said, maybe that could that could be addressed over the you know, the next week. We could just confirm that and you know, obviously move on. But go ahead, Dylan.
I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Well, then, with that being said, how does next week at 6 o'clock sound, Anton?
Yeah, I think that's good. Let me just check. Hold on one second. Yeah, next week at 6 should work until, like, we can close this one at 4:30, or what is it, your time, 7:30 your time, so in 7 minutes, I guess. Yeah, I just want to thank you all for the time today, and moving forward. Sorry, in the past as well. You guys have been doing really great things for us in terms of like what we've been able to like create a dialogue, answer questions, talk about like our product, like Piker was saying, and the questions that we can't answer, it's just that A, we can't answer, or B, like I don't have the information. Same with Rav, and we're happy to answer whatever we can, or as we've been on this call, I've sent Laura about 1 million questions, and she's just like answered almost all of them so far for me. So as I said, like we're an open forum. There's nothing to hide. We are who we say we are, and we're doing what we're doing, and we're like our goal is to change the world, and that's what we're gonna do.
Well, you're a bunch of geniuses, so I feel like you guys are gonna have no problem doing that. Go ahead, Dylan.
But this is a reciprocating relationship, so we're gonna need some questions from you guys also.
Yeah, I have one question. Like, why is there so many? Why are you guys asking so many times about something that we can't talk about, or why in so many different ways are you asking about something that may be or may not be in our future? Why is there such persistence there without like any paying of attention to what we're saying? I know you can't speak on behalf of everyone, but yeah.
I don't know if you want me to answer that, Anton.
I think when money's involved and, you know, people, because most of retail, we're just small money and feelings are attached. And you're looking for a little bit of hopium, and there's a little bit of tug and pull there. And that's how you kind of get those people that they are genuine nice people, but, you know, maybe they just need to make rent next month and their stocks are tied up, you know, and maybe they don't understand the shorts, or they don't understand all these things that happen on both sides of the fence. You know, so that's what I'm saying. Just take it with a grain of salt, you know, and you're doing great, man. And just let your team know that YouTube is not a reflection of this space, and we appreciate you guys.
I appreciate that. Thanks. I'll definitely be referencing this when Bryce posts it to YouTube so that they can see on YouTube that the YouTube was not the current YouTube. Yeah.
DIY, last one.
Yeah, so my thing was, you went on that question, is the reason why we would want to comment on that is because that's kind of like our job as investors to kind of ask these questions. And I mean, I understand that it gets frustrating, but we're not the ones that tweeted out about a certain company that we're not allowed to be named of, like it's Lord Voldemort. And that's the reason why I look at it like now, like you say stuff like that kind of bothers me. It's not that I don't have GNS stock. I do. I mean, I do have a position of it, but I also got hammered on it very bad. But I rebought into, you know, not too long ago, but I'm still down, you know, overall. So as an investor, I'm looking for a way to maximize the return on my money. And, you know, and that was one of the big reasons why I did it and got into that said stock, was because of certain aspects of the short squeeze theory of these naked shorts and exposing naked shorts and putting them on risk, like where the AMC 8 community or the GME community have all came together and did certain things, and the manipulation. That was like, okay, well, we have an actual CEO that's communicating about wanting to get these shorts, and then that's the reason why I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't care if I lose some money. You know, it's not a lot of money, a couple $1,000s. That's a lot of money to some people, but a couple $1,000, worth of stock to be able to throw down on something that, hey, look, it looks like somebody's trying to fight for us. And then all of a sudden it's like, we can't talk about it. That's the reason why people are a little frustrated. That's the reason why the call got spammed with that type of questioning, is because, like, everybody wants to know, and then a lot of people took a huge hit. A lot of bag holders. I mean, I'm not talking about like huge bag holders, and then there's all the...
Let me break this down for you. So they've never talked about a short squeeze or anything like that. That's not even in their wheelhouse.
No. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Stop. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and
hold on. Wait. I really feel that was like a positive dialogue. Like, I think that we're going in a positive place there.
Okay.
And like, I'm fine. I appreciate you helping out, Buzz, but like, I think we're going in a positive direction there. Like, I do understand where he's coming from. I do understand where you guys are coming from, and it's not Lord Voldemort. That made me laugh out loud. But I really appreciate this open dialogue. Like, I understand why you're saying it. I understand why these questions are there now. It makes sense to me, like, why these questions are what they are. Just know that what's been published and is still published can be published. What is published and can't be published is no longer published. So there's a difference between the two, right? Like, what we can say, we have said, and it's published. What we want to say and we can't say, that stuff does not exist anymore, right? Like, or we've made sure that we're fulfilling our side of the quota, our side of the deal, our side of agreements that have been made. We don't want to step outside of the rules, especially, like, in any case, not especially, but in any case, we don't want to step outside the rules. So when, like, things are said in this type of forum, or things are said in the sense of a tweet, and people are excited about certain things, and a little bit too excited, as I found myself in the past, and I'm sure we've all been, to share news, sometimes it's a little bit premature, and we are not, like, doing right. So we try to correct that whenever we can, and if we can. And I know that in this case, like, there's certain things that we can and can't do. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that, if that helps at all.
That was an excellent response. I didn't see who was first, Piker or Josh. You guys got to fight it out, I guess.
I'll jump in here quick. No, I think Dylan hit the nail on the head, and so it was a perfect question that you asked, Antoine, of us involved with retail. It's our hard-earned money. We don't understand the behind the scenes. We're kind of left out in the dark. So when we hear a tweet or a public release, we got questions. But what I really, really love about tonight, and you asking that question back to us, is it gives retail that person-to-person understanding. If anything, for me personally, as an emotional, sometimes investor, just having that, you personally telling me something versus a general tweet to 10 million people. There's an identification factor there and a learning factor for us retail. We know right off the cuff that the company or you can't just say something because they want to and just give us inside information. We know that. But it is nice to hear from you. We could just ask and then, okay, I know I should have asked, but anyways, I appreciate your genuineness with us, and it means a lot to retail, you taking the time and the space to identify. We don't feel lost, like our problems aren't being heard or our questions aren't being heard. They are being heard. And you just can't release what you can't release. And we know that. And it just feels good to talk to somebody. So that's my take on it. So good question, though, Antoine.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love the support that I've got here, the respect I've got here, and I appreciate that. I appreciate everything that you guys do, and the respect is definitely something that does not go unnoticed. And you guys are a respectful bunch, and I appreciate you guys too. Handling respect with respect. As DIYP, thank you for throwing that question at us. Like we are here for the strong questions, the harder questions, and we can answer what we can and work on what we can. Do we have any other questions, Buzz?
I do apologize for muting everybody. I'm just trying to be protective of this like wealth of knowledge and in this relationship that obviously if we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do this every single week, I just want to go ahead and I might be protective about that, so I do apologize. But I do see Piker with his hand up.
Hey, thanks, guys. I just wanted to say, well, dude, first of all, I'm actually a veteran short seller, so I don't know if people in this chat, if anybody has questions about how the mechanics of it work, sometimes I hear some things that don't make sense, and it's interesting, so I'm happy to answer any questions about that. But I think the broader point I wanted to make was just that, like, first of all, I don't know if you guys are looking at Tesla right now, but it's getting smoked. And if you saw Netflix yesterday, I mean, they don't even Netflix doesn't even take questions. Like, it's just one lady doing a Q&A, pre-recorded Q&A on YouTube. And most public companies, like it's investment bank. It's a guy from Goldman, a guy from Merrill, a guy from from all, like the five big bulge bracket investment banks. And in a company like this, you get direct access. You got the corporate account in here answering questions. You're not going to get that. I've almost never seen it in almost 20 years of watching capital markets. And the other thing is that this is a company that's probably public earlier than most, and so it's going to be, if you're looking for a high return, you're going to have to deal with some volatility. It's not going to go up and to the right. That's not what happens when a company has as early stage as this is. Now the upside is obviously goes without saying, but you're just going to have to deal with some volatility. That's part of the deal, if you want to get that kind of return.
Anybody else? Last call.
Yeah, I have a question. Piker, tell me more about short selling. What is the thrill, or why do people short sell so much, or what's the what is the benefit? Because for me, I guess I understand it at the core of if I don't think a company is going to succeed, I guess that's a pretty easy thing to decipher that you're going to short sell them. But beyond that, why is that so much? Why is that such a big business? Or can you explain a little bit more about it to us?
Sure. I mean, well, first of all, you get a bad rap. You don't make any friends telling people you're a short seller, right? So, I mean, markets have to pick winners and losers. And in order to do that, you have to be able to buy and sell. And without that, you will not have the ability to do it. Now, the problem is that, there's a whole lot of, I mean, Wall Street's there's no joke on Wall Street. It's heads I win, tails I win. Who are you, right? And so there's a whole lot of behind the scenes stuff that people do that's really shady and in kind of, I guess, just not cool. That's the best way I can think to say it. And it sounds like there's been some of that going on here with you guys, but as far as doing it, it's somebody's got to do a very difficult job. But at a fundamental level, just think about it this way: if you buy a stock for $1, you could only lose the $1. But if you short it for $1, your loss is infinite. So it takes a very special breed of a person to want to even be in there and kind of do that kind of thing.
So then how are they doing it at this magnitude? I mean, without repercussions as well. That's kind of like the naked shorts, right? They're doing it without repercussions. And again, I'm not investor relations, and this kind of phenomenon is pretty new to me, so I don't know as much about it, and I'm learning like you guys are. I'm sorry if you guys, most of you already know this, but I think it was Josh or Dylan that invited me to ask questions as well, and I really enjoy extending my knowledge base as well. You guys are helping me learn as well. Again, if Buzz, this is your call. If it's not something that we're okay with taking up some time to understand, I guess I can ask Piker.
No. We are at your mercy, sir. We are here because you are great. Being so gracious enough to go ahead and answer our questions. You ask away, my friend.
Yeah. So Piker, again with the naked shorts, how do they have this ability to like, you know, short sell without like actually having the sheets. Like Roger's Instagram has like his shares in his desk, and if you guys haven't seen that, highly recommend going over to Roger's Instagram of him with his shares in his desk. It's hilarious and like so empowering at the same time. That's like kind of who he is. It'll be funny and empowering at the same time, but he has his shares in his desk. I guess I ruined it. Spoiler alert. He has his shares in his desk, which is I didn't even know that was possible. Like, how do these people? How are they able to do naked shorts? Can you kind of explain that process a little bit to me?
I could try to give you a quick look. I want to preface it by saying I haven't done a deep dive on everything that's been going on with the stock, right? So I haven't looked at it. I know that once it gets below a certain threshold, it gets a little bit more complicated. But the answer, as far as actually getting the stock certificates is concerned, I mean, you can do that. There's a comp server. There's some website that you can also do. You can basically take it off an exchange, but you got to remember, if you're buying it on Robinhood or whatever, TD or wherever your broker is, they're holding those shares for you, and a lot of times they're then lending it out to short sellers who want to borrow it, right? So by taking custody of those shares, you're taking it off the exchange. But I think the biggest misconception I see in the short selling world when people look at these short squeezes is they look at like the borrow rates and the shares outstanding, and they try to compute some sort of a short squeeze like inevitability, and you can create a lot of synthetic exposure to it using the options market without getting too in the weeds. So if you're just sort of trading it on an exchange and never taking it off, you don't actually have your shares, you can kind of create sort of a derivative product that moves in value based off of the shares. And I think a lot of manipulation of the stock can happen that way.
One problem I find is that it seems like they're not locating the shares though before they're shorting, and I think that's an issue at hand.
Can someone translate what he just said, please?
So in order to short, right? In theory, now I don't short things just because it's just not in my ethos. We'll just say that, right? So in theory, you're supposed to go ahead and you're supposed to locate the share before you short it, and it doesn't seem like we're really doing that right now, and that is going to go ahead and cause a lot of synthetics. Imagine going ahead to a Xerox machine and you know, printing off 10 shares for every one. You know what I mean? It seems like it's kind of like that scenario, because I don't think that they're locating the shares. Now, again, that's my speculation, but if anybody up here has a different opinion, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and it's more of I guess I call it hypothecation. So one broker has 20, the other one has 20. You borrow 10 from him. Then someone else come borrows 20 and he says he has it. And then the T2 thing, that's the whole thing. And then they get a little bit of extension for the failure to delivers. They kick the can down the road. And there's no one system to keep track of everything, because there's a T+2. So once Roger moves everything to the blockchain, everything has a receipt. It's probably T0 at that point. And so we're just waiting for the day.
And that's why I wanted to ask about if the stock exchange here in the U.S. does not approve the dual listing with Upstream, will they singularly list on Upstream? Because if that was the case, then they would not be able to be shorted whatsoever. To my theory.
And that's a great question. Buzz, that's a great question. Can you? Sorry, twice, Dylan. Buzz, can you put that in words so that I can ask my investors team? Because I tried to paraphrase and ask Flora, but or somebody that works for Flora, and it wasn't something that I could do. But if you can rephrase that and turn it into a question, I think it was like the dual listing.
Okay. I'll do the best. I'll do the best I can. I'll do the best I can. Okay.
Sure, please, because I want to get you an answer to that. That's really important.
So if you guys are not approved to dual list, is there a possibility where you will only list on Upstream and you will pull your current listing?
Got it. Okay, I just sent that word for word.
And then you could also add. I was gonna say you could also add to the end of that.
For dual listing.
Oh, okay. I thought